Hey, welcome everybody. It's been a while. I wonder if there's any of you guys still alive out there in this bear market. I tried going hunting and finding the bear out there, but didn't show himself. So maybe next time. Uh, I've just been kind of chilling this bear market, spending more time with the fam, friends, family gatherings and stuff like that. Because I was kind of neglecting that for a bit when I was doing all the content back in months ago. But oh yeah, I brought the Jimmy back, the old Jimmy hair. It's good for the memification. Um, but yeah, if you saw the Federal what's it called, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell today, he is actually talking about possibly as early as December slowing down the rate increases, and he still thinks a soft landing is possible, which basically just means doesn't think a huge recession is guaranteed. He still thinks there's a window of possibility of actually having what they call a soft landing, where they kind of taper the rates slowly, and that could be good for everyone involved. So it's actually we'll see what the markets do with this information, especially leading into December, whenever we actually see what they decide to do. If they actually do with what they're thinking might be possible, if they start to you might see it in the markets before you actually see it, like them talk about it, because obviously there's people who know what they're going to say because someone writes the script that he has. Oh, I'm going to tell everybody this. Well, who wrote that? He's got friends. There's always like that insider trading stuff. So some people will be making moves in the market. And I saw some really good analysis by Sami on Twitter. If you don't follow him, he's got like a bunch of hearts in his name. And he basically pointed out, actually, I should just look it up. Basically, after Fed's pivot, usually there is a dip afterwards, which kind of makes sense because you'd want to have like the last shakeout right before rates start to kind of get lowered again, because you can shake everybody out, and then when the rates are low, leverage up at the bottom and buy a lot, so you maximize the gains. So that's kind of my guess is why there's dips after the pivot as opposed to it going up right after. But let me look up here if I can find it. Let's see. Also, I'll be answering all questions in the chat if you guys got any like specific questions. Loving the Hulk. And let me know if the volume's good and everything, because like I haven't used this as a streaming setup in a while. Like I recorded some videos, but I'm not sure if anything got bumped around, and maybe I sound like a robot. Who knows? But yeah, I think I got a video everyone will enjoy before we get to more stuff. This is from 2018. I think everyone will appreciate it. This is how people were reacting in a comedic way back in 2018 bear market. And let me know if it resonates with you guys. I hope the volume is loud enough, so we'll see.
Yeah. Bitcoin. Bitcoin's crashing. Get out. You need to sell everything. Put it in tether, man. It's getting crazy out here. Hey, man. Dog, man, Kel, I'm telling you right now, we need to put everything in tether. This market hasn't bottomed out yet. I think Bitcoin's going to like 5,000. 5,000? Yeah. Man, Bitcoin ain't going to 5,000. Look what happened to Ethereum this morning. This morning, Ethereum was at 570. It dropped down to 492 in seconds. That's scary right there, man. It kind of came back, man, but this market, I don't even call this a bear market. I call this a damn gorilla market. This is getting bad, man. We can put everything in tether. Hey, look. Let this market calm down. Listen to me what I'm telling you. We're losing everything. You need to put this stuff in tether, right? When the market bottoms out. Stop spitting on me, man. You need to listen, man. When the market bottoms out, then you jump back in. Just put it in tether for now, because we losing everything, man. This is getting crazy, man. Hey, man, I think we should hold, man. Hold ain't hold nothing. Tell you what, you hold your stuff. I'm gonna take half of your stuff. I'm gonna take the other half. I'm putting it in. Now look, man, let's think about this now. Now I've been thinking about this all night, man. You need to stop spitting on me. Man, I'm telling you, we need to put it in tether. Let's think about it. Put it in tether, right? Market keeps crashing, right? Market keeps crashing. Then when it hits that bottom around 3,000, I don't think it's gonna go that low, man. Who knows what's gonna happen? I know one thing: it ain't going up every day. No, hold on. No, wait. We got. Every day it's been going down. Every day is going down. I can't get one day where it's at least going sideways. Every day is straight down, man. Well, check the market, man. Pull up live Coinwatch, man. See what the market's doing, man. I'm gonna go to Coinbase.
Dude, I just thought about these guys today because I haven't seen their stuff in a long time. But I was like, this is peak bear season. Prices going down, people going crazy. Like, I'm gonna sell everything, go into Tether and wait. But if you heard the prices, like, I think Bitcoin at the time was like 7,200 from 20K, so it was down what, like, I don't know, it's a 70, 65% or something. And we're kind of in a similar situation, and people are still freaking out in a similar way, the bear market. But guess what? A few years later, we went up to 70,000, and Ethereum went up to 5K. And they're like, oh no, it's Ethereum's at 500. Like, that's the thing with crypto, is even at this very low part of this bear cycle, we have people who are still up massive from holding from 5 years ago or 4 years ago. So as long as you didn't buy the Pico top of last cycle, you're pretty much in the money. And most people didn't buy 20,000; they bought anywhere lower, pretty much. And so it's just wild to me that whenever most people who don't invest in anything, they kind of see the news article headlines and are like, wow, crypto's down, glad I didn't get in. And then they just miss out on the whole next bull run. Whereas everybody who's probably seeing this video is like deeply entrenched in crypto for real. And so these market cycles, and that they just keep devaluing the dollar to basically nothing. And so the charts just have to go up and to the right. That's basically why it goes up and to the right, because people are just chasing scarcity and yield, and they want to get away from the hidden tax of inflation. And so they put money in assets and stuff. Like, some people put it into stocks. That's what people did for a long time. And then started blowing up the housing bubble. So now we got like super high house costs. We got watches and stuff, as you see in Richard's post. They're 2 to 3x their price. And it's just supply and demand. There's way less watches compared to the amount of dollars out in the world. So that's like investing 101. Just get something that's super scarce and other people want, has utility, and you should do pretty good over time. Never financial advice on this channel, by the way. Never do any of that. Just reporting my findings. Oh yeah, I need to start. I always forget to answer people's questions. Let's see. If Pulsex can be put on Ledger wallet? Oh yeah, guys. It doesn't matter what Trezor or Ledger allows on their whatever service thing. You just use it as a front end to MetaMask. So whenever you connect, and first you install the firmware with your stuff when you get your device. Make sure you get it from the actual seller. Like, don't get it off of eBay, like, oh, open box 50% off. It's probably a scam. Don't buy that. Buy it directly from Trezor.io, or I think it's ledger.com, but I think in the description I have both of those links if you need the direct links or whatever. Plus it gives you, well, I think they have the Black Friday deal just ended like 2 days ago, so you can't get the super discounts, but those are the direct links you can use. But basically, once you have your Ledger hardware and firmware updated and your Trezor firmware updated, then you just connect it to MetaMask, and you have this, like, when you create a MetaMask account, it has like the first account. You never send money to that that address, then what you have as an option after you've created that first account, if you click on like the, oh man, I really should just show it, but you can just hit add hardware wallet, and then you connect your wallet, which is connected to your PC. Should be a dedicated crypto PC if you want to be extra secure. And then you have your ledger or Trezor directly connected, and you can add through MetaMask now any token that you could already do through MetaMask before. You don't have to like depend on, oh, I hope Ledger or Trezor supports it. So I do get that question a lot in the DMs, which I do try to respond to everybody. I think I've gotten back to like literally everyone, unless it's like a really old message. Because I think at one point I got like an influx of like way too many, and I wasn't able to get to all of them back then. Um, and most of them looked like scams, so maybe I didn't get back to the scam guys. But real people who have like real good questions, I do respond to those people, and I do get this one a lot. They're like, "Hey, does it support this? Like, are they gonna do it?" And it's like it doesn't really matter because most people don't use those interfaces. We just use MetaMask. So, oh yeah, I have some topics I'll go through. So we got, if you're interested, I'll just say them now in case you're interested to hear about them later in the stream. We got MetaMask FUD, RPC flashbots. So like that's relating to the MetaMask FUD. We'll talk about VPNs a little bit and how important they are, especially in crypto. You don't know who is scraping your IP address and tying it to wallet addresses. And the danger of that is if someone is able to tie that together, like a, say, wallet provider who can get your IP address and knows your addresses and can store that somewhere, they can sell that information on the dark web. And if they see large balances or you don't have good security, then you're just an easier target. So you just want to make yourself as hard a target to hit as possible. So like there's no bulletproof security impossibility of getting hacked. It's usually too much work to get to a level of that. You just want to be basically faster than the slowest guy. You know, who's the bear going to get in the woods when he's chasing a group of people? Probably he's going to get the slowest guy, and that's the guy who doesn't have a VPN. That's how I see it. I'm going to talk about hardware wallets a little bit. It will work with Pulsechain and Pulsex. It works on testnet, works fine. I'm doing transactions with testnet. I did videos on it. I just wrote a note here: protect your SAC address at all costs, because just imagine being the guy who, like, we have the God whale in Pulsechain and Pulsex and HEX, where he has like hundreds of thousands of Ethereum from the Genesis block because he participated in the ICO. So put Bitcoin in and basically got huge allocation right at the start. Didn't spend any of his Ethereum, basically, only like just recently started getting into like HEX and stuff. So a really long-term holder. They could have had other wallets that we don't know are attached to them, and they could have been selling that or something, but they kept a certain portion unsold this whole time. And so imagine you could have been that guy, but instead you got hacked trying to claim an airdrop from your SAC wallet or something like that before launch, and then you just get rinsed. And that's like super sad. I hope that I know that's happened to some people. I've gotten contacted and I try to direct them to like, hey, you might be able to salvage this stuff. If you talk to these guys, I don't know if they're still doing it, so I hate to like plug them if they're not doing it, but I think the How To Pulse guys, there's like howtopulse.com with, I think, Walrus, some other guys, and they are trying to like have a sweeper bot that can kind of save those people if they're faster than the hacker at launch. You can kind of move the funds quick to a thing, and like if you trust those guys, then you can actually get your funds back, like your Pulse and Pulsex potential free airdrop, because we just sacrificed for freedom of speech and freedom of movement. We don't expect anything, of course. As we're seeing the importance of freedom of speech and freedom of movement even more and more as we're coming into this next year, all this corruption in FTX. Oh yeah, I didn't even add that. Maybe we'll talk about FTX a little bit. Dude, so crazy. But let's see. We'll talk about Pulsechain. Some developments. Obviously, a lot's changed. So if you're someone who only watches my channel, I haven't made new updates on Pulsechain delays, I guess you could call them. or updates because I'm waiting for more information. Like I wanted to wait for V3 testnet, which maybe we'll get it in December. That'd be cool. I'm just pulling that out of my butt. I'm just kind of hoping, but I kind of want to wait for more concrete details to give people before I just like make a video on here's more speculation, and here's a speculation. It's like, okay, maybe I can, even if I'm a good speculator, it's still just speculation. Like I don't like doing work that doesn't pay off. And so if I make a video about, hey, this is what it could do, and then like none of that happens because things change and because new things happen in the world, well, then I kind of, it's not evergreen content. So I like, if it's more concrete, then I like to make content on it. So that's why I've been a little bit more scarce as of late. Some Pulsex updates, perhaps. The Fed pivot, Uniswap tracking, IP, and whatever else they're doing. The HEX movie, that's pretty cool. That's coming out this next year. Richard's new wallet, that would be awesome. Oh yeah, there's also like the Richard NFT or whatever, but that's like way on the back burner. And yeah, FTX, Sam Bankman, FUD. But yeah, the market's doing surprisingly well for how, like, people are like, oh man, it's the end for crypto, it's the end for crypto. And then some people like think this is the bottom still. Like, I don't know why we wouldn't go down 85%. It is really weird that like Kim.com is talking about how everyone's saying that this is the bottom in crypto. I don't think that's the case. I mean, maybe there's people, but there's people who are calling it's going to 150K Bitcoin. It's probably those same guys who like to call the bottom because they try to get their audience to just trade constantly and get wrecked on Scamwix and margin trading. Oh yeah, I want to talk about leverage trading a little bit. Talk about that soon. Leverage. Oh, thoughts on? Hey, we're not. Oh well, okay. Thoughts on internet money? I haven't tried out the beta yet. It's, I don't want to beta. Richard says this all the time. I'm not beta testing other people's software. So if you guys want to risk money on that, go ahead. I've met KG. He's a cool guy. I appreciate the $2 too. Thank you very much. Lil Uno, much appreciated. But yeah, thoughts on it. I really shouldn't give a thought on it until I check it out myself. I like the idea of, like, I've made a whole video on what a good wallet could be and what I hope is in it, and I haven't seen like the implementation of that in reality actually be developed yet. I hope that can be developed, because imagine owning shares in a wallet coin where there's a buy and burn feature based on like people who use the trading through, like in MetaMask you can trade through them, and they have like a service fee that's like almost 1%. It's like 0.875%. And that's like not even including the trade fee and slippage and all that. So literally that's just like money on top. So I think I did a whole video on it. They're making pretty good money, but they just get to keep it. Like they're not sharing it with MetaMask coin holders. I don't even know if there's not even a MetaMask coin. So, but imagine if that was through a smart contract, went through, and because MetaMask is used for many different chains. So that would mean you'd be chain agnostic. And so you'd make real yield. I don't know why I did quotes. It's actual real yield off of trades, buying up the price of your token from those service fees, because some people like to just use the simplicity of, hey, I'm going to use the MetaMask swap feature because I don't know any better, don't know how to go to matcha.xyz or 1inch.io to get, because you can just avoid all that service fee if you know what website to use. But they still get lots of volume, so you can make money off of that, I guess. And I think as we scale up, owning a wallet coin, this is just my speculation, maybe it's not even possible. But if you could be chain agnostic, that would be ideal, right? You wouldn't, because you never know which chain is going to dominate the most. Ethereum is still like king for now. And we got Binance Smart Chain and AVAX and all these, but and Pulsechain's coming. So you always want yours to win, but reality is it's probably going to be this split market share across all of them. So you'd want to cash in on every chain, not just, Pulsex hits the volume for Pulsechain, but it doesn't get Binance Smart Chain volume. It doesn't get Ethereum volume. It doesn't get AVAX volume. So I think buy and burn is just a great feature if you can manage to get enough fees for it to be worthwhile. Like if you don't get any fees or usage, it's pointless. But if you get a lot of it, it's amazing. So that's my thoughts. Will we get a V3 Christmas present? Let's hope, man. Let's hope. This just reminds me of remember last year. It's so weird. Like a whole year's gone by, guys. Do you guys feel that way? Like, holy crap! It's been a year since basically that Pulsex sacrifice, making the Christmas stream, and I think I had the Christmas video background. It looked really cool. I was in a different room. See, buying BTC at any level now is like buying MySpace stock. Oh yeah. Bitcoin was good beta coin, proof of concept, but that is it. Yeah, it's just it got too heavy. It's too long in the tooth now. And I know you're like, well, it's only 12, 13 years, but in technology, that's huge, a long time. Things get replaced, things get improved, and the people in Bitcoin, well, they develop something that's not. It's not immutable. So it constantly has the risk of, oh, we could have an inflation bug from any upgrade that we do. Oh, we upgraded this. Oh, billions of coins are made. In HEX, that's literally not possible. You will not get an inflation bug. If it hasn't been found by now, I don't think it's going to be found. But I guess, let me think. Yeah, because I think there was probably likely, there was lots of updates. Was it 2010 that the billions of Bitcoin were created? Because they're constantly updating the code, so they probably introduced it then, and then it happened just in 2019. So by constantly having updates to your code, sure, it just doesn't seem necessary for Bitcoin because it's not even a smart contract platform where you have to we got to fix the fees and we got to make it more compatible and fix these bugs in it and stuff. It's it's just send and receive. That's it. There's not really commerce or anything being built on top of Bitcoin because it's just so slow. Who's waiting 10 minutes and probably lots more? Because if you're ever gonna you have to get 3 confirmations on most exchanges, which is 30 minutes, and that's if you don't have the Poisson distribution making it last even longer. Because every once in a while there's just an extra long wait time, and so you're just that sucks. Or would you rather 10 minutes? Or the 13-second block? 13-second. All right, so Ethereum's just better at what Bitcoin does. Okay, and it has more gains. Well, it's actually interesting because I made this tweet the other day where I pointed out that from Bitcoin's all-time high and Ethereum's all-time high of the last cycle, so the end of 2017, so Ethereum went from 1,500 to 5,000. Bitcoin went from 20,000 to 69,000, and it's basically a 3.43x or 3.5x from their top to top. But since Ethereum dipped even lower, it went down 95%, whereas Bitcoin only went down 85%. You actually get 3 times more of the coins at that dipping point. Wait, not coins. You get 3 times more of the gains when you make whenever it reaches those higher highs, because it went down lower. And so you're well, buying the bigger dipping coin that performs just as well from the top, you actually just get more gains. So that's why, and the math works out, if you drop 95%, if you have $100, you drop 95, you have $5. If you have $100, you drop 85, you have $15. So it's actually more expensive to buy the Bitcoin in a way because it's 3 times $5, $15. Anyway, so yeah, I wouldn't be upset about HEX dropping even lower, because whenever the bull run does come back and they start printing money, the money's got to go somewhere. And where else is it going to land other than cryptocurrency, stocks, houses, all the stuff that happened in the last time and every time before that. So it's going to likely go to these locations again. And which one's going to get up the hardest and which requires the least amount of money to move and which has immutable code that can't be changed and is fair and launched decentralized from the start. I'm thinking HEX is going to do super well. So what happens if we go into a Great Depression 2.0? I mean, Great Depression is just like, you could say that about anything. It's like, oh, I got into real estate, but now we're in a Great Depression and I can't afford the payments on the property taxes. Like, if you get a Great Depression, you get a Great Depression. It didn't really matter what you held unless you were like a prepper and you had guns and bullets and gold and tons of hard cash. Like, I mean, the thing about investing in this highly speculative place is that you are supposed to know, and it's why it's on the hex.com homepage, that prices in crypto drop 85 and 95% all of the time. So if you weren't prepared for that, maybe you didn't read the website, but like we talk about that all the time. Other people in crypto, they don't really tell you about the risks. So we try to be as blunt and honest as possible. And Richard's calling the top on the day. So like people who are, I mean, who doesn't wish they sold more at the top? But Richard literally told everybody, "Hey, the top's in," and then people were like, "Hey, it's dipping a lot," and you're like, "He said the top was in. What did you expect?" All right, and I still don't think Hex would be dead. It'd be like a new renormalization at a certain level. Because like if the prices of everything goes down and then the value of the dollars you have goes down, you just break even. So like if you're just buying the same stuff, it's at a different price though. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah. Got what up? Crypto Heartbeat. Glad to see the spike is back in the hair. Rich Heart 2.0. Thanks, man. Good. Hey, good to hear from you, Heartbeat. You guys are chugging along, doing good work, doing good videos. I don't know. Are you still doing those daily streams? Because those were solid. Every time I tuned in, you were just dropping great, encouraging words and knowledge. So everyone should check out Crypto Heartbeat. He's part of the reason I started streaming in the first place. Have I tried the Aurochs wallet? No. Oh yeah. Well, let's talk about MetaMask FUD. So I know I'm gonna be delayed in the chat for a bit here. So MetaMask started like tracking IP, and they apparently can tie it to wallet addresses in a way. At least that's the fear. So regardless of if it's already happening or not, it's just good to protect yourself. And so people were saying it's because of Infura, which is the RPC that most people use. It's mainnet Ethereum. So whenever you use MetaMask, you actually go through someone else's server that interacts with the blockchain, basically. And they are now kind of tracking, or at least in their privacy policy, they said that publicly they will be keeping some of that data. So you're like, so that means they could kind of tie my identity to it. Because like if you don't have a VPN, then they just know your home address, and then they're like, oh, this wallet at this time interacted with our protocol, and there we go. We got all his details. And who knows what they do with that data? Maybe they don't do anything with it. But if it's ever stored, or even if it's just knowable, even if they don't store it anywhere, say they just deleted it, but if someone's able to crack into their system and just monitor their stuff, then they can extract the information and use it against you, sell it on the dark web. No thanks, right? So especially whenever you're potentially on the cusp of the new greatest thing in crypto, which I think is Pulsechain, Pulsex, the Richard Heart ecosystem, crypto, how it was meant to be in its actual form, not with this overarching, oh, the WEF kind of controls Ethereum and it controls consensus, which kind of owns MetaMask. It's like, that kind of looks like it's heading in a bad direction. I would like another option, please, but also I'd like it to be just like Ethereum, because Ethereum's great, right? That's what Pulsechain offers. It's just everything Ethereum is, but it's going to be cheaper because less people are on it. Sweet. Awesome. I'm a big fan of that strategy. But yeah, the MetaMask FUD, I just been telling people, I showed people you can go to Flashbots. You can switch to your RPC to Flashbots. I made a video on it. Just check the YouTube channel. There's a way to change it. Instead of using Infura, which is mainly Ethereum, use RPC Flashbots Protect. And that allows you to get some extra special perks where like you never pay for failed transactions. Which over time that does add up. If you ever want to check and cry, especially when the Ethereum price is really high, it's very sad. If you go to fees.wtf, it'll tell you how many transaction fees you've paid since the like inception of that wallet address, if you've been using one. And yeah, those numbers get pretty high sometimes because especially during like 2020 when people were paying high gas fees, high like in Ethereum, and then Ethereum pumped. So you actually paid way more, like 10x, 100x, or 60x, I guess. The fees. And it's only going to happen and look even worse in the future when you're like, oh my gosh, if I would have just not spent Ethereum on these fees, I would just have all this money instead. And that's why another reason buying and holding just kind of crushes it, because you're not spending all these fees, percentages of your portfolio trying to time the market when you just look at the chart and you're like, oh, just buying and holding and beats everything. Like the guy in Bitcoin who bought some to get on the Silk Road and then forgot about it, like made more gains than Warren Buffett and Bill Gates by forgetting he had it. And you're like, huh, maybe I should just get something where I can forget it and I do better than them. Yay, that's the strategy. That's a good strategy, guys. But anyway, the RPC for Flashbots, they also apparently track IP and stuff. But if you use a VPN, which I recommend NordVPN, and there's a discount in the description, but basically you're giving them an IP address that who cares? It's not actually tied to you, and you can actually use the VPN over Tor, which is the onion router. It gets a little complicated, but Nord's been the best for me, and I use them, so I don't feel bad recommending it to other people. And I was able to give a bunch of people 12 months like free because they used my link, which is super cool. Because I was able to work with Nord. I was like, hey, I could recommend this, and then I can give out extra free stuff to people. And they were like, yeah, that'd be cool. And so I was like, this just seems like a good deal for everybody. So people are able to get extra free deals, extra discounts, and everyone should be using a VPN in crypto, because if you just don't want your identity tied to your wallet. That's just like one of the worst things possible, because then you like really got to go mix all your stuff really good again, and that's a hassle, and a lot of people don't even know how to do that properly. And you don't want to live in a world where everyone wears their bank account number on their forehead or the bank account info and everything, and I just don't think that leads to a better society. You need privacy. And so I think protecting your privacy with a VPN is one of the best ways to do that. And people will argue about which VPN is the best. This one had this problem in the past. This one did that. But I did my research and I chose Nord. So that's what I'll say about VPNs. Let's get some questions in here. Rocks Wallet, Imaginary Horribles. Yeah. Good afternoon, Michelle. How's it going? Jason Moon says, thank you for the help. Stay away from centralized software wallet. Oh, all right. I mean, I don't know if maybe it is. Let's see. Only Trezor is good. Ledger is not even good anymore. They failed their customers now multiple times. Yeah, I mean, I prefer Trezor as well. Still here in the bear, brother. Hey, what's up? So I met he's the hexiest man in the world, so it was an honor to meet him. I think we even sat in a go-kart together, or golf cart. I guess they're not go-karts, but cool guy I met in Vegas. Very cool Hexican. I'm glad to see everybody here in the bear market. Like, this is impressive. I think the Hex community has done an amazing job sticking together throughout this whole bear, whereas other communities have kind of like literally been evaporated in a split second because they weren't using crypto. They were on exchanges and they lost everything. Do you understand how devastating that must be for those people to lose everything? And they were just listening to the wrong people. They didn't have the right information. Because, like, how would anyone in the Hex community think? Like, we just wouldn't even think that that would be a good idea. Oh, I should leave most of my money on a centralized exchange. Ask a Hexkin if that would be a good idea. They'd be like, haha, good one. Haha, lol. Like, you just wouldn't do it. So, like, to us, it's like, oh, no brainer. Why would you do that? But a lot of people just they get into crypto, they listen to the wrong guys, and they go, oh, I'll just trade on here. And if you didn't lose all your money leverage trading already, you lose it because it gets hacked, or they go insolvent because they were actually, oh yeah, I can't wait to talk about that. Dude, it's not even, centralized exchanges are so bad. Like, especially the leverage trading, they're able to use fake shares and fake accounts that have infinite money. They can push the prices wherever they want, infinite. It's not like a decentralized exchange where you actually have to have the coins. Like, you can't push the hex price down with fake hex. Like, you actually have to own the hex. On centralized exchange, like if that's where it's all traded, I saw some, I wish I could pull it up, but some pictures on FTX basically showing they're selling all these coins out. It's like they don't even have those in reserves. It's not even possible they could have sold all these coins, but they're selling all this stuff, basically dumping user deposits on users' heads and stealing their money and liquidating them. It's like the worst possible thing you could get yourself into. It can't be worse than getting on a centralized exchange. Like, you think banks are bad? Okay, centralized exchange is worse, in my opinion, because they are just deleting your and if they didn't take all your money that way, they're definitely taking it when they say it's, oh, bankruptcy time, and oh, how could this happen? Like, oh my, it's always a different story, but it all sounds similar to what we've heard in the past of, oh, got hacked. Well, you have no recourse. It's the whole point of crypto. Hold your own keys. No one is hacking everyone's wallet at once. It's not, if it was like that, the whole thing would go bust, but it's not that way. Centralized points of failure are not what you want. And that is what you get with centralized exchanges. FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, screwed everyone while donating to both parties in the US. So for some reason, he's not under arrest yet. There's a lot of weird things came out of that. People were talking about, like, a lot of stuff that doesn't matter, like, oh, polyamory and whatever. It's like, dude, this is like a huge story, and it's really cool that BitBoy has been so vocal about it. And he's done some stuff in the past, but I like the idea of a redemption arc, and joining Team Good, Team Win, you could say. I know he's good friends with Richard, even though Richard doesn't follow him. But I saw if you saw my post the other day, he's like promoting ICP on his profile and stuff. And I'm like, why don't you just replace that with Hex? Like, we literally have almost 3 years of perfect flawless operation, 10,000x price performance. There's been no bugs in the code, nothing, no issues at all. People make crazy gains. Okay, and then, like, bear market comes and people are like, aha, look at the chart, down 95. And you're like, dude, everything else, if it didn't get hacked on FTX, to absolute zero, like, Hex, like, literally can't go to zero because there's always going to be a DEX and there's always going to be volume there. Not financial advice, but most of the supply isn't on a centralized exchange where they can just manipulate the price in any direction they want with infinity coins. So it's like a totally different comparison. And Bitcoin's down like 85, Ethereum's down, or is going to be 95 probably for Ethereum. Actually, I wonder if it'll actually stay up better this time. I don't know. It depends. Like, there were so many hacked Ethereum funds and stuff. Who knows if they're going to want to pull that out. But it seems like hackers in crypto are, like, happy to just hold these solid assets that can't be taken from them. You move it to a bank account. Well, we know the problems with bank accounts. They just go, it's 8:30 a.m. I'm going to freeze this guy's account because I'm the authority. And you're just like, oh, there goes my freedoms. And so crypto is the fix for that. And, not encouraging hacking in crypto, but it seems pretty lucrative, and you get to keep what you steal. You know, a lot of people don't like that idea, but that just shows the power of it, that it literally can't be stopped. So, but they only got it because of the centralized exchanges. It wasn't Ethereum that failed or crypto, it was the centralized guys. So, yeah. Let's get a little treasure generated seed phrase plus passphrase hidden wallets. Yep, I have a little bit short series. I think it's been edited down. It's only like, I think it's only 2 videos, and one of them's like 6 minutes or something. And you can learn how to basically be unhackable in just a few minutes. Tells you how to use a hardware wallet, set it up, use a passphrase. The good thing about a passphrase is that even if someone gets your seed words, they cannot access your money. Yes, you heard that right. They get your seed words, literally your like private key. If you were storing your stuff also behind a passphrase, they literally can't access your money. And then you have a chance to actually move your stuff into a safer wallet that hasn't been exposed. So if that interests you, if you want to be extra secure, check out my wallet security, how to never get hacked videos. I really just want as many. Oh, let's see. I got a donation up here. You really ain't gonna shave till launch, bro? Yes. Oh, that must be down further. I'm not that far down. But thank you, freepulse.io. Dude, I still get. Oh yeah, this is funny. I think Jake Sharp, he was like, hey, he's not shaving till Pulsechain launch, which basically means when I shave my beard, it's probably the crypto bottom. So I'll probably be calling the beard top when I shave it, and then we'll be no beard in it, and we'll have Pulsechain and Pulsex, and oh man, dude, it's gonna be so good. And it's gonna be worth it. And it's gonna feel even better that we all had to struggle the whole way, like, oh, bear market. Oh, I thought about selling so many times, and then I held, and it was all worth it in the end. And so I think that'll be even more deserved. I think we'll be even a stronger community after this bear market. Like, we're not going to take crap from anybody all the way through the bull market and into the next bear market, you know, because this stuff is cyclical. It's not like after this bear market, we'll never have another one. There's probably going to be more in our lifetimes, maybe more severe. So, and there's going to be maybe at some point quantum computing and other stuff that's going to be FUD, and there's FUD every year. FUD doesn't stop because the technology gets better and stuff. It just is different FUD. You just have to have a good filter. But yeah, so look out for the shaved K for K whenever if you're thinking about getting some crypto deals. I'll probably do it on stream just for fun. I don't even know if it's growing anymore. I think it just gave up. It just kind of, I don't know, it's there. I'm not even shaving the neck. I consider that shaving the beard. So, can you have multiple Nano X on one? Multiple. Let's see, what's that? Multiple Nano X on one MetaMask. Oh yeah, yeah. You just I would recommend you have the option to like remove hardware wallet. Otherwise, sometimes you get weird errors trying to do a transaction, or you'll confuse yourself and you think you're on the one wallet and you do it on a different one, and it'll be weird. So just whenever you are switching to another one, definitely fully disconnect another one you have, and remove it in the MetaMask. It's really easy. Just remove it. Then we connect the new one. It'll just connect and use the private key that's inside that one to sign the transactions, and good to go. So yeah, you can have multiple. Well, there's some whistles outside. They're probably coming to get me. Block wallet better than the thing of, oh yeah, to address the MetaMask, a lot of people are asking me like, hey, is there another wallet I should switch to and stuff? And I wouldn't recommend people go and do all that wallet stuff, because you tell people to do their own research. Sometimes they don't do the best research, and then they just get into an actual scam. They're like, oh, I did all this research and they had a great website, And I moved my money there and I lost it all. It's like, I don't want to tell anybody, go look at more wallets. We know MetaMask is solid. It hasn't had any critical vulnerabilities or hacks and stuff. So like tried and true stuff, even if they're tracking some IP stuff now, you can just mitigate that with a VPN. So just use a VPN. You can even use Infura still. You don't have to switch to Flashbot's RPC if you don't want to. You can do it if you want those benefits of never paying for failed transactions and less no sandwich bot attacks. So there's trade-offs for everything, especially in security. You can't get it all, and sometimes you're limited by your options. So the only other wallet I would probably get excited about, there's the Internet Money wallet, but there's also Richard Hart's wallet that's coming out, and that one I would be very excited for because Richard knows this stuff deeply. He has a good developer team. Obviously, proof by the HEX contract, it's solid. It's been great for 3 years, paying you every day that you staked in HEX. That's solid. He built something that worked great the entire time. Proved everyone wrong. It did what it was designed to do, did 10,000x, and it did it faster. It did it in like half a year or more than half a year faster than it was designed to. So pretty cool. But yeah, there's just so much risk in trying new wallets and stuff. Like I heard about this, like I don't even want to name it, but it started with an S, and I just don't want to name drop it because they had an issue. It wasn't. I think it was for a Binance Smart Chain ecosystem, and they had this critical bug, and it was like, oh, these people just got drained, and you're like, dude, I'm not switching to the drainer wallet, and I'm not going to tell other people to go do their own research. I mean, of course, you can always do your research, but definitely compare it and think about it, like deliberate on it for a while before you switch to anything else. I like sticking with tried and true. That's why I really like Richard's track record of a solid project with no flaws and great price appreciation. It's like I want more from the guy who accomplished that. When he stops accomplishing stuff like that, if there is ever huge vulnerability or something, then lose some faith. But like, if things are still great, why switch? And like, I don't think any cryptocurrency is designed, like, it doesn't matter what cryptocurrency you are. Whenever dollars get more valuable, risk on assets will go down in value. It's just basically how it is, unless there's like mini pumps because something's brand new and there's immediate scarcity in the supply because there's more demand than supply for like a short time. But that's usually short-lived. And so you're going to constantly see these coins that'll come out and they'll be like, whoa, dude, you missed out. Dude, it 10x'd in a week. Oh, dude, get in. And you're like, oh man, do I sell my Pulse and Pulsex to get some of that? Do I sell my HEX to get some of that? Do I buy that? Or should I keep stacking HEX? And the thing is, like, those things will always come and go. You're never going to get rid of that. There will be stuff that people, because you can fund a scam for a while and then eventually it just goes to zero. So you're always going to see these other things short-term outperforming for like a week, maybe a month, maybe a few months. But it's really important to have like a base layer, solid foundation. And I think that's what HEX is. Also, if I miss any super chats, I'm very sorry. Just comment at me if you super chatted or something, and I'll definitely try to read that. I'm not looking at the screen, and sometimes it like fades off, and I like missed it. Like I almost missed the free pulse guys. Oh yeah, I was gonna say the free pulse video I did. I still get comments on there. People asking me, "Hey, when do I get my like? How come this isn't real money yet or whatever?" And I'm like, I literally say in the video, whenever mainnet of Pulsechain goes live and this is launched on mainnet, you will get you'll actually start to get free pulse from the faucet and stuff. So, but I still gotta like tell people that. Let's see. Never use a phone for crypto. Period. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it to like my friends or family. But it is like this other side of the argument that everything is going towards your phone. Like most people don't have home PCs and stuff, so it's like you either have a phone or nothing. And so it's like, well, do you want them to never buy crypto? Because if they'll just, it's too hard a barrier entry to get them to get even a laptop or a separate computer. And so it's like, it's probably better. It's like, sure, it's riskier, but I think the reward outweighs it. Like we even have the Staker app, and there hasn't been any issues with that. They use extra special, Gnosis safe technology, so you're actually, I don't want to say safer than like on a PC, but it just we're moving to that world where like everyone has a phone, so crypto probably should be on your phone. But yeah, you wouldn't want like your main phone you walk around with to have like your private keys on it, and you're like, "Ooh, I'm showing up to the club with my private keys." Like that's trolling. Do not do that. That's the thing is like things can be good ideas for the person who understands all the details, and you're like, "Oh, well, I know the risks, I know the payout or the risks and benefits and stuff, and I can figure out the best way to do it." But if you just tell like normal guy, like, yeah, just get it on your phone, download it, buy this coin, so they'll be like, oh, sweet, and then they just always have their private keys on their phone or something silly like that, and then they will probably get wrecked. And so I try to just only promote the stuff that is, even if you mess up most of the instructions, you'll probably end up fine. That's the stuff I try to promote and make it as easy as possible for people to get in, less daunting stuff like that. So that's why Staker app's pretty good. Don't even use 2FA on phone. Let's see. 2FA does not require. Ooh, Finbear, what's up, dudes? Google Authenticator is not safe to use at all. Would be cool if you posted links to things. But yeah, I could see that conflict of interest with Google app or whatever. SBF to speak today. I thought he texted. He was texting someone, and then they asked him like, "Are you really showing up today?" And he was like, "No." But I that could have been like forged or something. HEX racing documentary 2022 is out live on YouTube. Word. Yeah, well, maybe how long is it? Because if it's like 10, 30 minutes, 30 minutes would be kind of long. I'll maybe watch it on stream or something. After this, that is. All right. Hey, man, love the video. Hey, I love your comments. Thanks, man. Kimbo. That reminds me of Kimbo Slice from back in the day. Give me a strong arm in the chat if you know Kimbo Slice. I'm providing the engagement in chat. Y'all asleep? Yeah, solid. Yeah, he's going at it, dude. Kimbo, you could give a price forecast for the first 3 months of what? The launch? Well, I mean, there's this. I've been having this idea, dude. I have so many papers like scattered across of like ideas and stuff for videos and stuff. But the back whenever Pulsechain was like supposed to launch much sooner, but then they found more stuff that was like, hey, we're not actually cool with this. This isn't as decentralized as we'd like it to be. That was the problem with the Binance Smart Chain fork with injected Ethereum state. Was they were like, yo, this BSC stuff is like not decentralized. They just have a chain that can tell all the validators what to do, and they have full control of that chain. So the validators just do what that other chain can tell them to do. It's stupid. And so that would require a total new system to work. So and there was other problems with it too. So there's but now that we're going with Ethereum, it's just like way better, in my opinion. Like this is so much more safe because like we didn't know if the merge was ever going to happen. With Ethereum, they always delayed it. They delayed it for like 4 or 5 years, and you're just like, it just happened to actually come out this time. So now that it's out and it seems to be working, I do know, I don't know if I should say, there is like a potential exploit. Oh, shouldn't say. Well, I haven't fully looked into it, so I won't say it, but there's like some potential risky stuff that's like I tweeted a bit about it the other day where I was like, yo, do not interact with any anything that tries to give you an airdrop or whatever, because this one guy sent me some pretty good information on it, but I'm not a developer, so I had to like, I'm trying to get him to reproduce it to see if it's possible. But basically, even if you rejected the confirmation of like, not just connecting your wallet, but like, say you clicked on a thing that would start a transaction, like say you hit buy on Uniswap, and then you know how it spawns that extra pop-up window. Well, he did something like that on this website, on a separate website, where it was like claim airdrop. So he clicked that, and then he was like, "Ooh, I don't know about that." Clicks reject. This is what he told me because he didn't reproduce it yet, and that triggered this weird scenario where there was all these like, because Richard's talked about this in the spaces, and I think this is similar to what this guy happened to this guy. There's this proxy contracts where there's like 9 or 10 copies of the same contract going off, and Ethereum's like, "Ooh, I don't know," and it errs on the side of confusion instead of caution, and it like allowed his USDC to be spent. And then whenever he went to revoke it, its permission that somehow got. No, this is like, I'm paraphrasing, so like don't go report all this stuff. We're still like figuring it out, but it's only happened since the merge. Maybe I shouldn't even talk about it yet, because it might be like a bug bounty thing. But yeah, it was basically allowed to, and whenever he went to hit revoke, it changed how much it allowed to be sent or whatever. So like originally it was, you know, he didn't enable it at all. But whenever he hit revoke, it then allowed all of it to be taken. So it was like, oh, and it covers up its tracks by then saying that it was allowed. So it looks like the guy just allowed infinity spend of his USDC, but he's claiming that it only happened after he hit the revoke or whatever, even though he never allowed it. So I'm like, well, okay, that's I hope it's not the case that there's like that big bug or whatever, because that's a pretty bad exploit. So that definitely do not interact with like weird airdrop stuff, guys. But yeah, I'm still looking into that. I'm trying to get like good information from him and then giving it to some developers I know, and then they were looking at it. But I need like, if it's reproducible, then it's like holy crap. So I don't want that. And obviously, if Pulsechain, we don't, when Pulsechain launches, we don't want, you know, we want these kind of bugs to be fixed and patched. So it's probably not smart to talk about this stuff before it's fixed, because people might try to exploit it more. But you brought it out of me. Plus, I mean, that's just my take on the story and what the guy believes, and it hasn't been reproduced as far as I can see, so I don't know if it's actually the truth. That's just how it could be. So don't get alarmed. But price forecast, I don't. Oh yeah, okay. It is an AMA. All right. So you know how dollars have gotten much more expensive since sacrifice phase. So the dollars you sacrificed back during the sacrifice phases were much less. Well, what do you mean less valuable? Well, they were less valuable at the time. So at the time you sacrificed, the dollars weren't worth nothing. They were just, that's why the prices went up so much, and that's just how it was. So, but now that things have crashed so far, and now that getting those dollars is harder now in this environment, almost a year later, people, because my original thesis was, because I was expecting it to come out sooner just because of how Richard talked about it. It was like, hey, this is just like Ethereum ICO scheduling. Basically, they had a rate that went down. You could get some. You trade in your BTC. You get an allocation of Ethereum. Sweet. Obviously, we're not expecting anything from this. We just did free speech, but I'm just speculating on what airdrops might happen. From a individual, if you're an individual, you can give away any coins you want to any amount of people. You create a smart contract, you can give coins you just choose who you want to give them to. Could be people who sacrifice for a certain thing. Could be people who use the Uniswap protocol. That's how they decided to give out their allocation. They gave some of their Uniswap to people who used the protocol in the past. And so it's kind of similar to sending to an address that can be looked at, and then you can get some of those allocation. Who knows how they'll do it? But basically, those dollars were less expensive back when we sacrificed, and now the dollars are way more expensive. So anyway, well, let me switch back to Ethereum. So Ethereum, whenever it launched, it immediately 10x like to the public because people got it for 30 cents, on average, pre-launch. And then whenever it launched, it went up to $3. Like, it didn't go down first. It was like, boom, launch $3, like in a few candles or whatever. And so I was like, oh, this is probably going to be similar for Pulsechain, Pulsex. Of course, there's all that pent up demand of like, oh, we all are just waiting for this to launch because I missed the sacrifice, or I didn't get enough, or now I have all these paychecks I've built up and I just want to get more of this stuff. Like, we've had all that accumulation phase and built up dry powder. I thought it would be very similar to the Ethereum's launch. But then after we've been dipping so much, like, and the dollar is harder to get a hold of, maybe it's harder to pump straight off the bat. Like, that's the thing, is like, I want us to launch at the bottom of the bear. Whenever they pivot and things start going up again and people are getting more spendy and dollars aren't as hard to get anymore because they're not continually raising the rates super high. If they start slowing down the rates, the market might like be extra ahead and be like, hey, they're probably gonna start cutting rates soon, so let's get ahead of that. And then they'll start trying to pump it. After a dip, we'll probably have because apparently after they pivot, there's usually a dip, which I talked about earlier in the stream, why that probably happens. But I think there's a higher chance now, and this is just speculation, guys, that since the dollars are more valuable now, people are happier now to, like, I don't think it's a good idea, in my opinion, but to sell some of their allocation because the dollars are just so much more valuable now. And so they're happier to sell for what they think is more valuable at the moment, like dollars. Right now, people want dollars. They don't want Bitcoin. They don't want Ethereum. They don't want stocks, which is present in every chart you see. It's like, oh, why is the price down versus the dollar? Because people want more dollars instead. That's it. So I could see there being less of a huge, because like if the bull run had just continued and we didn't have this like crazy collapse and everything, and Pulsechain just launched, in the middle of that hysteria and stuff, then I think we would have seen a 10x, is my guess, like in the first few days or something. But now I think it'll be a little more muted, unless we really do launch kind of towards the bottom after 11K Bitcoin bottom and stuff like that. Because if there's no more sellers and everyone's just like, yo, I'm not selling, then what do you have left? You've got buyers, and when you've got more buyers than sellers, the price goes up. So I think it'll be a little less explosive. I still think it's gonna be insano because it's like the biggest launch ever. Everyone on Ethereum is getting a free copy of every coin they have. Every big influencer basically is sacrificed for it, so they're going to be talking about it more so than they ever did talk about HEX. And so lots of money is probably going to float into HEX and Richard Heart ecosystem stuff because of all that extra exposure that we never got before. And so it could still be major bullish. The only thing that's different is I think that dollars have gotten a lot more expensive. And so I think people might actually end up selling their bags early, which is, I mean, it's good for future price because then those guys who got in early sell their bags at like a super discount to everybody else who has money and has planned to buy a dip potentially at the start. And so, those guys are probably going to end up with the biggest gains because you took the most risk buying when it was most risky and holding through an uncertain time. Those are the guys who make the most whenever things start going up again. So I don't know, that's not really a 3-month forecast, but it's kind of my thoughts on it. Hodge twins are funny? Yes, they are. Jesse James, thanks for the info and the how to stream. Oh, and the how to stream on the MetaMask issue. Yeah, no problem, man. And if you guys have any more questions, like specific ones and stuff, feel free to ask them. I am going through the comments. I just have long answers. So catching up in the stream. I really appreciate that, Jesse James. Thank you. Monkey Magic. Greetings, Hexkins. Just keep marketing. That's about it. That's about it, man. I don't know if that comment's supposed to be there, but yeah. Yeah, Rocket. What up, fam? Driving, so can't shout everyone out. Oh, I should probably put it on the screen. But we're all a family. Appreciate you, K4K. Yeah, dude. That guy's so cool. Thanks, man. That guy's driving. He's risking his life to say hello to his fellow family. Kim.com is a pleb. I wouldn't say that, dude. That guy's pretty Chad in my book. He built like Mega Upload and stuff and survived the government coming down on him hard back in the day when they were probably likely to get away with a lot more than they did. Because there was like less news and people were probably like easily persuaded by the mainstream media news to be against him and stuff because of the lack of Twitter and stuff back then and lack of quick information travel. And he lets Richard Hart talk and he respects Richard Hart, so I got to give him some credit for that. Maybe he, I don't even, did I bring that up? Well, I'll say like in the Twitter spaces, I hear him talk like he's got ideas about, he really does think there's like a big doom coming and stuff, but who knows how much of that's just for building his brand and stuff of like fear mongering and stuff. Cause like a lot of it is just speculation and it would be like something different that hasn't happened before. And that's just less likely to happen in my book. There's, and he does have perspectives on things that like I haven't even heard about before. Like apparently the Russians and some group or something they want to build another currency that they actually back by, I don't know, gold and copper and whatever to compete against the dollar. And I doubt the US would want that, but hopefully we actually just end up going towards real DeFi, real crypto, and all the humans win. That's what I want. I want all the humans to win. Like all the individuals, not these oligarchs at the top just raining crap down on us and changing the value of money on a whim. I think the market should decide. I can set it to top chat. Can I do that? I don't know how to do that. Edit. I'm just gonna slowly scroll. I'm really high at the top. Top chat to live chat, everyone. Oh, people can do that, not me. Or wait, I don't know what you're saying. I'm using StreamYard, so I'm just going through that. I'm not really using YouTube's thing. Maybe it's better through there. But this one, I'm allowed to like put people's stuff on the screen. It's probably a better way to do it. Prediction for Pulsechain launch date. I mean, I can't. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell because I doubt Richard would want people to know before he would tell them. And if I told you, you shouldn't believe me anyway, because how would I know more than Richard? Thoughts on I'm not going to talk about that. Let's see. Hex could reach $5 in the next bull run. I think some people did people do the math on that? I think it's like $40 million. That's it to get to, if it was like a market order, to get to I think $1. It was either $1 or the all-time high, just based on current liquidity. So like that's the great thing about Hex too, is you really don't need much. Like how hard is it to find 40 million in crypto, and that will multiply our price by like tens of X's? That's pretty good. You put 40 million into Ethereum, you might move the price like 5%, lol. So like it just seems it's so much higher reward getting into Hex versus Ethereum or Bitcoin. Not financial advice, never on this channel. But yeah, I think it's possible. I think, was it Dollar Cost Crypto who brought up, he was with Richard in Miami and he was like, hey Richard, wouldn't that be cool if Hex was at 56 cents, that was our last all-time high, and then what if we went to $5.56? And it would be like another, is that 100x? 10x? No, 20? Well, it's like 100x or something. And so and Richard was like, yeah, I like that. That could happen, something like that. So, I mean, Richard thinks it's possible. I think it's possible. Scooting in here. Hi, KPK, you're my favorite. Thanks, man. Mark Caniato. Yes. Maybe I'll just make this screen bigger for myself. Oh, that just made the video bigger. That sucks. All right. Oh, 1 second. There we go. Oh, here, wait. Oh. No. Can I address the SEC FUD? I think I missed something. Oh, here. There we go. Okay, potential bottom on both Pulse and Pulsex after launch. Well, I can tell you that Ethereum, the way Ethereum worked out, which I still think is similar to how Pulsechain will be, my thesis, is that it went up 10x, like from, we could say sacrifice price, but we didn't pay a price. We just sacrificed for freedom of movement and freedom of speech, and maybe we'll get something. But Ethereum went up tenfold from the price that they paid in Bitcoin or whatever. And then it only dropped like 84% or something. And so it was still up like 40% from where the people who got in initially, at the 30 cents, went to $3, then it went down to like 42 cents or something like that. I've done videos on it. And so maybe after we pump, we drop 80% or something. But I'd like to think that people wouldn't sell potentially Ethereum Genesis level bags for a discount at the start of a project launch. But you never know. Maybe there will be some big games played of like, yo, FUD it on day one, claim all these problems, do this, and like mass, because there's money to be made. People will, if someone in their mind and doesn't care about others, they could be like, all right, it cost me 50 grand to get all this information out and possibly FUD everybody else out so that I can buy a dip to make 10 million from the rebound or something. I wouldn't be surprised if some people do that. That happens all the time. So but the thing is, like, remember why you got into this stuff, and has those reasons, have those reasons changed? And if they haven't, then what's it matter? And don't fall for single points of information either. Always check other sources, have multiple sources for information, and don't believe everything you see. Especially like headlines and stuff. Don't fall for just reading headlines. A lot of people just read a headline and then think they know everything about it. Sweaty Hexkin, everyone should check out his YouTube channel. Has some amazing amazing videos. Like I don't know if I know that's Vapor Guy too, but yeah, Sweaty's got some cool stuff on Hex on his channel. There's another guy called Vapor Guy, and he's got like some Hex music mixes, which are really cool. Oh yeah, pleb. Yeah. Have you looked at? That guy's asking about that again. Apparently, that's not good, but that's what Hex HODL said, so I don't know. I already said what I said about MetaMask. It's probably it is the most tried and true one, and getting a VPN negates pretty much all the risk of their whatever IP catching they're doing. You should always assume anything you're doing on the internet is being harvested, so why would you ever let them get your real IP address that can be linked to you and timestamped and all that garbage? So I think if I wasn't in crypto, maybe I wouldn't use a VPN. But if I am in crypto, you're not using a VPN, that's trolling. Even if you check Richard's oldest videos, he still has links in there. If you join the Telegram group, t.me/Pulse Theory, if you join the group, I have like old pinned messages of like Richard promoted VPN use back in the day. He had links in the description. I compared the one that he used to recommend and Nord, and Nord's just like better now. I don't know if it used to be not as good or something, but it seems way better now. And I compared them; is just better. But even Richard used to promote VPN usage, and he uses one. You know, he tells people on live stream and stuff like, "Oh, turn off your VPN." And he's like, he runs a VPN and also through a proxy and stuff. So it's important if you care about keeping your wallets not tied to your identity. Can't believe we're at the 3. I know. It's crazy. Monkey magic. Incognito wallet is a multi-chain wallet, ring signatures, and contains a privacy DEX now. I mean, Richard doesn't like ring signatures. I haven't personally looked into it specifically, but just ring signatures just aren't as good compared to zero knowledge stuff. The anonymity set's not as good. The SEC FUD, yeah. I didn't have it on the list, but yeah, so some people got subpoenas, and they just cast this wide net trying to get, hey, we're not going to really tell you why, but can you give us all your information? It's not even a court order. They're just like, could you give us all your financial information, your conversation information, your and it's like, what? Why? And they just want to find out, I think, if people were being paid by somebody. I mean, I didn't get a subpoena, so I don't have like the exact wording or anything like that. But yeah, they're just trying to find out if someone's been being paid by Richard or something like that, is my guess. And as far as I know, I've never been paid by anybody. You know, I have a donation address, but if people use it or not, it's not like I get a lot of donations to that donation address. It's definitely not enough to promote it. Like I didn't start the channel because I got like money for it or something like that. I was literally just like, yo, I got some ideas, and a lot of people make videos that, like, if you look at most of crypto YouTube, it's like, oh, what are these guys doing? Like, they're just promoting margin trading, getting people wrecked. And how do you save those people? It's not by having no following and no voice and just hoping they choose better. Like, you have to be the voice, I realized, and I have one. So I just started making my videos, sharing my point of view. And it seems like everything that Richard's said since the beginning is pretty much on point, and keeps you unwrecked. Like literally hashtag unwrecked on Twitter, because we didn't lose anything from this whole. I mean, of course, value of the tokens have gone down and stuff, but that's all tied to Fed rates and bear market and other people getting wrecked so much that the leverage has to be washed out. That's not anything to do with HEX. It's just overall market sentiment. So sure, we have price volatility, but we don't have risk of losing all of our assets because we actually have custody of our stuff. Yeah, SEC FUD. I'm not worried about it. I hope we actually get more clarity out of the SEC, because then we can just get rid of all that FUD that people keep trying to use, like, oh, it's a security, it's a security. And like Richard's known since the beginning, and he has an opinion letter that's like 20 pages long or something. Funding Jim's talked about it, that he was on a call with multiple billionaires other than Richard, and they all got a copy of this letter that was like an opinion letter from, I think it was two different lawyer companies or something like that. And it's just a solid piece of like how this is not a security. Like, how can it be a security? The code was launched, okay? Code is launched on the chain. If no one interacted with it, nobody would have gotten any coins. Nobody. Okay, so like literally anyone could have. It was up to you with your own private keys to go and you put something in it, and the code gives you the hex. No person is giving you anything. Nobody. It's like if you put something on the blockchain that says if you click this button, we'll give you some coins. It's not someone else giving you coins and telling you they're going to do stuff with it or whatever. It's just the code. The code does what it does. Oh, it has, this input will give back this output. It can't be a security. So I'm not a lawyer, but like how could that be a security? It doesn't even make sense. So if anything, dude, the biggest scam is centralized exchanges. And oh yeah, this goes into talking about like the Ponzi argument that I hear people have. And Johnny Chaos had this great video. I don't know how I hadn't heard of this before. But basically, centralized exchanges, when they offer that value or whatever, that interest on your stable coins or your Bitcoin or your Ethereum on centralized exchanges, and they're like, yeah, you'll get 5%, 10%, 20%. Just deposit it here, and we'll go do some work for you, and we'll give you a return. Uh-oh, we ran out of money. Now we can't pay you, and it collapses. It's the Ponzi. They are the Ponzi. Trolling. Like, they're the Ponzi. Hex. You lock your hex in the code. It gives you more. The code does it. It's not a person or a company deciding how much you get and it's going to run out of funds and it can't pay you back, so it collapses. It literally can't collapse. Well, people can stop valuing it. You could be like, I don't think hex is worth $1 today. I think I would only buy it for 50 cents. It's like, okay, you can say that about oranges or something. Like, oranges aren't worth $1. Well, anyone can decide like values of things. That's totally separate from, hey, I'm going to give you this. This is my money. You're going to pay me this by doing some work for me. And if you run out of, if doing that work didn't work out, then I lose all my money and you can't even pay me back. That is the literal Ponzi. That's what happens on centralized exchanges. They are running Ponzi's in the background, and people think Hex is a Ponzi. They're trolling. Like, what's the cognitive dissonance there? I can totally understand how Richard, just like after years and years and years of just being right, and you just keep saying the right things, and the other guys are like fighting for the other side of the scams, and you're just like, are you guys trolling? Like, I don't know how they could think this could, like, how are you guys still fighting this fight? They probably just don't do any research, or they just don't like Richard, or they know that their community would backlash at them. But honestly, I bet their communities would come around, or you'd probably lose some, like, you lost some of your community. So what? You get some now you have something good to share with your community, something that won't get them wrecked, something that won't lose them all of their coins, something that doesn't take their custody away. Like, wouldn't you rather then build from there than continue this perpetual scam of coming to the meat grinder? Oh, I'm going to say nice things about this coin so that you buy it and on leverage with my link and lose all your money. Ha 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 ha. I'm doing good for community. No, you're not. That's what those guys are doing. So That's why I stick with HEX. There's really not much else in crypto that's really decentralized and actually doesn't have admin keys or Oracle risk. I feel comfortable talking about it publicly. There's a reason I wasn't public before HEX and then I was public after HEX. It's because HEX is super legit. Yeah. The risk that Pulsechain will launch till 2024. I mean, that would be surprising. I don't think it's gonna take that long. This guy keeps asking about this other wallet. I mean, maybe I'll look into it. Yeah, maybe. If you could ask why you want me to look into it, like it sounds like you're just shilling the wallet. It's not like, hey, I know why it's good. Here's why, here's why, here's why. It's just, can you look at it? I don't know. It just seems pushy. Bitcoin version 24 came out this week, and none of the changes are interesting. I'm not surprised. Doesn't help the price. Dude, it's such a huge externality that's so bad for the ecosystem. Because imagine if Bitcoin went proof of stake or something like that, it wouldn't have to sell so many coins to pay for all that mining electricity and hardware. I think I did the math on a video back when Bitcoin was 30K. It was like, oh, how much inflation comes out per year at this current rate, at this price? And if they're selling the inflation, then this is how much sell pressure we just have extra. It was in like 9 billion or something. They have to just sell 9 billion. You have to beat 9 billion of sell pressure. Like, what is that? They have to sell it because they have to pay for the electricity and the mining hardware and getting new mining hardware because their old hardware becomes useless. And you're just like, oh, and all of this does is all, like, some of it just also is just producing extra pollution and raising energy costs. And you're like, wow. And it'd just be better for everything in general, price wise, if there was less negative externalities. Because if there was less selling in Bitcoin, then Bitcoin goes up higher in price because there's less selling. And then some of that money that goes into Bitcoin eventually flows into altcoins and Ethereum, and we all just get to win harder. So, but they'll never do that because Bitcoin maxis don't learn anything. I think a lot of guys in Bitcoin, I feel like they love the idea of, like, being better than fiat and stuff like that, but they don't go on past that. They're just like, we finally found something that's better. And it's like, yeah, if all we had was Bitcoin and you couldn't innovate anymore, then okay, Bitcoin's great. But you can literally create a better version of crypto like every day. So yeah, we did it. Hex.com. 1 second. Oh yeah, all of that. Realize how fast a year went. Should remember that and stake longer the better. True that. I saw an awesome post by a guy. Oh, I should remember his name because I hate, like, not giving people credit whenever I can. What was it? Oh well. But he did the math on how much inflation in HEX actually came out in the last year, and it was only 1.7%. So, because we have so much delayed inflation, and the cool thing about HEX inflation is it doesn't even have to be sold. So people can just restake it if they didn't want to sell the inflation, they just wanted to get more T shares. You're not going to get more T shares than when you started, but if you weren't going to sell at that time anyway, might as well just restake it. You'll still get more than if you sold the interest and then stake the principal. So I think it's pretty cool that there's only like 1.7. Now it's a little misleading because I think there is like there's how to say it. There's I think of it as like there's user supply, then there's like the OA supply that there's a large amount of. You could say it's like 50%, 80% of the supply. And so you kind of have to if you want like the real inflation to, because the OA has not sold a coin to my knowledge on the blockchain. So there's no, if you consider that supply removed and there's only the user supply. So if you say there's only 10% is user supply, then 1.7 what's it called? Inflation would actually be 17% because you'd have to 10x it. 17% inflation. I think that's right. Which is actually lower than when Bitcoin like first was around. And the other benefit is you don't actually have any reason to sell it other than it could be your yield. So it's not necessary like it is for Bitcoin. So it's still a huge improvement. But yeah, it's not even 3.69% because it's so much of it is delayed into the future, which is pretty awesome. Thank you, Yellowtail. KPK is awesome. ETH is decent at $400 to $600. Yep. When's launch, bro? I don't have that information. A 99% don't back to 95% is a 5x, and then back to all-time high is a 20x. Hey, that's a good way to look at it. Like, imagine, say, if Ethereum had dropped, because it went 95% down from 1500 to like 78 or something, 77. So that was like a 95% drop. If it had gone down another like 80%, and then it pumped back up to 5K, well, wouldn't you have been happier buying it, dropping even lower so you get more returns? The goal is a coin accumulation at the cheapest price and then HODLing. Like the guys who forgot that they had coins did better than Warren Buffett and Bill Gates return wise. So 100x. X is technically only up less than 10x from the first day of the AA. Yeah, well, the first day was like people FOMO'd in and you weren't supposed to. I was there. Great deal on HEX. When Pulse, in your opinion? I'm just waiting like the rest of us. Heartbeat. Please explain how such a large starting number 1 billion can 10x or 100x. I know liquidity plays a large part. Can you explain it as if there was a 1 mil sacrificed and 100k liquidity? Well, the way I look at it is the more, it's not always the case, but the more money, usually the more people involved as well. And so if you would have gotten less money, you have less people initially there at the start. And so there's less people interested in it. And so there's less network effect of onboarding more people. So you could look at it as like, wow, we have such a bigger ball to start with to accumulate more users, which can be good for price. And then there's also, like you said, a liquidity is super actually the issue. Because like most liquidity is not actually in the market ever. Most of it is sitting in people's wallets and they don't enter the market until they feel that it's worth selling or worth buying. They're not going to enter the market. And so whenever you look at HEX, for instance, it's rather low liquidity for how high the market cap is. And you would miss out on it initially because you'd think, oh, it's high market cap. It's gonna be hard to move the price. But really it's way easier to move the price of HEX in this example in that market cap range than probably other things next to it because our liquidity pool is so low. So what matters is actually market supply, not market cap. It's how much is actually available for purchase. And with HEX, it's just built in a way where most people aren't providing liquidity. They aren't just holding it ready to sell. They actually stake it because they can earn yield trustlessly without actually risking anything, other than smart contract risk and stuff, which we've seen it's been working flawlessly for, I think it's 1,000, or is it almost 1,100 days? It's like 1,094 or something. But yeah, basically, if I don't think it hinders it. It may cause it to be more volatile. But yeah, I don't think it puts like a cap on like, oh, we can't go higher. Oh man, because also, um, yeah, it's like if only $1 went in and you got all the coins, well then you can try and convince other people that it's worth a good buy. But if you have thousands of people, like 50,000 people who got in, that's 50,000 times more people trying to get the word out about something that's super cool and super valuable. So I think I think there's like a give and take. It's like, hey, wouldn't it be great if there was thousands of people, but I put in way more than everybody else, and everybody else got like almost nothing. Like, yeah, that'd be ideal scenario where you just own a bunch of it and everyone else just has a little bit or whatever. But a lot of people just put in a lot of money because they're hopeful. But it all depends on how people get shaken out of the market. People could buy tons and tons of Bitcoin back in the day when it was $1, but not many did. Would 200K of usage have to come in to get a 2x? There's also there's a whole game of liquidity providing where they're happy to take both sides because they're making fees in between a range where they believe it's going to be for a while. And so whenever it fluctuates up and down through their range, they're making money, making money, making money. And when they withdraw, they have more money plus their original stuff if they're doing it well. And so you don't always have to have like, oh, we need all this. Like, where are we going to get the people willing to come and put money into this? There's big whales in this game. I think just today there was a whale alert that in the top 500 ETH whale addresses, one of the top 10 coins being purchased today was HEX. So yeah, it's a liquidity providing and stuff is mostly a whale game, and I don't think you have to worry about, oh, too much money has been sacrificed, it can't multiply. Just trying to understand, as usually if the market cap doubles, we get a 2x. Yeah, market cap is just tracking the last traded price times the supply. It's not really, yeah. Yo, Volters. It's a 10,000x was much easier, but Pulsex was so large at the beginning compared to HEX. The beginning sense. I'm pretty sure there was like thousands and thousands of Ethereum that went into HEX at the beginning. So I think it was just at a lower dollar point technically because Ethereum was way cheaper back then too. Plus it was less known. So there was much less knowability about it. And I guess it's possible that, but the thing is, yeah, I mean we're still gonna have to see how it plays out. I think it's great that there was a huge amount of sacrifice. I don't think it's a bad thing. There's just way more people involved, so there's gonna be a lot more people told about it, and people are gonna be like, "Wow, I want more of this stuff." Is how I see it. I don't like being a constant buyer of good stuff is how you win. Like you don't being a, oh, I'm gonna sell it at 2x is not how you win in crypto. You know, it's easy to find a 2x, and just because there's lots of money in there, it doesn't mean all that money is gonna be in the liquidity pool. Hard to move the price up. If people in Pulsex are just like, I'm not selling this stuff. Like if 99% of people are like, I'm not selling it till it's 10,000x, then guess what? Next buyer has to buy it at basically 10,000x. That could happen day one. So the thing is like, obviously there's a spectrum of like, oh, I'll sell it at a 10x, I'll sell it at 100x, and that's how you see people come into the market. It's all up to market participants. So if you have a bunch of people who are happy to sell it at 2x at the start, then you'll get lots of selling around that level. And it probably is that because 2x can, if it's on a large amount, Well, the thing is, like, people with a large amount probably aren't selling at 2x. People with like $100 sacrifice and it goes up 10x, they're probably selling it all. You know, that's just how it is. Little plebs usually sell early. Usually it's because they have to, or they just can't. They just can't be patient. You know. Another reason to hurry up and launch true DeFi decks called Pulsex. Dude, I'm so excited for Pulsex. Opium price prediction for Pulsechain in the first few months. Thanks, Kimbo. Oh man, there's probably so many comments below. Let's see, what was the name for that site? I'm not gonna tell you the site. That scam site. Something about Mary hair. Oh, men's got hair or men's hair gel. Nice. Normia is a good password manager too. I don't use that one. I use well, maybe it's not wise to say what I. Well, yeah, I guess I think Bitwarden is good. And yeah, I like Bitwarden. I didn't look at, but I guess since I could use the Nord one because I'm already using Nord anyway, but I don't know, I don't feel like transferring stuff. Touring around, I hid my MetaMask balances. Try. I don't know. I haven't had that issue, so I don't know about that. Is that sugar water? It's not sugar water. Oh, in my hair. No. Big ups, K4K. Change my RPT per little bit. Nice. Enjoy the never paying failed transaction fees. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to be sad about your past trades and fees you've paid, go to fees.wtf. Hopefully that hasn't become a scam site, so don't click on anything on it, but like you can connect your wallet and it'll tell you how many fees you've paid on that address and you'll be like, oh my gosh, wrecked. What percent do you stake versus hold liquid? I'm not going to tell you what I do exactly, but let's see. I mean, unless you're like planning to sell, there's really no reason to keep any liquid. You could have a rolling, maybe monthly stake. It depends how big your thing is, but it's like, I think building a proper 15-year ladder, one for each year, and then as the first year comes up, you put that whatever you want to sell, you sell. The rest you put out 15 years again. Then as the next year comes up, it's a 2-year stake, so you're getting a bit more yield, and then you roll that one out 15 years, and then as the next year comes, you get a bit more yield from a 3-year one instead of, because if you were to just do a 1 year and then it ends, and then you do 1 year and then it ends, and you keep just doing one, you're always going to have these like pitiful less APY gains. You'll probably still get crazy USD gains, not financial advice, but you're going to be getting less of that pie of the inflation if you're just doing these shorter stakes. So to save yourself from having that issue or having the risk of, oh no, I'm in a crunch, I might have to emergency unstake, and all I have is a 15-year stake. If it's best to have that ladder so that you always have some coming out on a good schedule, and then eventually after 15 years, you actually have only 15-year stakes coming out every year forever. And so that is the best way, in my mind, to use the HEX system. I'll say that. My dog, we showed it. Low great info. Thanks, Ryan. The unknown market cap is relevant. Listener to try more often, brother. Yeah. Banana Boy, what's he got to say? Let's hope Pulsechain and Pulsex comes out in December before SEC F's around more, and let's hope this won't hold up Pulse's launch. I don't see how it would. I think that's just more. I'm not saying you're footing, but I just think like that's very unlikely that they'd be like, hey, don't launch that thing. Because someone made a great point. If you watch the one Spaces I recorded, which was actually an unrecorded Spaces, I think they just forgot to hit record. Like if you don't start a Spaces recording, it's just not recorded, and as it ends, there's nothing. But I recorded it, most of it, like it's 2.5 hours or something. It's RG3, the captain, Matty Allen, Freddie Quote shows up. They have a little tussle. What else? Who? There was like other main people in there. I can't remember. Oh, KG talks in there. Anyway, and so they were talking about the SEC stuff, so you can get way more in-depth knowledge on that. Oh, and Funding Jim was in there. He's always great. He shed a lot of light on what's likely to happen with the SEC and what we can do about it and what we're, is this really a worry? And so if you really want all those answers, it was really densely packed, solid quality information. I put it on the YouTube. So check that out. And you can just listen to it while you're mowing the lawn. Well, I guess it's wintertime, but doing the dishes, something like that. Because it's not too engaging to watch it, but to listen is just high quality information. And they had a good point in there about like the SEC. Their job is to see people not get wrecked. So what would wreck the most people? Disallowing Richard Hart to launch Pulsechain and Pulsex. So why would they delay it? They'd be like encouraging them to launch it, right? Not tell them not to launch it. So we're more likely to get it sooner if they try to pressure him. And the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure we could have launched already. It's just Richard is, I don't know if I wouldn't say perfectionist because he does, tries to follow that Pareto principle stuff, 80-20 efficiency stuff. But his name is on the line with this stuff, whether he wants it or not. People are going, like, if there's ever anything people can like get at Richard for, like, oh, he messed this up, or ooh, the chain paused for 5 minutes, they will harp on him forever. So I totally understand why he's like, we want to make this as solid as possible, no bugs, absolutely secure, everyone gets what they wanted. I provide not what he promised, but just like creating this alternative ETH chain for people to go to that is less clogged up, cheaper to transact on. You can trade ERC20s on it through bridge protocols. You're able to just access all that Ethereum trading on Pulsechain for cheaper. And then maybe eventually, then you bridge back to Ethereum if you want to like cash out. You just go, all right, sweet, I got all these wrapped Ethereum assets that I've been collecting over here, and it's been way cheaper to trade and do all this. And then I just I go and pull it back out to Ethereum, and then you can pull that out to your bank account. So that's how you get from Pulsechain to your bank account without any direct listings. You just use the bridge, and you're good to go. So, and I also heard on OKX we're actually going to have a, I think it's like a day one listing. Was it OKX or Huobi? Might be OKX or something. But yeah, they were saying they're happy to launch it. So, that is a huge turnaround. Like a Richard Hart project launched on a large exchange, then it's like the domino effect, because if it starts getting volume there, then other exchanges are like, well, we don't want to miss out on that. So then they start launching it. And it's not that I want it even launched on there, because really, why do we need them? We don't want them to have these fake infinity bags trying to manipulate the price. So I only really want it on there as exposure of like, hey, this coin's available. And when the people go, oh, what's that? How do I get that? Oh, it's real DeFi. I have full control over my coins, and I can do all this stuff without any risk of someone just bankrupting and stealing all my money. Wow, what a win. That's what I want my community and the people I know involved with. Like, how good it felt to be at Thanksgiving dinner and stuff? Actually, I didn't really make it to it. I think I meant to one on time. The other one was like a day late, but we had some leftovers and stuff. But it was so nice, like, because obviously they know I'm Mr. Crypto or whatever, and all the memes like, oh, hey, how's the coins going? All the memes asking around Christmas time, and because I got friends and family into the Pulsechain and Pulsex sacrifice, and obviously we've seen no launch of that yet. But it felt so good to be able to tell the people who would ask, like, hey, how's the crypto market, doing for you? And they got that slight worry, slight grin, asking about it. And I'm just like, we are doing fine. Like, we everyone in my community, we didn't get wrecked. We still have all of our coins. Sure, the market's volatile, but we signed up for that. And we told everybody ahead of time, like, hey, this stuff drops 85, 95%, like every 4 years. Well, guess what? 4 years passed and we dropped. And then people are like, what the heck? It's down 95. And it's like, guys, like, I guess if you just don't know history, then things are a surprise to people. But yeah, it felt so good. And I'm glad that I didn't forward people to FTX. I didn't get people margin trading. I didn't get people wrecked by SBF. And why was that? Is because I actually understand the importance of crypto. It's self custody. That's the point. You don't hold your own keys. What are you doing? You know, you're just trolling at that point. And if you tell other people to lose control of their keys, you're doing it wrong, causing problems. Because then it causes these huge blowups, which doesn't help anyone. Like, who made out on this deal? It's like the scammers basically they scammed as many people as they could, and they probably got paid before it all went down. So I guess they're like, oh man, yeah. And then they try to be the champion of, oh, you should have held your own keys. And then you check all their old videos. Oh, here's my link to margin trade, and you're like, what? And these guys get all the attention in the news. Sucks so bad. But yeah, these exchanges are they're the enemy. You just use them like a bathroom. You go in, you do your business, and you get out ASAP. You don't hang around and, you don't stay there overnight. You don't stay in there a whole year. You don't live in the bathroom. You go in, you get out. It's just a bridge. And if you have, like, say you have a lot of money that you want to, like, that's probably not a problem lots of people have, but hey, if you have lots of money and you want to go through an exchange and you're worried that they make KYC or block your account or something, you just give them a little bit at a time. So say you have 100 grand and you want to funnel that in to start buying crypto, or you want to funnel out of crypto and then to your bank account. Just do either, 5 grand at a time, whatever you're comfortable with totally losing. Because say they just lock your account for suspicious activity, or they, for whatever reason, go bankrupt in the week you're planning on moving the stuff. You don't want to lose the whole 100 grand, right? So you just do a little bit at a time. You might have a few more fees, but if you're moving that amount of money, then who cares about the fees, right? And so you just do a little bit at a time. You iterate. So maybe do 10 grand at a time, and then you're okay. And the worst you can get screwed over is 10 grand at a time, like one time. And then you're like, oh, well, I'm not sending any more money there. And, over time, maybe you get that money back because maybe they messed up and locked your account by accident. But at least you're not out the whole 100, SPF acting dumb now. The Twitter space coming up is going to be interesting. Dude, that has got to be so psyops. That guy was purposefully deleting tweets while tweeting out, like, that WHATHAPPENED. What happened? Each tweet he was doing, he was deleting another tweet because somehow he knew that, like, it makes sense, but like, to be this clever to try and cover up evidence is very not looking good. SBF hiding evidence, deleting tweets. By deleting tweets at the time you make a new tweet, most Twitter bots that keep track of deleted tweets actually, they only keep track of the total number of tweets, and then they if one goes away, they find the one that was missing. But if you keep it the same number of tweets within a certain time frame, it actually didn't keep track of the deleted tweets, and so some of those were permanently deleted. I don't know if someone's got a permanent record somewhere, but maybe BitBoy's got like the scoop on him and everything. But yeah, so he's deleting tweets of like apologizing and saying certain stuff in the past and saying we're solvent and all this and stuff, because it all turned out to be a lie, didn't it? Yes, it did. So yeah, and that's the crazy thing, is these people will bold-face lie completely just to cover up. So yeah, that's the scariest thing, is like, holy crap, if we didn't go this far, like if we just gave up and like didn't push farther, we took him at his word, the scam would have just kept going. It would have just kept going. Yo, that's so crazy. So, but luckily, crypto saved the day by looking at the blockchain. We were actually able to prove some of the stuff was not true what they were saying. Street Guru, yo, K4K, great content. Thank you for the $5, by the way. Richard Hart for president. You heard it first from Street Guru. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's first, but maybe first on this channel. Dude, if Richard becomes president, I mean, I would vote for him. I don't know if he'd want that job because that's, then we might expect some work out of the guy, and I don't know if he likes that, but I think he has lots of good ideas. I think he should be informing or giving advice to maybe some people in power because he actually knows what he's talking about and knows the industry and knows the benefits of crypto. And it'd be great if we could just set everybody free by having a money of the people. I'm not saying it has to be HEX, but like all this regulation where they're trying to make it look like crypto is the problem and stuff is not the way to do it. And I think I like the idea of making it legal to sell crypto to your neighbor without having the risk of money transmitter violation and getting a felony and going to jail for 20 years. I think that would decentralize onboarding. And so you'd actually be able to sell crypto to your neighbor like you sell lemonade. They probably made that illegal, let's be honest. Because having these companies that you have to go through and then the government wants to watch every transaction and keep eyes on everything, that isn't better. Like, we don't need more eyeballing of everybody's technology, like everybody's money and everything like that. Like, just use your resources to go after the criminals doing the criminal activity. Don't make everyone else eat the suck up front and then catch less people anyway. Like, no, that's not the way to do it. Someone shot the bear? I hope so. Yeah, do you guys like my tweet where I was out in the woods? I'll probably be going out hunting again. I still have not. I mean, I hit a deer. I got a bunch of fur, and we couldn't find it. So, yeah, we didn't find any blood. Maybe I just skimmed it or something. It was my first time shooting at a deer, and I got fur, so that's a hit, I guess. But we did not find it. That was unfortunate. I did see some like black furred thing the one day, so maybe there was a bear lurking in the woods. Nice expression. It's bankruptcy time. Nice. BitBoy has fully morphed into Alex Jones of crypto. Maybe. BitBoy Jones. Black Eagle. Good to see you, K4K. Thank you for service, sir. No problem. Sparky. I'm with you on BitBoy Redemption Arc. Found out about Richard from him, so already always had a partial pass from me. But yeah, scrap the ICP and throw something great up there. Agreed. For sure, for sure. Bear market over. Yeah, I mean, you could see it that way, but like, who else is kind of pushing and building these bills for crypto, other than BitBoy? It's like, yeah, I mean, when do you stop hating a guy? You have to think about it. Like, because there's also people who just always hate Richard, even though he's only done this awesome stuff, and there's anybody he's done business with has never had a complaint, like, but they still call him a scammer and all this pretty much all of it wasn't even true. He was the one who got scammed, and then people use him getting scammed against him in the future, and you're like, dude, just do some research and that this dude's legit. Like, but people will just continually hate Richard and they don't update their worldview. So you don't want to do the same thing to someone else trying to do good in the world. Oh yeah, everybody hit the likes, hit the subscribes, hit the bell notification, because I may be doing more streams like this, coming up now. I had I did lots of real life stuff for the past few months. And, maybe I'll get back into this crypto streaming regularly. So you don't want to miss those. Like he didn't get people wrecked on FTT. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's a redemption arc. If you didn't do anything bad before, it wouldn't be that, redemption-y. Driving home from work. Thanks, KFK, for the stream. No problem, Blockroni. I love your content as well. Certainly not redeemed, but he's starting to realize he hasn't known real crypto. That's why he has been on Richard on the low for the last year, more and more obviously. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's good because, like, whenever you just see Richard being right over and over after all the aftermath, after the explosions, you're just like, eventually things have to turn around. Like, we can't just keep having FTX explosions and promoters getting away with promoting scams constantly. Like that, I think eventually will die away in the space. At least we'd hope, because people are gonna, I think everyone's average intelligence on topics gets better over time. Like everyone in the Hex community kind of understands everything Richard's been talking about, but everybody else outside of the Hex community still doesn't even understand market caps of LOL metric. They don't understand liquidity. They don't understand when the best time to buy a thing is. They don't understand negative externalities. There's just so many things that we've learned through listening to the wise words of someone who's been in it since the beginning. And we just get to be just extra smart because we have a great leader. But I think over time, as we grow, I don't know if everyone will become a Hexican, but like it seems like the people who become Hexicans actually know more about crypto and the real stuff. We're not just trading charts and, ooh, I'm leveraged up. What are you leveraging? Oh, I'm short the market. Why are you short? It's a bad deal. Most of the stuff goes up all the time. You're going to get wrecked on a scam wick. Like most of these people just don't get that. And they'll just they'll even pay for a course that tells them how to lose their money faster, margin trading, and they'll believe it, and then they'll go and lose all their money, and then they don't have any money to invest in the real projects. So it's so much better when we can get to people before they get wrecked, but sometimes it's only after they get wrecked, and you got to drive the point home hard so it actually sticks in their head that, hey, stop listening to these guys who are leading you to the slaughter and join Team Win. And then when we have more people with the general knowledge upgrade, I think we're going to get less people falling for these scams, because maybe in general, like imagine if 95% of crypto was already Hexicans and we were already said no margin trading, whatever. If a guy pops up and he starts talking about margin trading, guess what? All the crypto community would probably be like, yo, this guy is just scamming. Obviously we know crypto is not about margin trading. It's about holding your own keys. It's your money. No one can take it from you. Highest appreciating asset class in history. LOL, keep it going. Like as we grow in number and grow in intelligence in general, I think we just get less and less of this scam stuff people getting away with it. And we won't stand for as much, not debauchery. What's the word? I just like saying that word. All this fraud actually, happening on the centralized exchanges. Now that it's come out in the open and on the biggest exchange, FTX, that was up and coming. Oh, the golden child. Look how good he is. He drives a Civic or something, and he wears long socks. Anyway, it's like obviously that was just a big marketing scheme, and he's running like, what's it called, a flywheel scheme, where basically his money comes in, you just tossing it all around through all your companies and funding your own self and getting he creates his own token that he leverages up on and doesn't let anyone else sell, and gets his employees to buy it and then wrecks all of them when they go insolvent. Like, dude, that guy did so much damage to so many lives, it's not even funny. And somehow, I mean, it's not somehow, it's because he donated to the Democrats and the Republicans, but he's not under arrest. What's that about? That's what's crazy. Yet the Tornado Cash developer is in jail in like the Netherlands or something. What's that about? Why is he in jail? What did he do? Write open source software? It's like, I don't like that chilling effect whenever they're without any real thing that the guy did or whatever, they're making it like nobody wants to work on privacy tech now because oh, if I create this open source thing and just deploy it, they're just going to come after me because I authored it. And so now we're going to have this slowdown, I feel like, in privacy tech and usage of privacy stuff. And what you don't want in the future is cryptocurrency where there is no privacy because then everybody just has their identity tied to their wallet. And that is just not good. You do not want to walk around with your bank account balance on your chest for the rest of your life. It messes with commerce, it messes with business, messes with privacy. All your transactions. Oh, I went and bought a cheeseburger. Now the guy at the cheeseburger stand knows every purchase I ever had on that wallet, like forever back. It's just you need a way to mix your coins or have anonymity and fungibility of your coins, or it's like dystopian level bad, you know. Um, so hopefully we still keep we're gonna have like cash in the future because you always need a physical cash, you know, in case internet goes down and stuff. You need a way to do commerce, and then on top of that, we want privacy. And I think Richard's gonna build that out in the future on Pulsechain. So that'll be another great reason to come to Pulsechain. Hey, look, we actually have great privacy features, and it's all compatible just like it is on Ethereum because we're basically Ethereum 2.0 over on Pulsechain. And so all the stuff that works over there should work on our stuff. And there's just more capacity, which is awesome. Time goes on. Love that keeps keeping it real on the beard. That's so legit. Yeah, lol. Yeah. You're lucky it's 720p because of StreamYard, or you'd be like, oh man, what's going on there? It's not even. That's why I'm turned this way because then you can't tell that this one's way longer over here. But yeah. I I'm not gonna let myself back down on my word about not shaving till Pulsechain, even though dude, I am not enjoying sleeping on this thing. And it's yeah. I don't know how you guys enjoy the wearing the beards. Maybe if it grows in better or differently, or if you trim it or something, it feels better. It's like fun to pull on and stuff, but yeah. I mean, I'd like it more if I could you know, manscape it some, and then it'd probably look way better. If it looked way better and was shorter, I'd like it more. Yeah, I probably won't be doing a no shave again. One would say you are still bullish on Pulsex. Most certainly, bruv. Yes. Chaztown Town. Um, I don't know how you beat Pulsex other than like, hmm. I mean, Pulsex, you get real yield. So let me explain that. In Hex, do I want to use Hex? I mean, in Hex, you get yield in its own token. And the USD value of that only goes up if more people start to value it, more people come in with fiat or other cryptocurrencies and trade versus it. And they're like, hey, I value that more than I value this other thing. And that can change as perspectives change, as you see other things failing all around us, and we're still working and we're fine. And we have a solid, fair system where there's always meat on the bone for the next participant. It's not like all the early guys have all the coins and you're never going to get any. It's like, yo, this is fair forever because as long as you delay gratification, you will get more of the system's inflation and have more coins than people who don't wait. And so it's fair in that way where if you leverage your time, you can earn more over time, and you are storing your economic energy in this big ball of hex with everybody else. So we're all like using the same bank account, and we just pull out different amounts at different times depending on how we want to use the capital. So, you know, if you exit your position and dump it all, well, guess what? Maybe people buy that up and you'll never get that entry again. So that's always a risk of. That's why I think we're going to continue to see these people staking out longer and longer, because the best thing in crypto is to hold long term, and getting paid to do it is quite a good incentive to do the best thing possible. Anyway, with Pulsex, you actually get yield in other tokens whenever you stake it. Um, third-party tokens that can be offered up, and you have no risk of like you're not providing liquidity or anything. You can do that if you want. Anybody can do that with any coin. But with Pulsex, you actually earn other coins, which you can actually sell those, which doesn't hurt the Pulsex price, to buy more Pulsex. So you have a bunch of these net buyer people who are just staying locked up. You know, they're not. It's not a time lock. They can pull it any time, but why would you stop a money printer? You know, so it's almost like a self-inflicted time lock, but it's not code inflicted, like code locked. So you can it's like, okay, I have this dollar in my hand. I can leave it on the table and it'll create more dollars, or I can pick it up and sell it. You're like, well, I don't need more dollars, or I don't need that $1 now, so I'll just let it sit on the table and multiply. It's kind of like Pulsex. And on top of that, and if anybody uses the DEX to buy or sell anything, they are buying Pulsex, but maybe they're not benefiting from it, because if they don't hold any Pulsex, it doesn't really benefit them that some of their transaction trade fee, part of the 0.29 trade fee of all the trades on the system, goes to just buying up Pulsex from the platform itself, and then it just burns the Pulsex. So basically, it pushes up the price, makes it more scarce in the market, and then it can't be sold. So I've done the calculations. Like, if we ever get to similar levels of Uniswap, similar levels of Binance Smart Chain, we're gonna have hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially, eventually millions of dollars daily, if DEX volumes continue to rise in the next bull run. Between hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars of daily extra buy pressure that cannot be sold. Cannot be sold. That's a fact. On top of the people who hold the Pulsex token are staking it to earn other tokens to sell, to buy Pulsex. It's like it can pump if no one buys it directly, but then people are buying it directly. So what? And so like I'm pretty excited about Pulsex. I'm still excited about that. So yeah, and I think there's going to be even more pairs than there's ever been before. So there's the potential for more trades, the potential for more speculation to happen, because we have all these ETH coins paired against PRC20 versions. And so that's also a speculation play, which is more volume, which means more buying of Pulsex and burning it. So all this stuff kind of just leads to Pulsex looking pretty good. So yeah, I'm really excited about Pulsex. That hasn't changed. Let's see let me look at I said everyone should protect their your sacrifice addresses. Like, do not risk that address. I would recommend you use a different addresses for everything else till Pulsechain launch. Otherwise, you run the risk of losing possibly a huge amount of money. So, Trezor hardware wallet. If you are just using MetaMask, I don't think that's safe enough. You should probably get, a hardware wallet. Links in the description. Yeah, there's no date on when Pulsechain will be out, but boy, is it going to be bullish when we see that V3 testnet and everything's running smooth, boys. Tell you what. The Fed pivot we talked about. He just said today, like, multiple times. It wasn't like he slipped up and was like, well, we might do that, but not really. He was like, multiple times, multiple questions throughout the FOMC meeting. Fed Chair Jerome Powell was like, we think the best strategy is not to just, some people suggested, hey, why don't you just crank up the interest rates, get this over with? And he's like, well, I don't want to just crank it up, destroy the economy, and then clean up the pieces afterwards. He thinks there's still a possibility of a soft landing, and so they're just gonna slowly still be raising the rates. But he's said multiple times, at least 3 or 4 times, that they aren't going to, or they're looking into slowing down the rate of increases. So they're still going to be increasing, but they're going to be tapering it down. And so that is a change in their initial kind of planning. And so that's a slowing down of they kind of want to like slow it down because they don't want to just keep raising it higher, higher, higher before they can kind of see the full effects on inflation from their decisions. And so they're kind of just preemptively slowing it down because they think they kind of want to see how things play out and they don't want to overdo it and then have to do extra fixing later or cause too much issue. And so they're doing a little bit of a slowdown on the rate increases, which is good. That means they're kind of slowing down their increasing in value of the dollar, which means other things are starting, eventually. It depends how the market decide, like how quick the market decides to price that in. I'm not sure when. That doesn't mean we're at the bottom now. I still think we got some more downside to go. But that's a good sign from the Fed. Oh yeah, Uniswap tracking, like IP and stuff, that's all fixed if you use a VPN. I recommend Nord. Discount in the description if you want that. If you're in crypto, you probably should just be using a VPN at this point. I made a video a while back about it, and I used it, and it actually sped up some of my speeds, which was pretty cool because I think I was being throttled in some regard to like my upload and download by my ISP, but by using the VPN, it actually sped it up. So I was like, wow, this is great. And on top of that, if you ever are geo blocked, say you're in a country that isn't allowed to access a certain site, like I think 1inch.io, if you're in the US, you can't use it. So you just go, oh, I'm actually in Germany or I'm actually in Switzerland, and you can just click a button in Nord and you just change your location, switch to one of their servers, and voila, no more geo block. And it works for all types of stuff. That's one of the things, like if you build your own VPN and you get it self-hosted, well, not self-hosted, but if you like pay for a hosting service and you're paying for that and then you're trusting them for that part and you have to pay that. And then on top of that, you don't actually get, um, well, it depends how you do it, but in some ways you have to get special hardware because most routers don't actually have the ability to become a VPN. And also, what is it? You're not able to do that geo switching thing. You're not able to switch locations because obviously if you built your VPN in your house and you VPN, you don't have servers in Switzerland, you don't have servers in Germany, you have it in your house. So it's like, sure, it's a different IP address and stuff, but it's still in the US. And so if you're US blocked, you can't do anything about it. So there's other ways around that and stuff. But the thing is, it just gets more and more technical. And so it's harder and harder for me to make a video on like, hey, here's what everyone should do. Make your own VPN, sign up, put this code in your router this way, and you have to have this type of router to do it, or have a separate PC. Like most people just can't do that stuff. So what happens? They end up getting no VPN because they're like, well, that was too hard, or that takes too much time. And then they just get no VPN, and then they're less protected than if they just get a NordVPN for like less than $3 a month. It's like, okay. I just think it's way safer just to have a VPN than no VPN. I wouldn't recommend most free ones. They actually, no matter what they say, they likely keep logs because how else are they making money other than off of your traffic and selling it or something? They can't just do it for free. And so Nord has like a strict no logs policy, and they get audited by a company in Switzerland, I think annually. And so they've at least had several audits so far since 2018, and they've had no logs found on their servers. They run servers that are like just built with RAM, so there's not even like hard drives, and so they can't even like store anything on them. And so some people have been like fudding Nord and saying like, oh, they changed their stance. If the authorities want them to track stuff, they will. And all that happened, if you look any deeper than the surface, is they said in a public statement, we aren't above like the law. If we get a court order, we will follow what they say. But the thing is, they don't actually have anything to give the government if they ever did ask. And so it's like they were just posturing to say like, we don't like break the law. We follow the laws in our jurisdiction, which is in Panama. which is outside of the 14 Eyes Alliance. If you look into that, they are basically 14 countries that all kind of share information with each other on their citizens, and they force companies within their jurisdictions to store certain data. Otherwise, they're in trouble. And so that's why if you have a VPN that's based in one of those 14 Eyes alliances, they're likely keeping some data on you, and even if they have an illogs policy. So I did my research. People have opinions. You can say what's true, what's not. But it seems like all the empirical evidence looks to be Nord's pretty good. And Richard even mentioned Nord in one of his tweets. He just said that sometimes you have to change some of the false positive flags. Like sometimes Nord and stuff will protect you from certain sites if they think it was, their stuff picks up that it's a harmful site. And so for like the ETHHEX.com trading thing, it wasn't, it was being flagged by Nord, and you can just say, whitelist this, and then it lets you in. So that's all he was saying. If he didn't like Nord, he wouldn't have name dropped them. Anyway. Let's see. Dude, that Hex movie is going to be super cool. I'm super excited about that. I thought it was supposed to come out by the end of the year, but apparently pushed back, I guess. And I'd love to hear like what company is going to do it. I want it to be a Netflix original. I think that'll be super sick. Richard Hart turning weak hands that sacked into diamond hands. They will thank him. True. Bears are good. Okay. Real Hexagon challenge. No. No. Oh, why did I even click that one? You live in the same building with, I don't know what that. No. I don't live with whales only. What up, lazy overlord? Respect the strong stance on beard shaving, no half measures. Dude, I'm like an hour behind. Holy crap. How am I supposed to get all these questions? I guess I'll try and stay on here and answer all these, because I don't want to like, I know a lot of people came in with questions and I wanted to answer them all. I didn't realize I'm an hour behind. Holy crap. All right, well, let me get all my, let's see, new wallet. Oh yeah, Richard's new wallet. That's the only real wallet I would probably recommend looking into. Because the thing about these wallets is like some of them just have, like new ones have fatal flaws and then you just get swiped. So it's hard for me to recommend anything else other than MetaMask. I know some people use like the Coinbase wallet and stuff. But it's like, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. How I see it. And also, Richard's wallet, I feel like, even though like you don't want to try new stuff usually, Richard is pretty big on security as a whole in general, and that's the guy I want to trust with network or an online wallet. It's security, so him and his team I would trust more. Now, still, even then, like even though Richard is great and everything, I would still be cautious for a while. Maybe only put some funds into that wallet and stuff, as opposed to everything at once, because you never know like day one or 0-day vulnerabilities and stuff. So always hedge is a good strategy. Split it up between different things. That's why, like, if you have crypto, a lot of crypto, you want to split it up amongst multiple different seed phrases, hide them in multiple different locations, use different devices, stuff like that. So you don't want to have like a single point of wrecked failure. I've talked about Sam a lot, and I talked about the leverage. All right, I'm going to try and answer as many questions as I can here. Hex is bottom, bought a bunch at 25 or 0.25. Now waiting for up. Do I think it's bottomed? I mean, if Bitcoin hasn't gone down to 10K yet, I don't think we've bottomed. It would. The only other thing that would be cool would be if Bitcoin drops to 11K and Hex runs up, because whenever Bitcoin originally dropped from the top, Hex still kept going up. And so that was really cool in the market. Like all the floor is lava memes were pretty fun at the end of the bull market. And maybe that could happen. I'm not saying like, oh, I know it's gonna happen. I'm just saying it might. And so dollar cost averaging in when things are down 95% and you know the product's good, you know the community is good, you know the security is good, you know the everything is good. That is probably what I would recommend to like friends and family is dollar cost averaging at these levels because hey, maybe it goes down to 1.5, maybe, maybe we go to 10 cents and you're like, well, I'd rather have gotten an average price than like, oh, it left me behind because I only had limit orders at 1 cent or something like that. Also, limit orders are an awesome way to get in. You don't have to be watching the charts. You can be out hanging with your family and friends and still get those super sick wicks down that some silly whale or some guy's worried about, whatever. That's just extra yield for us stakers as well. When people are emergency unstaking, guess what? We're getting paid that. They're paying it. We're getting paid it. Or wait, yeah, we're getting paid and they're paying. So that is super awesome. Like extra revenue in the bear market. We're just getting extra emergency unstake money. Like I'm sure it sucks for those people. Like, sorry, your hands are made of paper, but especially some of those really early stakes that you see being end staked early, you're like, wow, dude, do you know how much that would have been in the next bull market? Because that looks like it would have ended at the peak of the next bull market and you'd had all the interest instead of losing some of it and the principal. Like, oh man, those guys are gonna be so sad, dude. Oh man. Nice to see you back, Crypto Cat Doge. Yep, just took a break. I mean, some personal life stuff. Yeah, just didn't have time for doing streams and you know. I feel like it's important that if you have smart things to say and stuff to share, like I just share helpful things or discounts and stuff like I just helped my mom get some better discounts on some prescription drugs she was saying that were kind of getting expensive or whatever because they're like special. And I was like, hey, I just heard about Mark Cuban's costplusdrugs.com. Check it out. And they just basically got rid of the middleman. I mean, they're still technically a middleman, but they somehow got the cost down on lots of prescription drugs for by like 95%. Like if you compare it to where else you can get it, it's like way cheaper. And it's like, hey, who doesn't want to have extra money around the holidays and going forward? Just by having that knowledge. Some people they just don't know there's cheaper stuff out there. And that's just a knowledge gap. So, knowledge isn't free. You have to pay attention. I saw that quote today. That was pretty good. But yeah, so Cost Plus Drugs. It's by Mark Cuban. And yeah, I'm if you have a prescription, you just go there and I think you can get a really good deal on stuff. So if that helps you, he's doing a good thing. He's making drugs cheaper for people. People shouldn't have to pay 10x the price just because they have a monopoly on drugs. That sucks. HEX supply will double dummy. Double dummy? What, in a year or two? Double? No way. We're not gonna have 1 trillion coins. We only have like what, 580 billion. Yeah, we can only grow at 3.69% a year. Max. So that's trolling. They see him trolling. They hate him. Alright. Didn't we lose tiers of yield on Pulsex? Well, because it's not released yet, and so hasn't been trading. I mean, you could say that about any DEX. It's like, oh, you weren't out 10 years ago? We missed out on 10 years. It's like, okay. But yeah, I mean, obviously everyone wishes it was out already, right? Like, I want it to be out. Richard wants it to be out probably more than anyone. And he's still doing his thing. He's advertising. He's getting attention. I don't know why people don't understand by now what he's doing. Like, he has a good message for people that know about him. If you don't know about Richard, maybe if he gets attention through doing ridiculous things and acting clownish, then he gets more people to find out about him. and it's been working. He's still growing. He has the biggest following. If any of you in the community think you can do it better, then please outpace Richard's growth. That would be amazing. If you can do that, well, then maybe he'll adopt your strategy, and that would be awesome. But right now he's got great, and the thing is, like, he can't. I don't think his lawyers want him to be like promoting Hex directly, so he has to promote himself. And that just kind of leads to, hey, what's up with this guy? He's got, like, what is this, Dior everything? He's got a Rolls Royce. What's all this talk about big peepee? What's this guy? Oh, I'm upset about him. And then if you listen to his stuff, you're like, oh wait, this guy's just saying all the truth. Truth guy. And then they get to learn, and then they get to grow, and then we all get to win. So I don't understand the complaining. It's lame-o, in my opinion. Oh, Hex supply will double dummy. Oh, for Pulsechain. Okay, I didn't get that. Yeah, but you get a copy. So, like, if we just, it's like if everyone's money in the world got doubled in their bank account, you can't actually. It's whoever gets to. Let me think. Like, everything would just renormalize to that level, regardless. So, like, if Santa came around and then everyone's stocking, you've got double your salary you had that year, the prices of everything in the world would then re-assimilate down to like a same median level, because everyone would just have the same amount, but it's halved. Like, the prices of things would probably like drop to half. So basically, whoever gets to spend that inflation first, because everyone got double, gets the deals, because the prices probably haven't situated to the new supply yet. And so you gotta, like, yeah, that's the thing with inflation too, is like it's amazing in Hex that you can actually get some of the inflation, whereas in the Federal Reserve System, which we're all in the central banking system, and what's it called? Fractional reserve banking, where they're just like making insane amounts of money for basically no cost, just because they're a bank. They pump all this money into the economy that, like, you aren't getting any of that. Like, you can't get money at that rate, but other people can. A small group can. It's like Hex would suck if just like 10 addresses could go in. They can go mint extra supply at will, but you can't. And you're like, this kind of sucks. Well, that's not how it is. It's fair for everyone. Everyone involved at this stage, you're getting whatever the market deals are, whatever people decide to stake. People could just be like, hey, I give up on the project. I'm not staking anymore. I'm just going to move on. Well, then that's a guy you don't have to compete with, and you're going to get more of the Hex. And if people value it more in the future, then you get more of the Hex that also gets more interest, because there's less participants, so you just get to win even more. Now, it all depends on if people value this stuff. It's the same thing with Bitcoin. Like, well, if people stop valuing Bitcoin and they don't want it, then like it won't have value. So it's the same thing. Hey, Giver K, and all in chats. Yeah, what's up, Monica? Monica is an awesome gal. Met her multiple times. Yeah, at least have a second phone minimum. That is smart. Are you from Ireland by chance? Because Hex supply is doubling. Lol. Laptop and desktop only for me, but I suppose use wallet and phone like petty cash only. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. Hey, what's up, RH Max? Good to see you. Wait. Red Squirrel. He's the guy who makes a diagram of like everything. I love diagrams. It helps a lot of people visualize ideas. I'm not like an artist at all or graphic designer. It just takes me so much time. Maybe if I like got good at it, it'd be more efficient, but I got pretty good at making clips. I'm pretty good at making clips. I can find them, I can record them, I can caption them. Probably make them better, but I think just a lot of ideas people just need to hear again, and they're not likely to go back to a Richard 4-hour podcast video and be like, there's the gem. And so I try to pull those gems out and share them with everybody because it's just great knowledge. Like maybe it's better if I just keep it to myself, but I'd rather share. You ever know it? Learn about water bridges. Haha, yeah, strong. For the homie Kimbo. Oh my, that was so long ago. Holy moly. What a move fit, move fit. All right, I'm gonna try and get I'm gonna try and go fast with these questions. Let me get. Good evening. It is known when Pulse goes live, will staking HEX on that chain be from scratch or will it piggyback on the old running? It's all on the old running stats. So if you have a 10-year stakeout, and it's on day 300 or whatever. I don't know if that made sense. Anyway, well, say you have a 10-year stake currently on ETH chain, Pulsechain launches, you will have that exact same code and hex, but on Pulsechain, and it'll be at the same exact day and everything like that. Yep. And that's the awesome thing is like hex code and system state is transferable to like any platform. So even if Ethereum goes to 0 because there's some fatal flaw, and say even Pulsechain goes down, I heard this great idea from Funding Jim where he thinks of like hex as like the Lamborghini, and Ethereum is the road. And so if a road goes out, your Lamborghini isn't useless. You just use a different road. You just go, oh, detour, driving your Lambo around town. You just if a road goes out, you just get on a different one. So you can always transfer the system state, and then people would just, likely there'd be a dip because of all the FUD. It's like, oh no, like obviously if like all of Ethereum crashed, that would cause problems for more than one reason. But this is just hypothetical in that situation because people bring up like, oh well, if Ethereum goes down, then you'll go down, and it's like, well, we can actually continue on at the same state that we were on, and we would just airdrop it to another working consensus layer. So we're actually more. I mean, I guess you could do it the same for Ethereum too. That's the thing is like these are all socially enforced networks, and so like Ethereum balances could be switched over to another chain. But the thing is like ETH is the gas, and so like what would its unless it became the gas over there, it would be weird. So maybe it's actually better for Hex in that scenario. Just quick thoughts here. Hey KVK, thanks for all your knowledge. I saw some people questioning the X's potential regarding market cap falls. ETH only raised 16 million during its ICO compared to 670 million. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. You just got to rewind. I think it's better to have more people talking about it because, like, think about how much of the world isn't in crypto. Most of it. Okay, well, more people at the start hopefully helps adoption grow. And so I think since we had more money, that shows a lot more interest. And so we have more people at the start to talk about it. So we have like a bigger starting ball. It's kind of how, but yeah, you can rewind if that's basically what I said though. SEC is tracking SAC funds. Lol. Yeah, this guy's right. Pulsex to $1, 10,000x. Come on, man. I mean, why? I don't understand. It's like nobody ever thought Bitcoin would go up 6.9 million x, but it did, and it's just a matter of time and how much they print the money. If they crazily print the money, it's easier to go up a million x. It's like focus on 1,000x. It's like, how do you focus on it? It's just like, oh, I want to hope for this number because it seems more realistic to me. All right. I mean, we're not going around telling people it's guaranteed to 10,000x. We just are like, well, I mean, this stuff tends to go up a lot and this thing is built well, so maybe it could do what other things have done. That's literally it. And also there's some, like with Pulsex, I think there's just great game theory that nothing else has that I'm aware of. And that could be amazing. So that's where it comes from. And you guys can just make your own decisions. Like I make the videos so you guys have all the details to make your own decision. You know, if you don't agree with the conclusion, that's fine. But like the data is, that's how it is. It's like if there's this much volume, you get this much buy pressure. People can stake and earn other tokens that they can sell to buy more Pulsex. It's like, all right, that looks like good for price, but I know it's just we don't know the future. I've always respected how you talk about the SAC, and I always aim to do the same. I look up to you for that, brother. Love the consistency. It is exactly how everyone should dress. No expectation. Yeah, there's no expectations. It'd be cool if we got, you know, some tokens one day. My God have mercy on us all and launch Pulsechain so you can shave that facial hair. That's rough. Props. Thanks, man. DCA, that's what it sounds smart. Yeah. HEX HODL. Dude, I'm still an hour and a half behind. Potential values of the copies on Pulse? Oh, that's a good question. I'll try and only get like questions I haven't answered. Like if I see a question there and I've answered it earlier, I'm just gonna skip it and I'll get to ones I haven't answered yet, just so that we get more new good information. Because people rewatching this don't want to see, oh, we answered that question already. I'm not gonna listen. So, can you talk about the potential value of the copies on Pulse? Do you think the Pulse copies will be significantly less value than the Ethereum value? Definitely at the start. Like, it'd be really weird if somehow these other tokens immediately had more value than Ethereum. That would, like, where does all the liquidity come from, you know? So I think some over time could become more valuable, like in the with the maybe potentially HEX over time. I'm not saying that'd be like immediate, but definitely some tokens will probably just trend only to zero because there's either they have admin keys and they can be turned off, and maybe they do get turned off, then that's just like an auto zero, and that's all stable coins pretty much. So like stable coins, I don't think they're gonna keep their value. If anything, they'll be relaunched on there by like USDC and stuff. They'll launch a new contract, potentially. There's like, and there's really not much real DeFi in crypto other than HEX. So a lot of these things are like the dependent on if the teams want to support the other side. But the things that may actually do really well, now that I think about it, are ones that are locked out based on gas prices during the bull run, like Decentraland or whatever that one's called. Like I don't recommend people go check it out, but like NFT building stuff, like NFTs might be more valuable over there because you have to pay less to get them, stuff like that. So there are like these cases where certain things of copies can be worth more, because there's less negative externality. Like paying gas costs is a negative externality. So paying less means you can have more for price appreciation for certain things. But yeah, it's I don't think it's ever been done before, other than like the ETH fork and the ETH Fair and stuff. But they didn't really have all the trading set up. You had to go through like a centralized exchange to like get, at least initially, you had to get some of the tokens and they would accept it. And it's like, I'm not gonna get my audience to go do all that garbage and get centralized exchange risk and speculate short term on this garbage, that was kind of done in the last minute. And it's also old proof of work, so you don't know if that's going to be attacked later with 51% attacks. So it's like there was all these reasons why I don't think those other copies of old ETH did well. Like they or didn't it didn't do well. So like I I think this ETH 2.0 fork after merge has way more legs to stand on and is a way better starting point for building into the future, because you know I think there's going to be a lot more to be done with Pulsechain as more awesome updates come to Ethereum. We'll be compatible. We'll be waiting. And it gives people that option of, hey, Ethereum's too expensive. I'm just going to go to Pulsechain and get my trading done over there in a decentralized manner. Why would I pay $20, $40, $100 over on Ethereum when I can pay 5 cents, 10 cents, 30 cents to trade and get the same assets over on Pulsechain? Because you're going to be able to trade all Ethereum assets on Pulsechain. So why are you trading on ETH's Uniswap when you can just buy it on Pulsex, get the same coins, pay, what is that, 100x less fees, 1000x? Like, just because there's less users there and it's the same code, you're getting the coins. Like, you can speculate cheaper over there, which, like we know in crypto, a lot of people just use crypto to speculate. They call it a casino. I don't like when people do that, especially when they have an audience, because then you're just perpetuating this idea that, oh, it's just a bunch of scams in crypto, when really it's the only thing saving us potentially in the future from CBDCs and complete loss of financial sovereignty. So we do not want people to think crypto is a scam, because it isn't. There's a lot of fraud that goes on, but that happens in every market. So people forget that. They just look at one thing without looking at anything else. Like, oh, there's a scam over here. This is all a scam. There's scams over here too. Like, there's scams everywhere. So it's disingenuous to be like, crypto is just like fraught with is it rot or fraught? I'll look it up later. I always like to look up words like where if I don't remember exactly the definition, I'll go and like Google it, try to keep it to memory or whatever. But like rot with fraud, I meant to say. Yeah, crypto gets a bad rap, especially when we know the value of it. We know we didn't get wrecked in FTX. We know we have full control of our coins and no one can take it from us because we know how to set it up. We know how to protect our IP address and we know how to protect our wallet being tied to our identity. Like, all this stuff is important. And I think as the general intelligence of crypto evolves over time, we're just going to have, like, people think, oh, like Kim.com's like, oh, you think people are going to be able to do that? They don't even know that they should have control of their own coins. And it's like, it's not going to get better by you being pessimistic about people learning. If you were just the guy using your platform to tell people to use crypto correctly, you do a lot more good for the world than just telling people, oh, it's too hard. Like, it's not too hard. We have a whole community of Hexicans doing crypto right, and we keep growing. We have new stakers every day. That's new people who know how to use crypto. So we're growing, and if everybody else just keeps getting wrecked, we're just going to keep having more and more of this ball of economic energy built into the Hex ecosystem that it can't be ignored forever. So I think people are realizing that. So they want to jump on the bandwagon while there's still a chance to like not get super shamed forever. All right, I'm going to look for a good question. Somebody asked about should I mention their name? There's like a contract that's built on top of Hex that allows you to like be liquid at the same time, and kind of have like a stake or whatever. And they were asking if it's legit. Well, the person needs to know which I'm talking about. Well, I guess I'll talk about it. All right. Do you know if the Poly Maximus contract is legit? Swap some Hedron for Poly, and I'm starting to regret it. So I was following this one, and I like I don't know if I said it publicly, but it might have been in some chats. I was like, I don't like the idea of a contract being rushed within like 30 days to be written, and because that's what this contract was. The guy was trying to, shout out to Dipcatcher. He does a great job, and there's going to be mistakes in crypto, and everybody makes mistakes. So I'm not like, oh, make a mistake no credits, but they built some cool stuff. But this one in particular kind of had a bug in it, and yeah, it didn't do what it was supposed to do, and so there was other ways of like making up for it in a roundabout way for the people who participated. But like that's the thing, guys. Crypto is hard. Software is hard. Crypto software is hard. Uh, it's like it's the most difficult thing probably to program. I mean, apparently, I mean, I guess I'm not a developer, so, but that's how Richard describes it, and it makes sense to me because it's just more important. Security and being flawless is more important in this than in like financial blockchain software than it is in like, oh, does the point of sale uh cash register work properly all the time? Well, if it fails every once in a while, who cares? But like if it's like, oh, life savings involved, it's got to be flawless. So that's why whenever I talk about only Richard stuff, pretty much, it's because most stuff doesn't get it right. You know, um, some some stuff has been done right, but like that's the risk you run in crypto. And so I try not to get like the mass audiences into that kind of stuff because it is more fringe. And of course, some people, they'll make it their YouTube channel to only talk about the newest, shiniest thing. And then you run into, oh, this exploit happened. Sorry, guys. Oh, this exploit happened. Sorry, guys. And it's like, I don't want to be the guy apologizing all the time. So I just don't allow myself to kind of talk about it publicly. I may use the stuff privately and not share because I myself, maybe I just want to try something, but I don't want to like I'm even like I've even talked to Dipcatcher in like some of his streams and chats, and I have ideas for things that would be great to be built on top of Hex. Like I had the idea of why don't we have like if we could smart contract a single coin, call it ladder, and basically it's a predetermined, like it could be a pool of hex that gets pooled, and it you put it into it's set up to be like a 15-year release ladder, and it makes different stakes for each year at the start. And so instead of having to personally for everybody go and make separate individual ladders, 15 each, that's 15 different transaction costs, and that's 15 different end stakes. And it's just that's just cost prohibitive for most people. And a lot of people don't even make hex ladders. And so this would encourage the idea of having a 15-year ladder that becomes a perpetual 15-year payout after 15 years without even having to do multiple transactions other than just holding ladder, which represents your stake in those 15 years perpetually. And so I sent him that in like in Twitter DMs, but he didn't look at it. But anyway, I hope that would be a really cool thing to build on top of Hex. I think if that's possible, because I think it might be possible. But yeah, if that ever gets built, that was my idea, so everybody knows. But yeah, Poly itself, it had that flaw, and now it's like I don't know. It's left a sour taste in my mouth. I don't think like there's not further bugs in it probably, but it didn't do what it was originally intended for, and that's kind of a bummer. But that's all I'll say, I guess. Yeah, I agree. Like I don't think him.com is a pleb at all. I I think Richard and many Hexicans know more about the background of crypto and how to succeed in crypto than Kim, at least from what I've heard. Maybe he just has a public facing persona or something. Oh, Ryan, keep you're doing awesome, dude. Keep going. All right, I will, dude. I'm going till all the comments are read. All right, I don't care if I'm here till 12 p.m. my time. Yeah, I want to look into bricks. I probably talked about this earlier because I was saying like um, the Russians and stuff are trying to build a new currency that's backed by stuff to compete with the Federal Reserve or something. Because that's interesting. You know, that could impact the world, but who knows how long until that actually does anything. I've been waiting so long for Pulse. Yeah, yeah, Sean Freshly. I tweeted out months ago. I'm not sure how many months this has been, but I said I'm not shaving my beard, and I had like only a little tiny scruff at the start. I mean, this is all scruff anyway, but I was like, I'm not shaving this until Pulsechain launch, and a bunch of people were just like, "Oh, this is gonna be good," or because it's gonna like, "Oh, who's gonna take his advice or whatever?" Whenever he's got the homeless man beard on, and I'm like, hopefully it doesn't get that bad, but here we are. So not homeless, at least. Um, strike two. I guess I did say ask me anything, but I did say commenting on other coins is bannable, but I've won a native side auction recently and advice on it tokenizing it versus keeping it untokenized. I think if it's tokenized, that just allows you to transfer it. Like you can send it to another address and maybe what else can you do with it? I know you can if you no. I know because like there's like some what says and stuff. I don't want to talk about what I have, but that was a while ago whenever it launched. But yeah, I would ask in the there's an Icosa Hedron chat and stuff. They would have all the answers more specifically. And I'm live right now, and I've been on for hours, and I can't think fully straight right now. Everyone just wants a number, dude. Even if I told you a number, what's that? I mean, it's like you want to see why I came to that conclusion and not just the number. Like, come on. Like the people who are just giving you numbers are that's trolling. You want to get the background information on why so that you can make your own decision from the information that they used. That's the way I like to do it. Yeah, everyone should learn to use hidden passphrases. I explain it in my explainer. I need to make so many just simple tutorial videos just for the next bull run that's coming up. I want to have one of the best onboarding tools just for people. So I've been working on that in the background, and I just want it to be as simple as possible for someone to like enter the crypto space, be like, "Oh, here we go. I got it. I learned everything. I understand it, and I'm in the right cryptos, and I'm not getting wrecked, or at least they have the right information to start from." So yeah, and having a hardware wallet is a great place to start, and a VPN. If you didn't sack for Pulse, how would you spend 10K at launch? Hey, this is a good question. Let me think. At launch, well, it does depend on the price action a little bit. Because it's like, it's, dude, no hard it's going to be for people to just scale in when they're like seeing numbers like blowing up like crazy. They're going to be like, oh, I got to go all in. Or, yeah. So, let's just say like the price is at launch price or whatever, not launch price, whatever the average sacrifice rate was, say that's the price. I would still say I'm not going to tell people what to get. That'd be financial advice. I'm not giving any of that. But you get some Pulsex. I think Pulse is great. Maybe like 50% Pulsex, 40% Pulse, and maybe a little. This is a little riskier might pay off play is get some of that, like if the copied over Pulsechain hex is extremely low for whatever reason, that could be a good pickup before it starts to get valued more. So maybe use 10% of that. Like I guess that'd be $1,000. You put that into, maybe scale it in over a few days because you never know if it's gonna go way up or way down. It's gonna be volatile, especially if you're talking like first day. So maybe some of that goes into the hex version on Pulsechain. Yeah, not financial advice, but like I don't think you want to not be holding. Why do I use so many negatives? I don't think you want to miss out on holding some like a Richard Hart coin because I think they all synergize with each other and they're gonna pump them maybe on different cycles. And I'm sure people are gonna be like, "Oh, I sold this and then I bought that one when that one was low and then it went up and then I multiplied my gains." But like a lot of people are gonna try that and end up with less and then be sad forever because you can get left behind real fast at the start of coin launches. So I would say you'd want, yeah, I would just say get some of each. Like I would never say like, oh, only get Pulsex, even though I really like Pulsex and I think it'll be awesome. You're gonna want to hold the next potentially big Ethereum layer one. There's also that whole not what's it called? There's that whole, it's not a notion, what's the word? A lot of people see that layer ones have done extremely well, and Pulsechain is the layer one. And so, narrative. That narrative will probably pull through, and a lot of people will just buy the layer one because they're like, "Hey, I just get a basket of layer ones," and that usually does well. Boom. And I think in the future we'll probably see people basket getting new dexes and stuff, just because, especially with these buy and burns, I think that's going to be a huge copycat type thing. People are going to try and copy that. And try to get volumes however they can by, maybe they'll have promotions and other things to get people in, like, oh, you get an NFT if you do this much volume a day and all this other stuff that probably isn't great. But we want as much volume in Pulsex as possible, because it'll be the most liquid DEX. It's cheaper than Uniswap. So yeah, I think holding all of it is a good idea. How you split that up, I don't think the percentages really are too crazy. Like I can't imagine going into like only 39% Pulsex, 62 like of this one, or not 62, that'd be too much. But like I think just in general, splitting it up between the Richard Hart ecosystem coins is solid strat. There you go. Answered by Vets in Crypto. So yeah, if you're not moving your HSI, then you can just detokenize it. Did Rich mention release date? He did not. No bridge at launch. That's true. Personally, I think Richard Hart and his team are waiting for Uniswap v3 to open its code to fork it for Pulsex. Isn't Uniswap v3 closed source for a year? Until April. Then v3, anyone can copy that and use that, so you can have concentrated liquidity and you can do, whoops. So you can do like positions. Like say you're gonna have a limit order. It's actually better than a limit order on v3 because you can actually make fees while doing it, while being the liquidity. So it's just like a benefit, kind of. It's a little bit better. But I don't think they're waiting. I don't think they're waiting because they'd have to just build like so much more, so much more stuff for that, and I think that'll just happen with time. I have a Hex bag and a Pulsex bag. I don't want to trade them though. Only dry powder. That's what's up. Yeah, I think when the stuff launches, buying is the play, not the people who are like, "Ooh, should I sell it at 2x?" It's like, dude, imagine being the guy who sold Ethereum at 60 cents because you 2x'd it from 30 cents when you got in early. It's like all your friends will laugh at you forever. All right. How long have you held HEX personally? When did you discover? Oh, way back in like 2017, and since the beginning of HEX launch. Cool CJ does. What is the picture on your wall? Hey, finally someone asked. It's it's an art piece by Sequoia Stone on Twitter. She made that for me. And same with the one inside the I guess I could take it off the wall. Maybe that'll be later. But yeah, it's just I think it's like a pouring. I don't know, not very artsy, but I liked it. She signed it. Super cool. I like it because it's like red and a green candle, basically. It's kind of like Pulsex as well. That's why she made it like that. Yeah, copyright expires in April. Winter needed to wait until Pulse ramped. Open up the Well, traders love Pulsechain because speed of transaction costs. The transaction costs will definitely be lower. There's way more capacity until like it gets so much adoption similar to Ethereum that it just gets full again. But at the start, we're gonna have less users and less transactions on the chain, so there will be cheaper transactions. It won't be faster though, because it's going to be just like ETH 2.0. This is my guy, K4K and Crypto Coffee. They are my dudes. Thanks, Rockstar. What's up? Yeah, K4K. I was gonna say Crypto Coffee is great. We talk in the DM sometimes, you know, about like ideas and how the community's going right now and stuff. You know, it's good to get like a pulse on like, hey man, what do you think about this stuff out in the news, and then we bounce off each other sometimes. I understand. Would you DCA or go all in on Bridge Day? um, yeah, I mean, I kind of answered that, but DCA. Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, I'm not going to say like FOMO in. That's never been the great play. It's usually these things will pump and then they'll reset back down into test levels. It's not just a straight up thing. So it's very rare that it's like, oh, the best thing was to buy at launch and not look back like everything. That's almost never the case. Although Ethereum was like that, but that was I don't know if it'll. I don't know. I don't know. DCAing in, you can't go wrong with that. Because then you just get like the middle of the road, like, it could have been better, it could have been worse, type of deal. Explain how HEX circulating supply goes down and now the max supply goes up. Is that like asking why, like if we stake a lot of coins, then the circulating supply is lower? So there's like less in the market for sale, so the price usually goes up. And then when stakes come due later, there's larger max supply, but still lower circulating supply. I don't know. Is that what you mean? That's maybe I misread it. I doubt April for Pulsechain, but yeah. Funny Jim mentioned he would put X dollar amount day one for both, then X dollar 30 days after launch. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I had this idea. I'm kind of sad that Funding Jim used it. I don't think I talked to him about it beforehand, but like I was thinking like I was gonna do like a cool, like even started as like a small account so that it would be more encouraging in the future to show people like, yo, this is like a $1,000 or a $5,000 account where I put it into Pulsex, put it into Pulsechain or some Hex, and I staked it, and then it'd be like a public one I would just show to everybody. and I'd kind of like keep it on every video and just keep track of it. And people coming in and be like, "Hey, what's that portfolio tracker thing?" And I'd be like, "Oh, it's the public address where I just bought these coins and I hold them there, and this is the ROI. It's up, 10x right now or something." And they're like, "Oh wow, okay. So you just started with that, and now it's worth 10 grand, or now it's worth 20 grand." And I just think that would be really encouraging for people to see, like, wow, you can really make good returns in crypto if you get into the right stuff. And but he's gonna do it with like 50 grand or something. I'm not gonna do it with 50 grand. I think he's doing like 50 grand in Pulsex, 50 grand in Pulsechain, 50 grand in whatever. So like he's making it really big, but he's gonna show it to like the big wigs and the bigger guys. Or he said any channel can like show it off. But I think like I've made posts before where I was like, wow, if you put in like 10 grand or 60 grand, and then you'd have $1 million in if we go back to all time high or something like that. And people were like, oh, I don't have 60 grand, but I also showed like every level of abstraction down below by like 10x. Like, oh, if you put in 6 grand, you'll have 100 grand, and then if you have 600, you'll have 10 grand or whatever. And but people just get like triggered by like, what do you expect us all to have 100 grand or something? And I'm like, dude, like just abstract it down to whatever. It's just like percentages, and I'm just using nominal numbers sometimes. Um, I don't expect everybody to have that much money going around. It's just I think it's cooler to show these larger numbers that are possible. And also if there are people out there with that amount of money, then they're also more interested. Because if you're talking about, well, if you turn this $1 into 100, then you have 100. And then who's excited about getting $100? That's not as cool sounding marketing wise, I guess. Anyway, I might still do that public address thing. I don't know if I've said it publicly before, but yeah. Because like the thing is, like, even $1,000 or $5,000, I feel like putting into these coins so early could become such a huge amount that he wouldn't want it to be public. So I'm like even wary about doing that. Like especially Funny Gym. Imagine, say Pulsechain or whatever. How much is that? If you 1,000x, let's see. How much is that? Wait, one. Yeah, if you say like Pulsechain or Pulsex 1000x, and Gary does his thing and he bought 50 grand of each or whatever, he'd have over like 100 million because each one would go up to like 50 million per 50 grand. So that's you do you want to be the guy walking around like, hey, I have this wallet that's got 100 mil in it publicly? I don't think that's why I think starting with a lower number, and that's the thing, is like we should have the ability to mix these coins, because these numbers can get so big, it's ridiculous. I don't think it's a better society if everyone knows everyone else's bank balances. So maybe it's fine because we'll just have better mixing and privacy stuff in the future, so you can have a large number that's kind of tied to your name, even though you purposefully made it public. It's still dangerous in my mind. Like, it's way better if everyone just thinks you're poor, because then no one goes after you. You just don't get to clout chase on people. Like Richard's, like, he's multi-billionaire guy, pretty much. So he's gonna use that to his advantage, right? Oh, Cognitive Living Room. Cheers, Pulsexican. Hey, thanks, man. Hey, how come whenever I click this, it doesn't actually show it on stream? So I haven't been showing your guys' super chats on stream. What a scam I am, man. I thought when I was clicking that it was showing it on stream, but like I can read it. But thank you so much, Cognitive Living Room. $9.99. Cheers, Pulsexican. Yeah, let's go, man. Dude, Pulsex is. I just get excited. Like but I know people don't want to keep hearing about, oh, how great is Pulsechain and Pulsex going to be, because they're like, oh, I just want it to be out, so stop talking about it. I don't know. I probably just let people influence me a little too much, honestly. Like I'm usually just so reserved and not confrontational, so I'm just like, I don't know. I just feel like I should just get my voice out there more often, honestly. Okay, thanks for your take on it, sir. Yes. Any software wallet should only be used. Yeah, Hex HODL's got like some great tips in the chat all the time. All right, holders and founders. What about Trust Wallet? Yeah, I just don't know about Trust Wallet. I just know MetaMask's been fine, so don't risk trying new stuff. Wrenchgain checking in. What's up, Brizology? Dude, now I'm 2 hours behind. No. Okay. Yeah, I wish this was closer. I really want to put my third monitor over there, like right above, because then I can just look up there, not have to look over here. NordVPN has split tunneling. It's worth it. Also automatic shutdown. Yeah, you can have a kill switch. So like if your internet connection or something goes wrong with the VPN, if something goes wrong with the VPN, it'll cut off your internet. So you're not actually, say you're in the middle of something. This is pretty like advanced stuff because most people just won't even use it, but it's an option, which is nice for people who really care about your security. It'll kill your internet on the device until the VPN's back up, because if it's very, very important you're not leaking your IP, then it will make sure you do not leak your IP. Some things will just let you leak out your IP address because your VPN will fail and it won't tell you, and that's not good. So it has that option if you want it. And it also allows you to tunnel through multiple VPNs and the Onion router, all within like the click of a few buttons. It's a great interface. It's better to have a VPN than no VPN, and this one's super cheap. And I'm able to give away some like free 12 free months to people. I actually have an extra free month I can give away. I'm not going to do it this stream because I'm so behind on chat. But I'll probably do another raffle giving away 12 months free to people who use the link. Because one guy said that he didn't want the 12 months that he won, so I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll give it more away. I might even be able to give like more than one away, because I gave 2 to some other guys. I have the Nord guy. He's gonna send it to him, and the thing is, like, your email that you use to sign up will confirm that you used the link or whatever, and then if you don't want your email to be known by me, you can just change your email after you've gotten the free 12 months. So you really don't have any leaked data, and you should always use like a fresh email for signing up for this stuff anyway. I recommend Proton Mail. Proton Mail is great. Not Gmail. Don't use Gmail. If you're just asking about like what the price is going to be in 5 years, I'm not going to answer this question. There's like a bunch of those, so. All right. Is HEX correlated to the Bitcoin in the bear market because it was not in the bull market? Yeah, there's like different, like, I don't know if correlated. I think sometimes it looks like we're correlated and other times we are not. It's not like we've always been 1-to-1. We have like our own cycle that sometimes coincides with other stuff. So people will look at it and be like, well, Bitcoin went down and you went down. But like when Bitcoin went down originally from Richard's top call, HEX went up like, wasn't it like, I think we went up 20x versus Bitcoin because Bitcoin went down and we went up, like, so it was like a big reversal switch. And so I think that gave a lot of people confidence that, like, holy crap, maybe HEX will just pump in the bear market and we'll just crush everyone. And sure, everybody wanted that to be the case. But then eventually, I don't know if it was because of Pulsechain delays, because obviously if Pulsechain would have came out, we would have had more demand and stuff. But then imagine imagine Pulsechain had come out before all this FTX collapse, and say they launched it, like say they launched Pulse on or listed it on these exchanges, and they started, like, we would have had people getting wrecked on Pulse and stuff on these centralized exchanges. So it's almost like a blessing in disguise that we didn't launch before this bigger downturn in the market, because that would have just affected us and more people would have sold Pulse early. I think I want all these people who have believed the most and been here the longest and haven't been flooded out. I think they deserve to keep the gains if they survive this bear market. So I'm happy to launch closer to the bottom than, oh, we launch earlier, but then we have to eat crap for a while anyway, because like we don't want to see the beginning of Pulsechain chart be like, oh, down with the rest of the market. You know, that's lame. We want to be like, wow, everyone's panicking. It's Bitcoin's 10K. Is it going down to 4 figures again? Ooh, Pulsechain launch. What's that? Oh my gosh, it's going up. I'm jumping into that. Like that's what I want to see. I want to see people FOMOing in because everything else is kind of looking dead, and it's at the kind of max pain, 85% down. Like that's what I want to see us launch at. How come Richard just said get a Kraken account, download MetaMask app on phone on Spaces? I think he says that because like he only has so much time to like explain. He's not going to be like, oh, here's the best perfect setup. I think it makes it like, especially when you're talking to people who are already um not against crypto, but like they're hard on it, like Kim.com and stuff. Like, ooh, you really think a lot of people are gonna uh, get a computer and download MetaMask and do that? So like if you just express the easiest way someone could get in, it makes it a lot more easier to swallow that, oh, an average user could do this. And so I think he was in a space where people were kind of not against DeFi, but like they don't think it's possible for the average user to get involved. And so I think he simplified it down to like, yo, if you want to get into crypto, you can get a MetaMask wallet on your phone and get a Kraken account, send it to your account. Boom, you're in DeFi. You're cooking, and you used an exchange that's been pretty good. That's Kraken. And so I think that's why he shortened it. It's not like he thinks that's the best way to get into crypto. It's just, it's a quick way. That's my take on it. Maybe I don't want to put words in his mouth. That's just how I interpret it, that kind of situation. Thank you for clarity. Makes sense. Oh, it's been bear. All right. Be the voice. Looking for group with Santa. Let's go. I heard him say that too. Yeah. I mean, it's just, I think it just depends on your audience. Like if you have a bunch of people arguing that, oh, it's too hard to get into crypto, then you don't tell them like, oh, there's the long way to do it, and make sure you're this secure and get a hardware wallet and order that in from this specific website. Like all the best practices take longer. Yes. But if it is safe enough to just go make a Kraken account, MetaMask on your phone, yeah, not ideal, but buy some stuff on Kraken after you link a bank account and then send it to your wallet on your phone, you're good to go. I don't think that there's a huge problem with that. Obviously, after you're in for a while, you realize, holy crap, maybe you should be more secure. But probably someone who's just new to crypto doesn't have tens of millions of dollars, and they're not putting tens of millions on their phone. So it's probably like, hey, I'm going to put in $1,000 and see how this goes. And that's probably fine on your phone, you know? OPSEC is good, a PC only for crypto, nothing else, and likely not even Windows, yeah. Also, it was also correlated in the bull market. Bitcoin hit 70K and HEX hit 56 cents. Are there any other coins you're invested in that you don't talk about? I mean, I don't want to talk about my other coins. They may be ones in like the Richard ecosystem. I guess Richard only has Hex coin out right now, but I sacrifice for freedom of speech and freedom of movement. I'll say that. The funds are safe food, chilling in the wallet. It feels so good. Like when you get your security right in crypto, it feels so much better. Like like imagine having life-changing money just in a hot wallet on the computer that you like use every day and download stuff, and if you torrent stuff, like that would be so nerve-wracking, right? So don't do that. Uh, Set yourself up for success and you don't have these disappointments later, you know? Make it easy for yourself to succeed while you're sleeping, not getting wrecked in your sleep by like bad decisions like FTX and bad decisions like only using a hot wallet, bad decisions like not using a VPN. Like all this stuff just makes it so you're less of a target, less attack surface. So it's worth the investment, in my opinion. The peace of mind is like, how much is peace of mind worth it to you? Do you like thinking about, ooh, can I download this link or can I click this link or I'll maybe risk my wallet? Like if you're thinking that, you need to get a hardware wallet and a dedicated PC. Like, or you're just gonna feel bad every time you think about crypto and the risks involved and stuff. Yeah, there was a guy who got I think he had his like seed words in his cloud on his phone or something. And he connected to some airport Wi-Fi and I think they got access to his cloud and he had like a picture of it or something. So that's not really because he had a MetaMask on his phone. It's maybe I'm misremembering the story, but I think that's kind of what happened. Really sucks for that guy. I love how we have like a second big payday because of him. I think he jokes about that, so kudos to him. He's a cool guy. Uh, yeah, he he got unstaked for a lot of his hex and whatnot, and we all got a big payout for that. And that's another cool thing in hex is like if even we don't get screwed over by exchanges, which is awesome. They don't have a bunch of extra coins to dump from hackers getting it and just dumping it. And on top of that, even if an individual gets hacked, which is extra rare, like that rarely happens. That's why we like remember individual stories of it happening because it's so rare. It's not like, oh, it happens all the time, so whatever. We just have like a few um, things of it happening, and it's because of poor um, private seed word management. Usually it's like giving them away to someone. But anyway, if someone gets hacked and they're staked, guess what? That hacker gets almost nothing if they emergency unstake it, so they can't actually dump the market. The only thing they can do is blow it up, pretty much. And if they do end up stake it, say there's like only 20% of the stake left, they get less at least. They don't get the full amount, you know. So there's actually less to be dumped from a individual hack, and it's rare for like that to happen in the first place. So extra protection for the price, extra price performance. It's like all these like hidden benefits of hex design, dude. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, exactly. How can it be? I'd like to see the SEC make an argument. Lol. Oh man, dude, I must be far behind if I'm if that's because I was talking about the SEC a while back. He kept his passwords in his Apple hard drive connected to the okay. Finbear and Finland, real country, are memes true? Apple hard drive. All right. Right. Here's another good point about the SEC stuff is like, even if Hex was deemed a security, they go, aha, it was a security the whole time. And you're like, okay, so what? What are you gonna not list us on a centralized exchange? They already don't. and then, and then, and then, like, what are they gonna do? Like, what precedent would that set that you can't? It's literally like saying, what if they made something that's not a security a security? Like, it literally can't be a security. Someone created something and then other people started to value it and used it without any control of the person who originally created it. It's like, and then they can, how could they call it a security? It's not like it was a sale. It was like, here's some code. You can do what the code allows to do if you want. And so if you do it, the code will give you this output. If you value that output, then that's great for you. If other people value it, even better. But there was no, here, send money here, and a person goes and gives you something back. So that's not what happened with the HEX launch. So, and if people are going to get crafty with what that was, or what I said for like the sacrifices, those were for political beliefs. So that was not for coins in exchange. Because it's just like an individual can like recognize any action on the blockchain and give coins from anything they create to any address that they want. So you can't. It's like if they were to say that's a security, then they're saying you're not allowed to give things to people. You're not allowed to recognize that people did a thing and give people things. So it's it's not a it's not an offering. It was just for a political statement. What's up, guys? What's up? Let's go K4K to 20K subs. Yeah, let's do it. Hey, if you're not subscribed and you watch this long, what are you doing? Come on. And hit the like button. Why not? Why not do it? We'll probably have lots of clips of this if you can't watch the whole thing as well. I'll have my editor, Jacob, he's awesome, create some cool clips. I think we got some good clippable moments. But yeah, definitely subscribe. The bigger the HEX influencer scene gets, the more we get rid of those scammer guys who are literally promoting margin trading constantly and like try to get you all like emergency Bitcoin could go to the moon. Use my link below, get 100x leverage. It's like we'll get rid of those guys. We'll filter them out. Of course, they made their money off of screwing people over. Like we can't like fix that. But I think it's just if you want to see crypto get better, you have to help the guys who are trying to make it better and not the other guys. And so since we have lots of new people who come in and they get attracted to the hype and the whatever, and they buy Dogecoin because Elon did and stuff, it's like, yeah, that's like short-lived, not so great overall for the community. Like there's no reason to get leverage in crypto. You don't need leverage. It's already leveraged enough. Like you don't actually have to risk your capital. It just moves like a leverage play on the stock market, and we move like a leverage play on Ethereum. And Ethereum is a leverage play on Bitcoin. So we're like already leveraged with our volatility. It's crazy, right? Like that's why we have way bigger highs, but we also have lower lows because we're lower liquidity. It's just when that money starts sloshing around, it's got to land somewhere. So it really pumps us up when money comes out, and it pumps the other things less. Since we have like a solid thing with people holding long term, we just pump really hard. Really good. Yay, what's up? Nylon Tank. Okay for K, good to see you back live. Dude, I'm so hungry. Oh, and I have some like beef barley soup to eat. Mm. Mm-hmm. 3 cents by end of stream. Oh, that'd be cool because I think we're at like 2.5 cents, right? So that'd be a pump. Hardware wallet with 2 devices seems a bit of overkill. 2 devices. Oh, because I was saying like you want to hedge your stuff. Well, I think like if you have a lot of money, you wouldn't want it all in one seed phrase. It's my idea. You wouldn't want it all in one. You'd split it up into multiple, split those words up. Obviously, if you only have $1,000 or something that low, you wouldn't want to spend your bottom line like getting 10 hardware wallets, which is going to cost you $500 because they're like 50 each. And so you wouldn't want to spend it all on hardware wallets at the start, like for that, especially since they're transferable, like most things are, I guess. Like your HEX, you can send your other wallet. I guess if you stake it, you can't, but If you only have $1,000, you're not making so many multiple stakes. You just want to get the minimum 1 T share per stake, probably is what I would say. But yeah, you don't want to. Wait, where was that? Yeah, there we go. But yeah, a lot of people there's this like thing where like I'll suggest something that's a good practice, and people will be like, "Oh, this you're doing that practice, like this is even more secure." And then it's like, but you got to go like through so many extra steps and extra work to like make that payoff, and you're like, most people won't even do that work. Like for like make your own VPN or run your own RPC, run your own Ethereum node. Like, no, most people aren't going to do that. So I'd rather give advice that people are actually going to uh, benefit from and actually use and does actually give value. It's just that maybe it's not and I don't even trust that like you running your own is more secure, because if you don't set it up right, it could be less secure than a VPN by Nord or something like that. Or if you do something yourself, you can always mess that up. So it's there's always trade-offs in security. So like I grew up talking with my dad, and we talk often, and he works at one of the top 10 insurance companies, like in the security sector in the US. And he's like the security architect. So I talk with him about security all the time, and stuff in crypto, and they learn, like they have the Department of Defense come in and they have conferences, and they talk about, sometimes they talk about blockchain and how that's going to come in, and they talk about digital ID and all these different multi-factor authentication, all these newer types of security stuff. He takes like tests and goes for stuff to get certifications, and goes to conferences where they learn the most new up-to-date stuff that like the Department of Defense in the US uses and stuff. Like they'll have a speaker who, like a guy who was working at the Department of Defense, and he'll talk about the best practices and what the hackers are using, and white hat hackers, black hat hackers. And so like we talk about security a lot. And so it's very important, and I'm just lucky enough that I grew up, around kind of having that as like a resource. It's kind of cool. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Great to have you back streaming, KVK. I truly think the SEC will have to say HEX is not a security. Imagine. Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, I mean that'd be super cool, especially if we get they can declare that it isn't a security. Then there goes that FUD angle for all these people who are like, "Oh, we're gonna get you with the SEC," whenever it's not even the end of the world if it happens anyway. And then there's like, I don't even like, some people really do the imaginary horribles of like, oh, what if they make it so if you interact with the HEX contract, it's illegal? And it's like, yeah, what if they make owning a house illegal? Yeah, it's like, if you think about these arguments for like 3 seconds, you're just like, well, if it can apply to like anything, is it really a sound argument? It's like you got to compare it to things that are likely to happen and what's happened in the past. And what's happened in the past is you might get a fine, and that's it. So, now, I'm not saying that, we're just going to get a fine so we can do whatever. I don't think that. I think like the SEC should look into it, and I think they will find that it's not a security. So that's why I think we won't even get a fine. But it's really cool that this is happening at the bear market. Like, how sucky would this happen? Like, would this be if it were to happen like near the peak or in the middle of the bull run, and like, oh, now we're all just like worried about using HEX and stuff in the middle of the bull run. I'd rather it be like, oh, extra FUD at the bottom, So more people sold, panic sold at the bottom, so they actually pushed the price down less, and they got less out of the ecosystem because it happened near the bottom of the bear. So if you're going to get SEC FUD, which is going to come at some point in the future for anything successful, pretty much in crypto, the SEC is going to come for you eventually. So I'd rather it happen right now, and it is. And I think we're handling it great as a community. At first, it was like, it's just FUD, it's just FUD, and then it was like, oh, these are real, and it's like, and then you got people like Eric Wall going like, oh, we got them. We're like these silly hexicans, and they're falling for Pulsechain and all this, and he tries to pile on the FUD. I mean, I just think that's so irresponsible. I mean, I guess he can always have his opinions, and that's fine. I just try not to give attention to these types of people that try to inspire fear for the sake of it, either for their own thrill or even financial gain. Like if you think about it, if if you're like an influencer and you have like lots of power over the market, like say you had like you could influence the market, then like if you know, like if it's beneficial for you to get people to sell so you can buy it lower, maybe some people do that. But like I'm not gonna do that. That sucks for those people that sold early. And if you wouldn't have had made that video or that post, those people would have held and they would have had life-changing gains. Like how do you live with yourself after that? I would feel so bad. And it's like I don't know. That just doesn't seem very wholesome to me. But maybe he's just being completely honest with his words and how he feels, and it just happens to be bearish. You know, give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, he just wants to make money and find ways to get paid fines from people. Disgusting behavior. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it sucks because it's like you kind of have to be nice to them so they're not screwing you over later. Because I guess it's just like it's just better not to talk about. Had 10K to invest. How would you go about investing it? I am not a financial advisor, but I think I answered this earlier, but you know, split it up between Pulsechain and Pulsex. That's what I would tell my friends. And maybe some PX hex on the Pulsechain because that might have the potential to reach up to parity. I think some people are gonna be selling their hex for Pulsechain hex because like if it's just lower and it's like the same code but it's native to this chain that may grow and become better and is cheaper to transact on, maybe people see like that could be more valuable. So maybe they're happy to risk their higher value Ethereum hex early on when they're getting more bang for their buck to buy this cheaper version. Even though they know it's like the same code and it's just, you know, kind of like a stock split, but you can kind of reallocate and one might pump from a lower price. So it's you can reach parity that way where like, oh, Ethereum version dumps in half and Pulse version pumps up to half, whatever the value that is. So like if you jump on that train earlier, maybe you get more returns. Like this is just speculation. Like don't be like, hey, K4K said just just sell it all for Pulse version. Because there's also the other side of the coin that maybe since people got the Pulse version for free, they don't value it as much. And so whales will just sell that side down and the price just doesn't look as good. Maybe it just keeps like a 20%, 10% ratio or half of the value of hex or something. And so then maybe depending on when you got in on the Pulse side, you might not make out on it. So like I'm not giving financial advice, these are just ideas. Okay. Just thinking out loud here because we got questions. But yeah, you have to consider all these angles, and that's the thing is like it's so funny because I bet for most like these people who think they're gonna like trade and get this like better deal and then do all this crazy stuff at the start. Like I guess the nice thing about having already sacrificed for all these is the best strat is probably just to forget you ever sacrificed and then come back in like a year or two and be like, oh wow, and I kept all these coins and what? I guess, well, you'd want to be earning yield on the Pulsex at least, stake that and then forget about it. But it's the kind of the same way. It's how Hex was designed. It was like you weren't meant to be looking at the chart every day. The whole point was so that you could go live your life, and you go and you start a business, but you store your value kind of in. You can store your value in Hex, and then it's something that tends to go up versus the dollar over time, which it has. It's just in the past year, we've been going down, just like everything else. But you weren't supposed to be like focused on it or trading it, because that was kind of the point of Hex, is to, like, we don't want people to be addicted to gambling or trading. We want to break that bad habit and just have something that's immutable code. You have full control over your money. It pays you to hold it, so you're encouraged to do the best thing for you, which is delayed gratification. I feel like I've explained Hex like 10 times on this stream, but it really is something special. Just buy Hex the 10K. Hey, nice. Got some financial advice in the chats, but I'm not responsible for phraseology suggestions. I saw what he pulled out of his fridge the other day, or the oven or whatever. It was like eggs with salt on them. You like salt cured them, and it was like egg yolks. I don't know what he's. It probably is good. I like eggs. But it was so funny because they were asking like, "Oh, what do you got in your oven?" He's like, "I know what, I got something." He pulls it up on the stream. It's like some weird egg things. It wasn't a turkey. It was some cured egg yolk or something. All right. Don't buy all in one go though. Split it into like 5 DCA. Yeah. Yeah, all at once at 2.5 cents. Stop trolling this guy. Dude, you guys have so many good questions. All right. All right. We're going to see if I can find a specific question. Yeah, this is like the best thing, I think. It's like a really good strategy because dude, that's gonna feel so good. The payoff of getting 15-year stakes rolling every year. Ooh, just wait. That's why I think that ladder idea I had is super amazing. Because imagine you just buy one coin and it represents all of that staked hex, but in a ladder form, and then continually, perpetually does 15-year ladders. Like, I don't know if that, yeah, that should work. I think that's possible. I think you can build that. Just buy ladder. Because then you still get the payout because you're liquid all what's it called? Each year you can probably redeem some of the pool if you want to pull out maybe just the interest or something. It depends how you code it. You could have it certain amounts you're allowed to pull out or something. Well, that would be sick. Because then you wouldn't have to do all these extra transaction costs of like, oh, I've gotta do 15 different stakes, and then each time I gotta because also it would save you the transaction cost of each end stake as well, because that's how those contracts work, the encapsulated ones. There's just one end stake for everybody, and the claim fee is way less than end stake costs because it doesn't have to calculate each day you were staked. So, and less money paid to the Ethereum network or even the Pulsechain network, whichever one you're on, means more money stays in our ecosystem instead of it's like that's a negative externality. If you spend $500 in gas fees to get $500 of hex, well, you didn't make any money. But if you pay $500 of gas, or we'll say $5 of gas fees, and you get $500 hex, then you're like, wow, $495 win. So that's also a benefit of encapsulated stuff. And then, to get rid of the some people they don't like liquid, coins that keep hex stuff liquid like that, because then people sell too early because they don't have the penalty of the end stake thing. We could just have a contract that you can stake the liquidity like those tokens that represent it, and then you can get even more benefit of like you could earn end stakes of people who are using um like if they end stake in that pool which you're in to earn some of the other people that if they leave you get some of their tokens split, percentage wise. You would actually still have people locked up and risking end stake penalties, even though they could keep it liquid if they wanted to, and it represents that. But like having that extra option is extra payout for people who are really diamond handed. So I like rewarding people who hold long because they're helping hold the price up for everybody else. The beard waiting for launch. Yep. Hex on ETHW, so like 4x the ETH. Hex ETH ultimately? My head is hot. Oh yeah, the Here, drink some water. I'm telling you, I'm gonna get through everything. It's been so long since I streamed, so paid $85 for Ethereum when I bought Hex in the AA. Oh dude, I remember those days. I remember buying Ethereum when it was like $80. And then the AA, oh boy. I still remember that day. I think maybe that was the best day because it was like you could get 2 million hex per ETH, and that was like the bottom. And then it was like the rate only got worse after that. It was like really close to like 2 million per, I think. And that's not even including like if you did self refer. So I remember like spamming. Well, maybe I shouldn't reveal that. On like 4chan, I would post a lot during the early days of the AA. Try to get people to use the link. It worked. I've sacrificed for Pulsechain and Pulsex. These YouTube algorithms reminds me of that every day. Honestly, I forgot about these projects. Really? Really? You just forgot you sacrificed? Maybe you only put like a little bit of money in or something. Only hears about it through the YouTube algorithm. Nice. Yeah, and this is a good point. Like people who like you got. I mean, it's weird because like if everyone gets the same value, then like you have to compare it to like if you had sold, I guess. Hmm. I mean, I wish OPSEC didn't matter because then I could like tell everyone, certain things. Oh my gosh, yes, that is so true. I didn't even think about that. Were they able to sack before it went to 0? Oh, that's hilarious. Yes. I bet the Luna, UST, and Cell sacrifices wish they sacked it all. Oh my god. How have I not heard this brought up? That should be like a tweet or something. That's hilarious. So people, oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, I guess technically they did that hasn't paid off yet, but when Pulsechain launches, they'll be happy. Not selling until it reaches $1. That's what's up. Using my brain for passwords. Yeah, well, eventually your brain don't work too good, and then and then all your passwords are gone. Someone's asking about a wallet sacrifice, but yeah, I believe Nord uses WireGuard, which is like top tier stuff. For DCC in the house. Did I miss his? Oh, there he is. Yo. Oh, dude, I'm like so late. Holy crap. I'm so late to responding. Oh my gosh. Like I'm looking at these timestamps. It says 5:12. I'm literally at 5:12 and it's currently 7:25 and I don't think I've made progress. I'm less than 2 hours away now. No, wait, I'm more than 2 hours? I'm losing ground. You guys are chatting so much. Oh my gosh. I wish it would highlight like questions more so I could like pull up questions because I know that you guys are chatting in here a lot, but like I have to read each thing and then they're not real questions. But yeah, I know it's I'm glad that people are chatting. Testnet V3 or just dude, we're definitely having a testnet V3 like 1000%. There's no we launched it. That's not happening. Not happening. You want to make sure everything is secure as possible, do as much testing as possible, and you do that in a public environment with a test net. And if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a testnet v3b. Okay, so but that's good. You know, a lot of people do not care about security, so Richard and team have to for everyone's sake. You know, everyone can't not care about security, or you end up with nothing, and that's not good for anyone involved, except for the hacker, I guess. So, yeah. After 15, I'll be 70. 70 years young, they say. But yeah, everyone's got, there's the thing is like staking is just bonus on top of the USD gains. So you don't have to stake. It's like if you can wait that long, you get more of the inflation. If the price goes up like any at all, plus the inflation you earned, you just do better than people who just held it. So you like diluted them, but you waited longer, so you get more. It just seems fair, you know. It's just like CDs at the bank. They lock up longer, you get more interest. So there's on the blockchain, and it goes up in USD value a lot. And yeah, never financial advice on this channel, but good to see you, Dollar Cost. I think I mentioned you a couple times in the earlier in the stream. So, oh yeah, did your you got Rollo Tomasi on there? Oh, what's the other guy's name? Starts with an A S R. Yeah, I don't remember his name, but he's like works with all the models and stuff. I should remember his name. But yeah, dude, your setup is looking super cool. Like, looking forward to checking it out when I'm back in Vegas. If you'll have me around. But I tune into almost all of those podcasts. Like, they're just really high quality, and you share information that you can't really get anywhere else. So much appreciated. Just don't sleep talk or tell people you know. Well, Richard and Testnet V3 makes sense. If I remember, yeah. V3 makes sense for sure. Like, we were having a Testnet V3. I don't know about wait for more ETH2 upgrades before forking it. Why? It's I don't know why we would wait longer. SBF just made a video statement, and that's 2 hours ago. Frig. I feel so bad for the people scared of crypto. How do you change their no vision, simple minded, uneducated statements? Most of them think crypto equals black plague. Like, dang. Cognitive living room. Thanks, man. Thanks for the $10. I'll read it out loud for people because I can't bring it up because I don't want to miss all the old messages because I want to get to everybody. So yeah, I feel so bad for people scared of crypto. How do you change their no visions, simple-minded, uneducated statements? Most of them thinks crypto equals black plague. I mean, it does come down to the point where, like, you can't save everybody, so don't blame yourself. I mean, I try to take responsibility for everything, but, um, you have to do things smart and things that scale, and so, like, having a one-on-one conversation either through Twitter, like, if you're just, like, in the DMs talking to someone or, like, texting, or even if it's, like, I mean, if it's your great friend and you really wanna convince him, that might be worth it because you might have that friend around for a long time, so that could be worthwhile, but, like, just a random guy in a bar and, hanging out at a party, and he's like, "Yo, do you know crypto, that sucks, or it's a scam," and all that, and he's just, like, wasting your time and not really taking in the information. I don't think it's worthwhile, to, like, spend all your energy and really feel like you have to convince him, because the more you look like you're trying to convince someone of something, the less they really wanna be convinced by it. Like, if you've ever noticed, the most convincing people are the people you don't even attempt to take the other side, not because, like, you're intimidated, but because they're just so chill and comfortable with their point of view or what they've researched that you were like, "Wow, they, like, know what they're talking about." So there's really no reason to be like, take the other side very much because they're like, if you really do know your stuff and you're explaining it well, and you are, like, in a comfortable, laid back, like you're not trying to push it on them, like, "Yo, you gotta get in, like, it's important," but if they should just see kinda from your lifestyle, how you act, um, you know, sharing your experience and not being so pushy is usually a good way to get, um, past that type of barrier of a confrontation. Like, if you're already at the point of, like, an argument, and especially if it's in front of other people, they're less likely to take in the information and really think about it. So, I think, maybe an approach, uh, difference could help. Because really, if you're just chilling, you're like, "Well, I mean, it's doing great for me, so I'm just gonna keep doing this," and they're like, "Well, I'm struggling," and you're like, "Well, maybe try something different, do something else, do something that scales," you know? And when crypto really frees your time up, you have time to, like, learn, all different types of stuff, reading, learning all different ways of, like, important books to read, like, definitely Dale Carnegie, like, Funding Jim tells everybody, especially us in crypto Twitter land, where someone says something, and even if it's, like, positive for Hex, we'll come into their comments and we'll be like, "Yeah, but you said this 7 months ago, and you said that and this," and it's not, and I'm guilty of this too, and I'm trying to get better at it as well, but it just isn't beneficial or convincing to come in and just point out other people's faults all the time. There are some people that are like, there's the point of no return, and they just are constant scammers. Like, there's like Peter McCormick and stuff like that, where they literally scammed everyone. Richard told him to his face, like, you're the scammer. Before BlockFi ever crashed and went bankrupt, he told him, like, you promote this. You are gonna get everyone involved wrecked. You promote people losing self-custody. And guess what happened? Dun dun dun, wrecked. Everybody. And so same with Pompliano and stuff. Like, these people, they just kind of don't care, I guess, about their audience. They kind of just do it for the money, I guess. So that sucks kind of for crypto, but that's why I like pumping up the Hex crowd and trying to get us to be better. And I'm also learning, like, Funding Jim is a great example of how to be cordial in every situation. Like, that guy is a master. A master. So if you really want to change minds and help the world and get people on track, it's not by pointing out their flaws and saying you suck and stuff. Like, that should be obvious. So, How to Win Friends and Influence People, read that book multiple times is good advice. Um, and that'll help you be able to reach some of those people that you felt were unreachable before. That was a long answer. All right. Sam Bankman-Fried says FTX US is fully solvent and withdrawals could be opened up today. Then they probably just shuffled some money around and. I mean, good for the U.S. citizens, if that's true. Get that money out of there instantaneously if you can. Watcher Guru. I'll watch the video later. I mean, I guess I could pull it up on stream, but this is from 2 hours ago. Everyone's probably already watched it. Yeah, SPF is a pathological liar. Yeah, especially when you see like the tweet thread between him and CZ where CZ's like calling him out and then he's like, we're totally solvent, we're all good, and this is all like, what's he saying? It's not true. And then like people start to withdraw. He's like, oh, we're actually insolvent. Oh, $10 billion in the hole. Oh, like you can't get more gotcha than that. Like, I don't know. Is that just gaslighting where people were like, yo, these are the facts. You scammed everyone. You said you weren't, but you were. Look at all the like. There's no way you have these funds, and where all the and then you got hacked. LOL. Like all this stuff points to red flag, red flag, red flag. But then they just come up on stage and they're like, "Oh, none of that's true. I'm all good. I'm all good. You know, I don't know why anyone's after me." It's like, what? How? That's like mass level gaslighting or something. Just that's so crazy. But hey, I mean, I'm not a lawyer or anything. I'm not this is just from like all those Twitter spaces participating in, and just the fact that they were not good with their reserves at all. And I know that their terms of service basically allowed them to move user funds and use them in leverage and garbage like that, and people signed up for that, and that's its own problem. But like, dude, you screwed over so many people, so you should get wrecked for that. That was irresponsible. Like they were running a Ponzi, legitimate. Is that like an oxymoron? A legitimate Ponzi? HEX will do another 2,000x from today's price in the next 5 years. 5 years? Maybe. I don't know. It's like I'm skipping these questions. I forgot about that. SBF's keyword should EP many wish they sold at 56 cents. Also, for that last question, you have to consider you're getting Pulse, or you're getting the Pulse version of HEX when Pulsechain comes out too. So like all those are free gains if you have HEX before the Pulse launch. That's pretty sweet. Oh, here we go. Sorry I missed this earlier, Lil Uno. What are your current thoughts? Oh yeah, I wasn't supposed to answer other questions on coins, but since you are cool. All right, what are your current thoughts on Hedron? I mean that lobbying stuff seemed kind of clunky. It's just like free extra bonus. Like I think I did the where did I write it down? Frick. I wrote it down. There it is. So right now on a Hedron stake, 2% of the value of the HEX stake is Hedron. I kind of, at least that was some math a bit ago. So like it's just like if you stake, you get this free. That might be for like a 555 or something or a teacher. I'm not sure how much that was, but percentage shouldn't matter. And so it's just kind of this extra free bonus thing that you could potentially bid and get more T-shares for basically, I mean, it's not free because it does have a monetary value in its own. But yeah, I would claim Hedron before you end your stake. It's free money, and I don't think there's an issue with claiming it all. Just free money. Yeah, a lot of people are like they speculate on the price, but it's one of those things where like a lot of people are just getting it for free. And then there's other stuff in the system that counterbalances that, and there's other ways, there's other stuff to do. But yeah, I haven't made like a full-on video on it because it's just, I think for the majority of people, it's just better if they understand Hex first before they get into any of that other stuff and hope they can catch up to gains by doing something else. Because you can just get Hedron for free by staking Hex. So that's what I'll say. And there's the Street Guru from earlier. Thank you. I appreciate that. Rich Art President for sure. I'll get it wrecked with ratios pre-bridge. All right, I'm going to look for legitimate questions. Oh, thanks, DJ Cryptomatic. And I'll call out awesome people in the community. DJ Cryptomatic, check him out on Twitch. He does like live DJing on Twitch and like promotes Hex, and also he deletes spam bots from my comment sections. I think he has like a bot that can like remove it from all my videos. I don't know if he still does that, but he offered that in the past, and that was pretty cool of him. So, you know, you never know. One of those spam bots could have potentially screwed over some new hex skin coming into the ecosystem, but he protected them from that. So much appreciated, and that keeps more money in the hex skins pockets. It's good stuff. Pulsechain will be, for better or worse, the most exciting financial instrument the world has ever known to mankind. Dude, this guy's pumped up. That's what I'm talking about. Street Guru. Good to see you, brother. Yeah. Yeah, everyone should hit the likes. We had 334 people back at this time. Dude, there's, how do people keep up with their chats? Maybe I should just maybe I should just scroll through fast, catch up. Feel bad. Someone shot the bear today and the bull was running wild. Nice. Maybe it's because I went hunting the other day. Didn't get a bear though. I provided my share of the engagement in chat. Much appreciated, Hex HODL. Thanks, man. Hit the like button, yes, everybody, and subscribe. Don't forget. Is there a better wallet on board instead of MetaMask to work in conjunction with Ledger? Just use, I would say, MetaMask. Just use MetaMask with a VPN. Good to go. Kind of crazy donating to both parties, isn't it? No, because then like neither party really wants to go for you because, well, I guess if they're not able to salvage it, then he doesn't have any more money to give them. Maybe they'll just turn on him. But like by paying both sides, you it's what like JP Morgan and the way back when you would fund both sides of a war financially, and then they would give you special privileges on both sides. And so you would make money on both sides of the war. And so basically financial, what do you want to call them? Conglomerates who controlled the money or had huge wealth, who were able to, especially banks, if they were able to just create money, um, you couldn't just make gold out of nothing back then. But whenever they could make money, you just fund both sides of the war, and then you just make money on both sides. And so they're just encouraged to have more war because then there's more stuff that needs to be spent on weapons and all this stuff, and that's just revenue is what they see it as. So it sucks for everybody involved who's not just making mad money off of the war. So that's terrible. But it's a common strategy for financiers in history. So definitely some interesting facts. There's some really cool stories. Like if you read, The Creature from Jekyll Island, amazing. It explains the Federal Reserve, explains like how they used to finance wars and stuff, dude. And there'd just be war after war after war. Like there'd be like a few years of peace, and then a war, a few years of peace, and then a war. And it was all, if you look back to it, it's like, oh, it's all predicated on these guys financing these things to happen because they just have so much control. So it's a common tactic. Weird peach fuzz. Hey, come on, man. Yeah, well, blame Richard. He didn't launch Pulsechain yet. Can't wait. So happy for Pulsex. Yeah, me too, man. Remember who SBF's parents are, what they do, all Democrats. Yeah. K4K, you have done an interview with Corey Costa? If not, I did. Check it out, man. We had a good one. I think it was actually pretty good. It was on his was it my channel? Might have been on his channel. And it was good. Yeah, there's like beard oil and stuff. I'm just kind of doing nothing with it just to see what happens. And obviously it looks like that's what I did. Yeah, like eating, like if I have soup or something, like it gets in the whiskers and it just feels unclean and I like to be clean. So like I'd like it if I could trim it down, but I'm not allowed to shave it to Pulsechain, so I just think your fish genetics kind of suck. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it might just be me because like my brother and my dad can get facial hair fine. I think like I just get it later. Like once I'm like 30, like in a couple of years, like I'm like 27, so like in a few years, I think it'll be able to grow out more because like I think my brothers didn't really grow in, but then when he hit 30, like it comes in. So it's like I'm late beard bloomer guy. Hopefully. Cover beard in olive oil? That just sounds so gross to me. I never liked like putting sunblock and stuff on my face because it's so oily. Like I'd make myself do it, but that just brings back bad memories of rubbing oil on my face or the feeling of oily face. The beard should start to feel better after 6 to 9 months. Mine was oh, maybe if it does get better, then dang, hope it does. I'm gonna look for questions. We're talking about like Democrats and whatnot. Which should I get? Treasure or Ledger? I would say Trezor at this point. Just make sure you use their legitimate site. Don't order it from eBay. Make sure the seal isn't broken. I got videos on it, and in the description you can get a link to the direct site so you're not getting scammed. Wild hair today. Yeah, I went for the full Jimmy. Full Jimmy for the stream. Trezor. Yeah, there was some like new weird FUD with Ledger. It was like tied in with FTX somehow. I don't want to say wrong stuff on it, but it's just not good. And it just doesn't sound good. Like it's probably fine. I think it was like some side thing. It's not like actually they have control and can see all the wallets or whatever they was said, but you know, it's better if that just if you don't hear about that happening to your wallet stuff. Good day, K4K. Love your work, champion. Thanks, man. Dude, the Hexcans are like the best community. They're always cheering me up, saying nice things. Every once in a while, I get these like, Richard's so right about so many things. Okay, they're the people who are like in the threads and they come in like on Twitter and stuff or YouTube comments, and you go and check their profile after you see the like stupid thing they wrote. It's just, you know, they got 40 followers, and all they do is either they say traitor, troll, something like some coin that went to zero, like all these like flags of like, wow, you're a wrecked pleb, and you're just hating on everything that you see because you just don't want it to be the case that you got wrecked and everyone else is doing great in this ecosystem. And so like it's so right. There's just these people who come in and they just hate, hate. And you check their post history and it's just like, what are they even talking about? It's there's a reason they have like no picture at all. Like if yeah, there's a lot of people that just post with like no picture as well. And on Twitter, it's so easy to upload a picture. Like put something, have an identity. Hey, how's it going? Racks ropes. Man, I'm so hungry. Hope I'm still, yeah, we're still live. Word has a card that can be replaced. Hey, what's up, Ouroboros? You know, I used to play Dark Souls, and Demon Souls, if you remember those games, and Elden Ring. And there was a popular streamer. His name's Ouroboros, and he had cool videos. So you just remind me of him. But yeah, it's a cool symbol. Snake eating itself, infinity. Control C is all I've got. Easy people to imagine. All right. Yeah, smash the legs. We got Nate Stakes. There's so many people in the Hex community that are like all in on. That's so cool. I've never seen another community like the Hex community. Like, and I'm not the type of person who goes out and like makes himself a public figure just for the heck of it. I really believe in this stuff. Let's see, John J. I'm really concerned the U.S. loses its reserve currency status to BRICS and the effect that could have on the Western economy. Any thoughts, K4K? Yeah, that's the thing. That's one of the things that Kim.com knows more about. That I'm interested in learning more about because I really can't have a fully fleshed out opinion on it because I'm not an expert on what's going on with that. Then all I know is another currency with Russian people and gold and stuff is being created, and it's going to be backed by commodities and stuff like that. And so it might be a more appealing, central bank currency. It's still, the thing is, like, it's still crappy fiat that, but at least you can maybe redeem it for solid stuff if they're printing too much. And so it may limit how much they ever print because then it puts their reserves at risk, which was kind of the whole point of us having a gold reserve standard was that, hey, if you think the US starts, printing too much money, you can always redeem it for gold. And then they were just like, you know what? We don't want you guys to call our bluff anymore, so we're just gonna not allow you to redeem it for gold. And also, gold's illegal; you can't hold it. Oh wait, now it's re-illegal again, or re-legal again. So like all of that happening was, yeah. There's a lot of weird scammy stuff that happened in history, and I that happening to the I don't know what the world would look like with no U.S. being the world reserve currency. That'd be different. That'd be different for sure. But I think we're heading towards like a more crypto. I would like it to be a more crypto centric world where people are using it correctly, and then there's just less war because you can't steal the value of the money from the people anymore because the people just don't value the money the government uses anymore. That we just way more value this other stuff and transact with that stuff peer to peer, peer to business, and if that happens, we really don't need these other currencies. People just value the stuff that gives them more power because we actually have optionality now. Like before crypto, like what were your options? Oh, I guess I'll get stocks. Well, that's got counterparty risk and all that. Oh, I'll hold gold, or I'll have certificates to say I can go get gold, but that's, you never know how much gold's actually there either. That can be fractionally reserved. Crypto's like the only thing that you can know is not fractionally reserved. And no counterparty. So it's really a miracle. I bought a Trezor after watching Gabriel's video and VPN. Good. Feels so much better after having both of those things. I will tell you that. Scared to try the RPC thing? Yeah, if you're scared, don't do it or do more research on it. It's just there are some benefits and there's trade-offs between switching RPCs and stuff. And everyone, I'm not saying everyone should use the Flashbots RPC Protect or Protect RPC. It just has those other benefits if you want them, where if you don't want to pay for failed transaction costs and you want to be prioritized in blocks and you also don't want to be sandwich bot attacked, that can also be mitigated by just having a slippage tolerance that's really low. And yeah, you can still just use Infura, but if you're using a VPN, you're good to go, because they can't really tie that in if you're using your VPN right. I already searched that thing, so use the dedicated ID one. You're asking about this other altcoin. I'm not gonna mention it. Yeah. I'm gonna get to everybody. Welcome back, bro. Good to see you. Hey, thanks, the boss man. You the boss. Diamond hands are forged under pressure. That's true. I think I have a tweet a little bit ago where it's like the hexagons in this bear market are being forged in fire, because this is the first real bear market part. Like we had dips in a bull market are like, oh man, the price is down, and then it's like a few months later, new all time high, we're doing it. It's not the same as the bear market. Bear market is demoralizing. It makes you sad. A lot of people lose interest, or they just can't stand the stress of like looking at it. If you're over invested, that's not good, especially if you're leveraged. Like if you took on loans and you're like thinking about all the loans you got to pay back or something, that is not good. Crypto goes up so much, you don't have to use leverage. Do I think Hex is at the bottom? No. I think we got I think Bitcoin still goes down to 11K. Hopefully it stops there. And then I don't think we'd be immune to dropping with the market there. Those limit orders are really working out for people that are grabbing up some good buys. Frosty Dog, you're alive. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I mean, it just felt like I was like, man, if I don't make content, then that just means everybody else just if I want change to be happening in crypto, I got to be part of that change, And I finally had the time and stuff to get back to it. Been spending a lot of time with family because I'm kind of worried about certain things, and I want to spend as much time with my family as possible. I enjoy time with my family actually, so yeah, friends and fam. Hit the likes, people. Thanks, Frosty. Let's bounce to 5 cents. Word. Yeah, it'd be cool. Like if we go to 5 cents or something, and then Bitcoin goes down, maybe we just drop back to 2.5 cents. Bottom could be in. So we'll see. Bankman-Fried denies trying to commit fraud. Stop. Oh, dude, it's so crazy. No one believes this guy. Do not. There's like way too much, and BitBoy has his number, dude. He's crushing it. I'm really looking forward to that interview they're gonna have, and if BitBoy's just gonna like make him regret that. Oh, have you mentioned either on it? Let's see. If MetaMask account is compromised, is there a way to protect your Pulsex drop in the account? I mentioned this earlier on. I think How to Pulse. They haven't told me to stop referring people to them. So, and originally they told me, hey, it's cool if we kind of have a way to help people. I hope they're not just gonna like scam people. I don't think they're like that. Just saying, like, just because I think Walrus is a cool guy, and the other guys who work there. So, um, they have a way, I think, to help sweep your account at launch, maybe faster than the hacker would. So they might actually be able to like save some people's funds. So get in contact with howtopulse.com. I think there's also my wallet video on their website. They added it, so that was cool of them. What's going on with FTX? Lol Frosty, where are you living? Under an awesome island beach party? Is that where? Oh, probably. But oh, maybe the new stuff you didn't hear about. But yeah, there's lots of FTX stuff going around. Did you talk to the SEC already? I don't know who he's talking to. I'm not talking to the SEC. Thanks for the reply. Oh, I think people are just talking in the chat. Cool. Hey, K4K, what do you think, or what do you do with the hedron you get from hex staking? Just hold it. I mean, when the bull run comes, you're gonna regret selling anything at these prices, is my opinion. So like, unless you need the money, or you think it's better off in something else, and you're gonna hold that other thing longer term, then maybe do that. I don't try to tell people like short term, like, oh, gotta do this strategy and then switch over to this when this multiplies. Like, the thing is, like, even if all that stuff I said was true, most people will miss time or not see the videos in time or miss the information, and then they miss the trade, and then they're upset because they didn't get all the information instantly, like whenever it was said and it was a good time. So yeah, and I think a lot of like we're seeing this somewhat in the Hex community now, where like people will talk about a coin and how, oh, this thing, it could do this, and then they tell all their community, like their whole squad or whatever, and then the price goes up and they're like, what, look, I told you or something. It's like, dude, you know what pumping and dumping is, right? It's where a bunch of people get told that something's going to pump, so they all go and jump in on it while the main guy's already bought his bag. Then when the price goes up, he usually sells some, and then more people sell, more people sell, more people sell, and it's just a short little, pump and dump. And I don't want to get people excited about something short term like this. You have to be ready for this as like a long term holding strategy thing. So I think that sets people's expectations up. Like, hey, if you're in for multiple years, don't worry about this down year. Uh, I try to just stick with the stuff I think is going to be a long term play, and then I get long term minded viewers who are all down with that. And so I think that's just a better way to do it than, oh, let me tell you exactly every week what to do. And I don't think that's good for your audience long term. If you migrate your MetaMask into a Trezor, you could somewhat protect your SAC. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I did explain that a little bit in my how to never get hacked security video, which has been edited and made a little bit easier to follow for people. If they want to check that out on the channel, it tells you how to never get hacked in crypto. So, but yeah, if you do have, like, say you sacrificed on a hot wallet, which means you just had a MetaMask wallet with money in it and you didn't have a hardware wallet, and then say you sacrificed, and then you're like, oh crap, I never used a hardware wallet. Well, can I move that seed phrase into my hardware wallet? Is that super safe? And it's like, well, it can now in the future it's protected, but all the time in the past, if your seed was already leaked, it's already leaked. So they have full access, even though you have your seed words now in the cold wallet. If a hacker already had your seed words, then they have the same access you do. So you do stop the bleeding, is what we call it. So if you want to learn about that, watch that video. Streaming Legend, or still streaming Legend. Yeah, dude, it's a long one. I'm gonna get to every question. If you guys keep commenting, I'm gonna keep answering. I told you I'm going. Max is 12 p.m. and that's 4 more hours from now. I hope you guys don't keep me up that long. I'm trying to catch up, but there's like, I'm always 2 hours behind, and it keeps growing. Your gem clips are awesome. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I hope everyone's been appreciating those videos. I put my editor has been actually putting out lots of videos, and I tell them to pull from ones that I post on Twitter as well, which I don't know if you're referring to my Twitter videos, because those are 100% me. And then a lot of the ones on YouTube are from my editor. I give him ideas for like, hey, let's focus on the importance of either dollar cost averaging. We'll put that kind of stuff from Richard, and because he explains it so well in certain contexts, and I know people respect Richard. And so I think getting certain ideas out in certain clips, or like look up stuff about Sam Bankman-Fried, or look up stuff about how centralized exchanges are dangerous. And there's just like, you can have clip after clip after clip of Richard, because he just has such long form content to pull from, where he was just like pointing out what's wrong with quote unquote crypto, and what can be improved and stuff like that. And I think getting those gems of information in front of people's eyes as opposed to them missing out because they don't want to watch a 2-hour live stream just to get some of the gems, or they just don't have the time for that. But they have a time for a 2-minute video of Richard dropping straight knowledge, and that's the kind of content I would like to see, and so that's the kind of content I create. Yeah, but I also like longer form content. So now I'm kind of making that content as well. That's how I make content. What would I want to see? Oh, it'd be cool if someone would go into the details of how this works so I could understand it. So if no one's done that yet, then that's what I do. That's why I went through all the lengths I did to understand Pulsex and not the merge, but the Pulsechain launch, and understanding the bot, AMM liquidity bot. Because like a lot of people, like when I first was researching that, I was like, there's no content on this. Nobody knows how this bot works. And so I just did all the research myself, and I had to like look at old Telegram rooms and like search Richard, what did he say with these contexts and these other guys, and what did they say? Like, how is this all going to work? And then it was like, oh, I could find this one guy made this spreadsheet that was like really helpful, and I was like, holy crap, like nobody knows about this information. I'm just going to make it a video, and that's the kind of content I wished was out there, so I just made it. And yeah, and then it's just fun to like I like having good data to make decisions from, and so I just try to provide the data whenever I make videos so that people they can make their own decisions, and it's not just me with opinions up here talking about stuff. So all right, watch Magic Carpet Ride, Papa B, they explain migration wallets. Yeah, I mean, I did watch that video as well, but it's like the audio is so garbage in that video. Like there's like background sound and they take forever to explain it. So I try to like, if I see there's improvement anywhere, pretty much. Like people could take my video ideas and stuff and probably condense them down even more. Like having good audio, having good presentation, good pacing, and ways of explaining things, there's like super valuable analogy and stuff like that, because I want it to be digestible for almost everyone. Whenever I make content, I don't want it to be like, oh, I only talked with jargon for an hour and nobody understands it unless they're already in crypto. Like I want to get everyone into crypto is the goal. All right, let's see. K4K, you're doing an awesome job. Don't feel obligated to answer everybody's question. We would rather see you not get burned out. Oh, he's saying don't answer everybody's question, not get burned out. And if we have a question, we will get you next time. Oh, dude, thanks, man. That does make me feel better about maybe not getting to everybody's. But I am going to keep going. But I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Hey, I think that's less than 2 hours away. That was 6:15. What? Oh my gosh. All right, I'm just gonna look for new names because they probably have questions. All right, there we go. Do you think the price of PHEX will outperform the price of VHEX? I did talk about that already. A long term, it says, oh. Like, I don't know. There's like things on both sides. I already talked about it. It's like people got it for free, so they're not going to value it as much in my mind. But then on the other side, there's more price appreciation potential because it's the same code and people won't value it as much because they got it for free, so they'll sell it. So it's like, it just matters when you buy it and when you sell it. So if it looks like a good deal and I don't know, long term, it's hard to say. Maybe ask me on a next stream. Maybe I'll be less tired or something. And I'm hungry, like thinking about that beef barley. Trifecta Maxi appears. Sub Hexagons and K4K. What is that? SJ? SJ says appears. Are you on an alt account? Spotted. Setback skins and K for K. 3 to 4% price swing and parity between PX and EX. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, dude, imagine getting an actual doubling. I mean, we are getting a doubling of coins, you know, and then the USD price will sort itself out. So I think, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, I'd have to get like an idea for what everyone else thinks, and then you can kind of be like, oh well, if everyone thinks that, then maybe this other thing will happen. But I haven't really polled the community yet. I'm waiting for V3 for like some big update videos and stuff like that, like V3 testnet. Some says that 5,000 hex is not worth it for 555 because gas is copy on Pulsechain again last. What do you think? 5,000 hex is not worth it for how much is 5,000 hex worth? It's like $150. So I think I only know that because Johnny made a video about 10,000 hex being $300. So because of gas. Yeah, I mean, if it's such a small amount and it's going to eat into your like gas costs or whatever, like the gas costs eat into it too much, probably just keep it liquid. I know maybe some people will disagree with that, but like if you only have $150 in hex, you can't really be spending gas costs. Like that's like that feels like you should just be working to get more. I mean, I don't want to tell people like financial advice, but like you should have more before you start staking or something, you know. I would recommend more. Yeah. Buy ETH now for gas. Oh. Goes back up, you will have more value with the GUI going up. Yeah, I mean, people do talk about how like, oh, those long end stakes are going to cost so much or something like that, but we have all this time up until that point that gas fees could be fixed. Like, there's all this other stuff that like it could be cheaper by then because of some new technology upgrade or something like that. So like, I don't think it's yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. The nice thing about like the like staking out long term is that it kind of sets your focus to the future because you know you have money coming out in the future, and so you want to be around for that, and you kind of start planning for your future better, which kind of just leads to better decision making in general, because usually the thing that pays off in the long term but sucks now is the overall better thing health wise and decision wise in general. So like it's good for your mindset. In my mind, at least that's how it worked for me. Like, you know, it's kind of hard to set a big stake out for a long time, but after we've seen all this stuff being built on top of Hex and stuff being airdropped to Hexicans, for like say you have a 5555 stake. Well, some people got like a lot more free airdrop stuff because of that. And if they hadn't, they wouldn't have gotten this extra free stuff. So like, you know, you can get thousands and thousands of dollars of airdrop stuff, even though technically all your hex is locked or whatever for a long time. You know, you're getting Hedron you can mint every day, some with multiplier bonuses if you were early to that, and also just other airdrop stuff that if you did it longer term, you kind of had more T-shares. So you actually got more value from the airdrop because it was based on, you know, T-shares. And so there are these other things that can give you liquidity now, even though you're giving up liquidity now. So it's like, it's pretty cool. Like, and that's just because the community is so good. We got like all these developers just making Hex better for everyone. And I think that's pretty cool. Just be careful, like not going down the rabbit hole of like, oh, that means everything people create that's Hex related is good. No, there's lots of stuff that's been bad and people lose everything. So Yeah, you have to be very careful and curate whose messages you're hearing and stuff like that. So, track record is important. Ladder already being worked on. Oh, Yala Hex? I don't know if that's referring to my ladder idea. Hexiest man in the world, DM me K for K. All right, well, after the stream. Oh, I haven't even checked my phone. I got a bunch of messages, so. Which exchange is trustful enough to use? I would say, either Bitstamp, Kraken. I know Gemini had that earn thing, but just don't use that. That thing uses leverage or whatever. Hopefully they don't go insolvent. But the thing is, like with these exchanges, is like Coinbase is okay or whatever. So Bitstamp, Kraken, Gemini, or Coinbase. There's another one. If you're in the U.S., there's other ones around the world. But the thing is, like, you got to use these things like I said in the earlier. Use them like a bathroom. You go in, you get your stuff, you move it off of the exchange, and if you have a lot to move in, do little bits at a time so they can only screw you for the last send. Not boom, I put all my money there and I'm ready to trade it and I'm going to move my money off, and they go, oh, we're going to have to flag your account. You're not allowed to withdraw until X whatever reason. And if they do that, you have no recourse. So that's why you want to avoid that risk by splitting up your risk over several different sends at a time. Most people will not take that advice, and then when they lose all their money, they'll be like, man, I wish I only did a little bit at a time and I didn't spend any time in that exchange more than I had to. But people who take that advice, they will be spared. But yeah. Which exchange is stressful? Oh, there we go. Superman going live soon? Superman? I mean, Suppo Man? He's like a Hexkin now. Now I'm on record in April talking about the ladder concept. No! Really? You came up with that? I hope you have it recorded, because I'm the only one who has it recorded. I guess you could have messages to people. But yeah, that would be so good if there was a ladder liquidity token that represented a 15-year perpetual staking ladder that eventually becomes 15-year revolving. Then it's so simple. It's just like, yo guys, just buy ladder. And then you have a 15-year stake. Yeah. It's like so good. It just has to be coded well. Thanks for all you do. The next bull run will have one of those top channels. Thanks, man. I've had NordVPN forever, or I'd use your ref link. Thanks again. Hey, thanks, Commander Whitehead. Sweet. Like, how much, dude? I think crypto is gonna be so much better this next bull run when there's way more Hexagon streamers coming up and saving people from getting wrecked. Like, there's gonna be a lot more like actual money being made by the participants, because there's so many people that get into crypto and they think they can trade 100x leverage on stuff that goes up multiple x's a day, and they get scam wicked out of their positions and they're just wiped out, or they lose it slightly slower by using stop losses and stuff. So I think it'll be I maybe I'm a little too hopeful. I'm a pretty hopeful guy, pretty happy guy, but or positive guy. But it would be cool to see, a lot more top streamers, even like the ones that aren't blatantly Hexagon. Now that they've sacrificed for Pulsechain and Pulsex, like that's just gonna be an influx of huge amounts of users, because even though they have high follower counts and not much engagement most of the time, because most of their people got screwed over and they just didn't hit the unfollow button after they lost all their money. Some of these guys do actually have a larger following, and it would be awesome whenever they start making content, whenever Pulsechain comes out, that they all funnel into Hex and all that stuff, because they're basically endorsing it at that point. And why wouldn't they talk about a bag they have, especially if it's doing extremely well, like Pulsechain? And they're like, oh, Pulsechain, who made that? Richard Hart made that. Oh, Richard Hart, I heard he was a scammer. Why are they invested in this thing they called as a scammer? And you're like, oh, that was all just FUD? Oh gosh, I better get in before everyone realizes that Richard's legit and this whole X ecosystem is legit. So that's just huge opportunity in my mind. Like, that's gonna be great. But yeah, I don't know how I got all that from you talking about NordVPN, but yeah, much appreciated. Thanks, man. But yeah, it just made sense, like, because I was using Nord myself, so I was like, well, I wonder if I can get people a better discount if I just become an affiliate and then share that. And I was like, oh yeah, if I become an affiliate, then the link that you get gives people a better discount. So I was like, why not just share that with people and get better discount? Plus, since Nord is like cool, like I have a guy I talk to, I can like give away extra stuff every once in a while to people who use the link. So if you've ever used the NordVPN link, I can literally add you to a raffle, and then I'm going to give away, free 12-month extensions. So it's just like you just have a chance of extra winning. Kind of nice. So yeah, K4K is my top 5 greatest hex streamers. Richard is first. Dang, feels nice, man. Thanks. Yeah, I gotta say, Richard's number 1. He's the reason we're all here. I really like Funding Gym too. Crypto Coffee's great. People I didn't mention are gonna be mad. But yeah, there's still so much content to be made that is eye-catching, and I think us Hexicans, I'd rather we do it than somebody else. And I think we're totally capable, and we support each other even in the roughest of times. When bottom of the market, and do you think Richard is waiting for it to launch? I don't think he's waiting for it. I think he is definitely using this time as effectively as possible. Like if we were, say the bottom was in and we crashed down to 8K or something, and then it was like steady, and then we started to see some uptick, and we were it seemed like the bottom was in. Like say it just really, really was like the bottom, and I think we'd be more likely to push it because you can always not like push it in an unsecure way, but like, if you leave an engineer working on something and you don't tell them he has to be done by this time, like they're just going to keep going forever. So they'll never see it. So you kind of have to have a deadline of like, all right, we can fix some stuff as we go. Like Ethereum has patched stuff that was a bug in the past, and then they're still doing fine. It's all social consensus anyway. So like if there's ever like a bug or something, you just, we patch it, fix the problem, make everyone whole type of thing. And so I think it's just wise to use this time to make it as good as possible, because that is basically Richard's brand now, is 100% flawless operation for years. And that is a good selling point. Almost nothing has that. Hex has that. Almost nothing has 100% perfect flawless operation in crypto. Even like Google goes down, and like Amazon goes down. Like, dude, all this, and we're in crypto and financials are at stake and stuff. Hex.com, that even Hex.com's up all the time. Like, I think Richard just knows how to do stuff right, and that if you want it done right, it takes time. And a lot of people are upset about that, but they won't be upset whenever things are working great. But the thing is, like, if something does go wrong, you can always just just in time security is a thing. Oh dude, I'm gonna devour that beef barley. All right, agree with onboarding tools. That would be brilliant. Tutorials are a way forward even for Pulsechain. Yeah, I know. I'm getting to them. Just yeah, it's not the most exciting work. It's like, here's how to use Ethereum and MetaMask and set this up, But like literally, if we just had 10 Hexicans make videos on how to be good at DeFi, how to set this up, make a YouTube channel, like over time that just gets hits, you know? If we just have more videos out of how to use DeFi correctly, you know, maybe it pops off on your channel, maybe it doesn't pop off. Make different content. Maybe do something that makes you feel good. This makes me feel good, so, you know, doing it even though I'm hungry. All right. I think 6-1 Pulsex for Pulse might be worth it. Pre-bridge opening, but no idea if it will get there. I don't know about that. This 6-1. You know, that would be so bad. That would be so bad. I would not do that. Because the supplies are very similar, and also I mean, it wasn't a price, but the rate of potential airdrop, you know. People paid $1 for 10,000 and that was the rate. So like that would mean like if Pulse, or if because I think how you wrote it, 6-1 Pulsex, yeah, so like you think Pulsex would do 6 times worse than Pulse. That is very unlikely. Like Bitcoin did 3 times worse than Ethereum, and you know they went up like 20x for Bitcoin and 60x for Ethereum. Well, 6-1 would mean if Pulse goes up 10x, or no, if Pulsex goes up 10x, then Pulse would have to go up 60x. So it's like, do you really think it's going to underperform that much? No, I don't think so. I think you'd be crazy to sell your Pulsex at that ratio. Like, how would it even get there? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the thing is, oh, this is pretty cool. So if Pulsex price stays really low, oh, I did the math. Dude, I have so many like papers and papers and papers and papers and notes in my phone about video ideas, and I just never made them yet. But it's on, like, the lower the price of Pulsex is, the more of the total supply gets like burnt from the buy and burn, because any like amount of dollar value that goes in to buy up the Pulsex, if Pulsex is very low cost, that means it burns more like nominal amount of Pulsex. So you could be losing like percentages of the supply very fast if there's lots of volume on the whole exchange, but the value of Pulsex is low. And so it kind of forces the price to be high. And because you either burn tons of the supply and make it really, really rare, and then there's less people who have it to stake in the thing that gives you just free extra yield. And also the price is being bought up constantly by the bot. So like the only way the price wouldn't go up is if people are constantly selling it back down, but you don't have infinite Pulsex to sell, but the bot has infinite Pulsex to buy, because there's always going to be volume on the exchange, not financial advice. You know, so there's always infinite buying, but you can't sell forever. So yeah, I I can't believe he would do that. But anyway, Pulsex to the moon. I missed it. One question. When banana? Yeah, I should have a banana on this stream. I don't have any right now. The stream is so long. Been stuck on here for 3 hours. Oh man, must be tough watching me for 3 hours, dude. So you're stuck on here for 3 hours. I'm stuck on here for 5 hours right now. All right. Let's see. Looks abstract. What was the price point of HEX at when you decided to stop buying into the blow off top of 2021? What was the price? Dude, I mean, I'm not gonna say how much, but like I bought HEX at like, I even bought some at like 40, 45 cents. So like I'm hurting too, guys. It's, you know, I've been in from the beginning, but I also, like, you know, if I have money coming in, I will spend it on I buy HEX. Like I buy HEX, I buy Pulsex, I buy Pulse. You know, you don't make money in the next bull run by selling in the bear. Like you make it by buying in the bear. But obviously like buying at 40, 45 cents, when you look back now, not ideal, but that's the power of dollar cost averaging. You know, who knows? Who knows? It could have gone up to $1. We could have gone to $2, perhaps. So it's like, you know, hindsight's 2020. But yeah, we're all in this together. The ups and the downs. Buy the dips, not the tips. Yep. It was frothy back then. This live stream has made my day. No joke, brother. The beauty of this family was a bit stressed down, and then bam, a K for K stream. Now I'm hyped, brother. Yo, dude, what's up? Hexiest man in the world. Nice. Awesome. Drive safe. Weren't you driving earlier in the stream? Yeah. Hey, we got Maddie Crypto, Pulsex. Oh, I feel like I've seen you on Twitter. Let's see. Just curious from an OG point of view. I wasn't here from the beginning. Oh, word. Did I not read his other question? Oh, no, I did read his question. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I just keep buying, and I like the YouTube revenue on the stream. Now that I have an editor, I just literally over 100% of it now, because it doesn't get much in the bear market. There's not very much revenue, but it just goes to my editor now. So like, I'm just happy that he's able to make a clip a day. That's great. And then I think he makes shorts too, so that's really cool. Some people use the shorts, and it's good for the algorithm. And they're gonna make more integrations to make shorts better. So maybe in the future we'll have more of those. But that's coming. And yeah, it just what am I? Let's see. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I am so thirsty. Let me get a drink real quick. Where's my water? Because like, back whenever the Pulsechain sacrifice and the Pulsex, or the Pulsex sacrifice, some of my videos were getting like 30,000, 50,000, and so there was more ad revenue. So that was like money I would just I just put it into Hex, because like there's really no reason to, because I had already pulled out a decent amount from crypto earlier on, so it was like I pull out enough to like live for a certain amount of time, and the rest of it I just keep in crypto to like multiply. And also, it can't be taken away from you. So like, why would I, like, I don't know. I just don't like the idea of pulling out tons and tons at once. Like, you kind of just scale in and scale out of positions, not all at once. That's not a good way to do it, in my opinion. Over 70% of HEX is staked. Where only under 10% of the total is. Yeah. There we go. We got K for K. Good to catch you live, brother. Facial hair is on point. Yeah. You're not going to convince me with your nice words. All right. Yeah, Brizology's killing it. It's been awesome. I've been glued to the damn screen. Finally pulled over. Was driving earlier. Don't. Got pulled over by the cops. All right. Am I the only one who doesn't understand a lot of this? Oh, well, I mean, rip, because I hope you're talking about something in the chat, because I try to talk in terms that most people can understand, but I know some of the stuff does get pretty technical. But yeah, I guess I use terms like DeFi and don't explain it half the time. But yeah, stick around, Glove Canil. That's a lot of N's in your name, buddy. Glove Caninal. And yeah, stick around, and you're gonna learn a lot in this community. Oh, here we go. We got haha. Stick with it. It takes some time. The light will click on. Stay with us. Word. Yeah, and many bought Hex without understanding it. Yep. But I do know how you feel. We got some big brains in the Hex community. Nowhere else is in the space has anything close. We are blessed. Yep. Yeah, I try my best. I'm watching now for 30 minutes. Oh, well, you probably came in like right at when there's like I talked about, so far we talked about MetaMask FUD, RPC Flashbots Protect. why you need a VPN in crypto, hardware wallet in crypto, protect your SAC address if you participated in any sacrifices. That stuff is gold. Don't risk it on airdrop for $10. Like, dude, you don't know what you're signing. And talked about Pulsechain, delays and whatnot, all the updates to 2.0. There's going to be like way more information that'll come out once we have V3 and we can actually see like, oh, it's just like ETH 2.0, except maybe the units are different. And we got, a million X the amount of supply of the gas token and stuff like that. So maybe even that changes. We'll have to see. So I'm excited to just see that and explore that when that comes out. So I'm waiting just like the rest of you guys. That's basically where Pulsechain's at right now. Hopefully testnet before the end of the year. We've got, and we talked about Pulsex, my favorite. Crushes it. The Fed pivoting. So yeah, they're now, they think there's still a possibility of soft landing, and they're already talking about slowing the rate hikes as early as December. So that is a huge update, because like literally like just a month or so ago, they were like, oh, we're still sticking with our plan, raising them. We're not even thinking about lowering them. And now they're like, we're thinking about lowering them. So that's good. The Uniswap tracking, the HEX.com or highestofstakes.com. Check that out if you're new. There's an awesome trailer of basically a documentary about Richard Hart and HEX and the community. And it's made by like 5-time Emmy award-winning director guys. So that's pretty sweet. That's coming out in it's either Q1 or Q2 of 2023. People are asking about like which wallet should they use. I still say MetaMask because it's tried and true. Don't be like, you don't want to be the guy trying out the newest software. Oh, this one, like that. Even if other stuff has problems, if they patch it, then they're more secure. You've tried some new stuff that hasn't been tested much. That's a whole can of worms of extra risk. And if they don't have a track record and all that, that just seems like extra risk to me. I'd rather have the stuff that like, oh, we were maybe less secure before, but now we're more secure because we patched it. So yeah, stick with that. Escape using a calculator for 1000x math problem. Dude, math on stream is 10 times harder. Some would say 1000x harder to do. Is there a place where you can reach out to other Hexagon? Yeah, there's a Telegram room. So t.me/pulsechaincom. What's the hexcom? X crypto? t.me/hex crypto, I think, is the other main Telegram room. So check that out for sure. There's like 50,000 people in there. It's like one of the biggest Telegram rooms. Oh yeah, thanks for the $10 again. Cognitive living room. Cheers, Pulsex skin. Launch price predictions for Pulse and Pulsex. Already did that. What is coin shilling? Sorry, my main language is not English. Oh, no problem. Just means like, don't only ask questions about coins that aren't the Richard Hart ecosystem, because most of them are just scams, and we don't need to poison our minds with that. Thank you. Ola, brother, thanks for sharing. Although this is probably 2 hours late, and I didn't get to your question until now, so sorry about that. Ola, brother, thanks for sharing. You guys are great in the chat, because I think you guys are answering these people's questions that, they wouldn't have waited for me to answer 2 hours later, but you guys got to them, so appreciate you guys. And thanks for hitting the like button and subscribing. That way you don't... Oh, and hit the notification bell. You'll get all my newest videos as soon as they come out. Like, I also record Twitter spaces that either are unrecorded and no one else has them, so they're only on my channel, and you just won't know about them unless you see on my channel. And also I record like all the Richard Hart Twitter spaces. I record those and I put those on the channel too, because I know it's just a pain in the butt to listen through Twitter, and it makes your phone all hot because it's inefficient or whatever they do with your phone. Like, it's all laggy and breaks all the time with the Twitter spaces. So it's nice to be able to watch it on YouTube, and there's lots of apps that allow you to listen to YouTube while you're closed out of the app and stuff like that. So that's why I just put it on YouTube, so anybody can listen to it at their own leisure. And it has some other options that you can, well, I guess you can speed it up on Twitter too. But like, yeah, it's nice to have the options. Waiting for the Fed pivot before I get into ETH and HEX. Word. Yeah, how about a wrench for your golf cart partner? K for K. Yeah, you'll have to. I wish I should just mod. Can a mod other mod people? Because like I can't do that through StreamYard, and I don't have the other YouTube open, and my head is pounding a little bit. All right, kill switch is absolutely important. Already starting to rally. Yep. Today's a good day to stream. Fed pivot will happen in 4 months or less. You heard it here first, guys, from Doge. What do you guys think is going to happen with the whole market? Like, are we started with the run? No. I think we still have more Bitcoin downside. Because like, why wouldn't Bitcoin drop 85%? It just hasn't yet. So prepare. I'm gonna look for some real questions now. All right. I don't know. Some people are like claiming that they're creating the ladder hex idea they had, but I mean, I'm not affiliated with them, so like, don't go like looking into that in FOMO or something. Haven't looked into it yet. So be careful. Just checking for. I want to be able to answer everybody's question that came. Yep, open source encrypted password managers like Bitwarden are great tools. I do recommend Bitwarden. It is free. I'm not going to talk about those coins. Pulse launch knowing that we know the amount of sacrifice. I mean, my guess is we launched it like what the average sacrifice rate was, and maybe there's a quick dip or something. Like it's gonna be weird. Well, Pulse Pulse will have liquidity everywhere because it has it everywhere that ETH is. If the AMM bot does it how it is, does what it does. So Pulse will have lots of liquidity in like every pair. And there's some things that are like I could say like what they may do and what I think they should do, and some stuff I know like they may not put all of the liquidity that gets harvested back in because that would be way too much. But like we'll see in V3. So like I'm not gonna like make these speculation videos of like, yo, this is what it's looking like, because otherwise this, because it's all comes down to what V3 looks like. That's gonna be the best representation of what mainnet will look like, and it doesn't matter what I say. So I'm gonna wait for that and talk about that when that comes out. So stay tuned for that. Be sure to hit the bell on YouTube if you want to get that as soon as it comes out. Because we could be seeing V3, either this coming month in December. That'd be really cool for Christmas. What a Christmas present, guys. Imagine you wake up on Christmas, testnet V3. We're that close to launch. Maybe then there's one more month of wait. Ooh. Oh boy. That would be awesome. That would be amazing. Especially if the Fed like starts to lower their rate hikes or even like stop rate hikes. That would be like if they stopped rate hikes like in December. That would be like they're probably not going to do that. They're probably just going to lower how much they raise it, but they're already in the right direction, right? They're slowing it down. I've gotten this question so many times. How much? Like, what would you do with 10K? Just I think holding some of each Richard Hart project is good, and dollar cost averaging. Yep, not financial advice, of course. The bear has been shot. Hey, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. Genius founder indeed. All right. Yeah, I mean, it'll be funny when Eric shorts and loses all his money, dude. It's so easy to push up the hex price. It's so easy. And then that just becomes extra buy pressure, all those shorts. Lol. Hopefully it's on chain stuff because I don't like the derivative side play games where like, oh, we just make the market or the exchange rich because we're paying fees to them, and then when we settle, it's just like not settled in actual hex buying and selling. So yeah, if it's actual legit with hex and they have to buy hex at a higher price to cover their short, extra buying, wicks to the upside. That'd be awesome. I would think that the third-party tokens Pulsex stakers will dump pretty well or pretty hard, but this doesn't seem to be the case for cake stakers. Why would that be, do you think? Like, why aren't the third-party tokens dumping as much on cake? Well, it depends on like what's being given out and how much of the like supply. Like I heard like Mintra is at least they said originally, I thought that they would be providing like some third party amount of coins to, kind of promote their stuff on Pulsex. So they'll probably end up giving away a certain, maybe a small percentage of the supply just spread out amongst lots of Pulsex stakers. And it's like, well, sure, you could dump your yield and buy more Pulsex if you think that's the best idea, or you just hold your Mintra and you can, or your mint, and then you can stake it, and maybe you earn some stuff on their platform if you can stake their coin. So just be careful, like what third-party stuff you're getting. It's always a trade-off because you're like, well, what's going to outperform and stuff like that. So it it could just be sold for yield, but it could also just be held, and then it's not sell pressure. So halfway there. X is the best candy. This ladder token is different than the perpetual contracts. Bro, blockchain and decentralization is the future. In bull market, equal market, keep spreading positive news, and bear market, vice versa. And one thing, how you get. I think you ran out of I think you ran out of text space, so it just ended with how you get. All right. He's not making it to the end of this thing. Emojis and TV like interactions for the algos. No, you guys just like spamming the chat. Thank you for K everyone. Well, I also want to say hi to everyone because I haven't like streamed in a while. So I'm cool with not, I'm cool with just hanging with the community. I try not to make content that isn't dense in good information, but I know now I can just cut up old content and make it into dense pockets. So there's really no super downside to some longer form stuff that maybe isn't dense the whole time. I feel so bad for the people scared of crypto. Oh yeah, hi Sandy Beach, if you're still here. I feel so bad for people scared of crypto. How do you change their? Oh yeah, I did answer this, but thank you, Cognitive Living Room, much appreciated. Thank you for the stream, K for K. Yeah, no problem, Elliot. Oh yeah, really can't wait. That's right. 4 hours, dude. You're a match for Richard himself. Honestly, it doesn't feel bad at all. I'm kind of hungry, but maybe that's subsiding. Asking about can X coin 50x, and it's like, I mean, dude, wait till the bull run. Just look at what crypto usually does. As long as it's not a scam and there isn't way too much inflation, and only the people who buy it get the inflation or something, or only people like if there's reasons to buy the stuff because either it creates real yield or it's real crypto and there's like a good positive feedback loop or incentives in the program, that stuff is likely to do well in the bull run. Most things don't. Like this is all risk on assets still. So like if they just stop printing money like forever, then this stuff is going to take a while to settle. But if they ever turn it back on, it's pump town. So not financial advice. 4 hours and 20 minutes goal. Yeah, dude, you asked that like an oh that's like an hour ago now. So am I catching up? 7:30. Hey, I'm almost like only an hour behind. I'm trying to catch up for everybody, so thanks guys for not spamming the chat too crazily. But yeah, if you still have questions, I think I've answered most of them, but I'm gonna keep going through. HEX, like to hear your thoughts on Pulse. Oh, that coin I'm not gonna talk about. I mean, it's like there's people have made some like meme coins in the space, and I hope they end up getting more people who aren't in the X community into the X community. But yeah, I don't think creating like 20 new tokens is good for the hex price. So I don't really want to talk about that stuff because it's not really that innovative in my opinion. I'd like to hear your thoughts on I already read that. Another question about the RX wallet. I mean, I just haven't done the research on it, but yeah, Randy's cool, so I just do your own research, I would say. But I think MetaMask is fine. Just use a VPN. Don't want to be trying too much new stuff in crypto. That is not the way to succeed. Today is 112-year anniversary of the meeting at Jekyll Island. Is that true? I don't remember it being the 30th of November. That's pretty sick. Oh, maybe this is like, well, you said today. Spooky. When you're all grown up, covered in mayo, what are we talking about? Of course his name is Degen Hexkin. It better not be my beard. How good is all this centralized stuff for DeFi? I mean, it really like it should be a win for crypto, right? Because you're like, aha, look. Like if you're looking at it from our perspective of like we've been telling you the whole time this stuff, centralized exchange stuff, that's the scam, that's the Ponzi. What are you guys doing on it? This was obvious the whole time. We warned you. But how does mainstream media handle it? Oh, the billionaire who was philanthropic and tried to help with his charities, he just messed up and now crypto failed and all this garbage. It's like they try and say crypto's bad when it's just the centralized, like old financial system where you don't have self custody. And so it really, it's, I think it's good because overall, I think we're getting that corruption out of crypto. And I think it blew up in their face before they were expecting it. And so that's always good. Like whenever something is like if you're battling someone and they have a big mess up and they're exposed before, like, and they have a weakness, like that's something we can execute on and we can take advantage of to push our better narrative that's better for the world than this other one that was trying to like wreck DeFi and make it illegal to use DEXs and make it so you have to go through centralized exchange and you can only use their licensed platforms and stuff like that. Would have been terrible. But luckily this all blew up. And now sure we have a crypto crash or whatever, but we still haven't even gone down 85%. So really how bad was it? I mean Hex has, but we're way less liquid. And but Bitcoin hasn't seen all the way to the bottom yet. So I'd say it's good for DeFi overall. It's just it's one of those things. It's like a double-edged sword, I guess is the best way to say it. Put a sticker on your car. We are everywhere. Hey, that's pretty cool. Yeah, true. I love wearing Hex stuff, even though I'm not right now. But I have some Hex stuff in the background there. I have like a bunch of metal business cards. I keep a bunch in my wallet so I can like give them out to people. People love metal business cards. Dang, got off work a few hours ago. You're still streaming, putting in that work. Yeah, man. I'm trying to answer these any questions people have. So if you still have questions, I'm going through them. Is this a bear market and ratio trading on HEX Pulse will be best? In this bear market, is ratio trade? I think you want to say trading. Pulse will be best. I mean, the thing is, like, yeah, newer things usually pump harder. But also, I think in Pulse's case, there's like tons of Pulse in the pools, so it's more liquid, so you need more money to move it. But it depends how much they end up putting in there with the MM bot. So it's like, I don't want to give advice before we see how the AMM bot plays out, in which we will see with Uniswap V3 or with testnet V3. Well, people bought Uni token, and you can't do anything with that. Yeah, it's just like it's kind of funny because these tokens are in ways like they're just as good as Bitcoin, and people wonder why Bitcoin gets bought. And it's like, well, these tokens also have rule sets, and people agree to them, and they have inflation models, and people can value it at whatever they want. And anybody can build on top of other tokens that allow that in the future. And so the fact that everything has like future potential, there's always going to be these value like seekers who are trying to like think, oh, people really aren't buying incentive tokens, so I'm just gonna get a bunch of it and kind of store it up because it's just so cheap. Like, I'm really risking, barely any of my portfolio to get this. I'm gonna be a whale in INC if anything ever comes out in the future, to make it maybe more appealing to the masses, or if there's, I don't know. It's just like all this. Why does any of this stuff have value? It's a reflexive system, and inflation matters. Some stuff's better than other stuff, but it's also, there's lag time before people get into the better stuff. Like, people still hold Bitcoin. Like, Ethereum's just better than Bitcoin, but people in Bitcoin don't just sell all their Bitcoin to get Ethereum. At least not immediately. It's just a slower moving thing. So there's what do you call that? Latency. Yeah. There's latency between people understanding crypto all the way and, making the right decisions. So radio supposed to change. Still live. Wow. Yeah. Gotta think for yourself. That's the only way. Whoop. Hey, what's up, Matty Allen? I'm glad people were dropping by, just saying hi. I'm always happy to say hello. I wish I could say hello like right live. I mean, if I would have kept up with it like right at the start, it's just I really wanted to get the meat of the conversation right at the start, so that people joining in aren't, oh, it's just him talking to the chat for the first 2 hours, it'll make it easier for my editor guy to make some great clips. Migrated my MetaMask SAC wallet to Trezor. Good job. Good job, sir. And everyone, you should be, I mean, I guess it's not financial advice, but I do recommend you imprinting seed words into metal. You can do it cheaply with getting some like washers and a bolt. Get these like hex bolts, which is kind of funny, called hex bolts. And you just put some washers on there after you pound in your seed words. And also, if you're using a passphrase, keep that separate. If you're using like a hardware wallet, because it's always good to have your backup. Because some people think you just need like your Trezor or whatever, and you don't keep a backup. But if your Trezor ever gets like broken or something, and you don't have the seed words, you don't have, if you don't remember them, you can't restore it to a new Trezor or something like that, or a new wallet, whatever you want to do. So I do recommend you put it in something, or in somewhere safe. There's also like, you can also use Shamir secret sharing, and it's super easy to do if you use the Trezor Model T, which I actually gave away a Trezor Model T just like a week or two ago. If you follow me on Twitter, how have I not plugged my Twitter yet? If you're watching this and you're not following me on Twitter, that's where like most of my activity has been for the past few months. Got like 23K on there now, which is good. And this is during the bear market. You know, we're growing in the bear market. It's great. But K4K Crypto on Twitter, and yeah, there's lots and lots of ways to store your crypto, but Shamir secret sharing is pretty nice because you can kind of split it up into several different locations without having the risk of like, oh, if one gets found, I'm screwed. Because like what some people do is they'll make multiple copies of their full seed words, and then they split that up or something, and then they just have multiple because they don't want to have like just one. And then if someone ever finds that, they have all of it. So Shamir's secret sharing allows you to have like, you can split it up in multiple areas, and then if like you only need some out of the total, and it allows you to restore your thing. It's really easy to do. I have a video on it, Shamir's secret sharing for Treasure Model T. So if you that's really easy to do. Oops, there we go. But yeah, I do giveaways on Twitter and stuff, and you know, gave away some Model 1s. And we even did 100,000 hex giveaway, which was like, at the time it was like $14,000 or something. And now that was to Money Gang Crypto, and he's now like a hex YouTuber. So we helped out a fellow like guy in the community, won the competition, and yeah, it was 100,000 hex giveaway. So definitely follow the channel. Check out K4K Crypto on Twitter. And you could win free money and free devices and stuff. Best stream ever. Oh, thanks, man. What's that name? Z? What up? Reinstall to right over them. Delete maybe extreme. May not help. Optimize the SSD. Yep. Yeah, there's like... Yeah, you can always be more secure. Thank you, K4K. Awesome stream. No problem, Hexatic. Yeah, this is true. Could the Hedron ever help pay for the gas if the 5555 5K Hedron never minted until the end? Speculative for... Yeah, I mean, that's possible. This is from a question earlier where a guy was like, yeah, I only have 5,000 hex, and I don't think it's worth it to stake it even for 5555, just because this unstake cost and stuff, it eats into it, because 5,000 hex is only like $150, I think. And so you're gonna just eat into your principal a little too much. You'd rather build up some more capital, get more hex to stake, than yeah. So yeah, Hedron equals like around 2% of your hex stake value is kind of like the math I did, but don't quote me on that because I'm really hungry right now. Can also use the derivatives instead of ETH fee. Yep. Thanks for you all. Yep. Night later, man. Do you know how much Hurricash on Pulse? I don't know about that. Isn't that it's like a privacy thing? We'll see. There's also Hex NATO. I don't know if people use that anymore, but you could like mix your Hex with that. There's a Telegram room, Hex NATO. Some old messages in there. ETH could hit 20K next cycle according to Fibs, so the gas will be a problem long. Yeah, that's the thing, is like they'll probably fix gas costs by then. So like, yeah, it looks like if it was gas costs today times the price today, or price you think it might be in the future, but they'd fix no gas costs at all, then yeah, it'd be like, oh, there's no way that would be worth it. But that means you have all this time to fix the gas costs. So not a big worry in my mind. It's nice having a long K4K stream. I learned a lot about how to DeFi safely and intelligently from your vids about a year ago. Nice. Been delaying gratification like a MFer ever since, LOL. Nice. That's awesome. Like, that's just... it's so great doing a stream or a video and the comments are just positive, because I know they didn't lose all of their money in an exchange because they gave up their keys because I told them to. Like, I can't imagine, like, how do these other streamers who forwarded people to FTX feel? Are they just they're just like, oh man, I got screwed, so feel bad for me? It's like, no, dude, you caused like 1,000x more harm than just what happened to you. You don't get extra pity just because you got hurt. Like, we're trying to save the people who aren't screwed yet. So, yeah. Hex liquidity getting thicker and thicker over the years to come. Yeah, just like anything, I think it'll get thicker. Like there'll be more dollars in the pool and probably less hex as price goes up. And but I guess it could also it could just both rise along with price. So, but yeah, most thing like hexes continually increase like liquidity and volume and stuff like that. Obviously, it's gone down during the bear market, but if you look from like the beginning, it's a trend upward. It's just kind of a common thing with growing coins. Oh, here we go. Would you time lock Pulsex? No. I wouldn't. Because like the thing is, if you're not getting a benefit for time locking, why do it? Because you can just do that with Bitcoin. But like you don't know if there's going to be some opportunity that comes up where you wish it would be liquid, and if you weren't going to sell anyway, then you're saving yourself. The only reason staking hex is great is because you get the yield. So if you weren't getting any more yield, most people wouldn't stake. They'd be like, LOL, why did you do that? Of course, over time, I still think as the money would come in, like the price would still rise and stuff, but you wouldn't have that continual self-reinforcing people want to buy it because they want to get more T-shares, because they want to get more hex, because they want to get more of the inflation. If you're not paying people more of the inflation for staking it, they're literally just staking it and they can't sell it. So it's really hard sell to be like, hey, dude, you just want to not be able to sell your money for a while, but maybe it'll pay off because as more people come in, the price will probably just go up over time, and it's still a good strategy to hold long term. And but you got to have that incentive, I feel like, or people just don't do it. It's like tragedy of the commons. It's like, hey, if everybody just locks up their money and doesn't spend it, the value of the money gets more valuable. But you're like, well, why would I lock mine up? How about you lock all yours up and I'll keep mine liquid? Is how that would be. But yeah. But if there's an incentive, then people are happy to do it, and because they're making out, and they're happy to wait long term because they're long term minded. It's just a really good system. Short answer is no. Mods cannot add new mods. Yeah, that's a bummer. Hello, sir. How many Pulsex do you think is a good bag? 1 billion is a good bag? That's a good bag. Yeah. Just think about the total supply, and like I think it's really good to visualize like this the animal, what's it called? The leagues of like also just look at like just think about it this way. Look at what percent of the Ethereum supply like how much that is worth now and how much can you get of Pulse. So like is a man, I don't want to do any math, but like say there's a there's like 100 trillion, there's like 130 trillion Pulse, and so if you have a billion, well, just say you have a trillion, you basically have almost 1% of the supply. So say you got to a trillion, and then just I guess divide that by 1,000, you get a billion. So you can just do that if you want. So yeah, if you have 1% of the supply of Ethereum, how much money is that? And then just think about like how much has it gone up from the bottom? Okay, it went up like 16,000x or whatever from 30 cents or 15 cents if you count from there, up to 5,000. And so you're like, all right, so in that amount of time, like 5 or 6 years, it did this amount of X. And if I have this amount of percent and I multiply it by this dollar amount, and that you can basically figure out kind of if it goes on the trajectory of Ethereum, how much money you'd be looking at. That's one way to do it. So yeah, you don't really need me to tell you how much is a good amount. I would just kind of compare it to what percent of Pulsechain or of Ethereum would I be happy with holding in like many years. So yeah, it's still a long-term play, but like it's getting Ethereum at 30 cents was a way better deal than buying it at like 500 or even $80 like years later, right, guys? So it's riskier, of course, because you're like, oh, people are going to call it a scam, just like they did Ethereum. Everyone in Bitcoin called Ethereum a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in Ethereum calls Pulsechain a scam when they see a bunch of users going over there, and they don't like that because that means less Ethereum demand because we're going to be having people trading Ethereum assets on Pulsechain because it's cheaper and less crowded. So that's like the killer app. Pretty excited about that. How much do you think this bag gonna be worth in the end of 2024? I don't know, man. I don't know what bag. I guess $1 billion. You mean? I haven't done the math right now. Still live. 5 hours. Nice. Yeah. Have you been streaming for 5 hours? What did I miss? Lol. Well, all of our ASIC token miners. Oh no. Yeah, everything on Ethereum copied over, including NFTs. You got NFTs? Getting them over there for free. Everything, yeah. Everything Hex said. Yeah, that'll be over there in the Richard ecosystem. Now, the value is all dependent on what the market thinks the value is. So, if they think it's really low value and you think later it will be more, that's a discount to you. If people think, oh wow, this is worth something, I don't care about this, I'm selling it now. You got these two sides of the spectrum, and that's the market basically. But times whatever thousands of people are involved in the market decide and stuff. So, and it's constantly evolving marketplace. So I just like stuff that is immutable or at least has a good track record with the devs who are behind it, and they are fulfilling a need that people want. Like Pulsechain is just Ethereum's extra space. It's like, hey, you like Ethereum? Boom, over here, way better fees, and it will probably build on top of that in the future. But just having an Ethereum that whenever we do get the bull run back, those fees are going to go up again. So I think a lot of people forget how bad it was and that why we needed Pulsechain in the first place. And it still fixes that. So the whole idea is still sound. It's a lot of like there was all that FUD of like, oh, it's just copy paste. Haha, I can't believe you fell for that. It's like, well, I still want to have a large percent of this awesome idea. You like just because it's like, oh, there's a great McDonald's over there, but it's full all the time. So you're like, kind of don't want to go in and get a burger today because it's just so busy. And then you're like, oh wait, there's a brand new McDonald's right over here. It's just the exact same stuff. You aren't like, oh, I don't like this McDonald's because it's easier to get in and cheaper to buy stuff here and less crowded. Like those are all benefits. It's just horizontal scaling, and I think Richard's right about that. Like there's so many things that you wouldn't think of would have made insano money for the people involved. Like a good example I think is like radio, the radio on the internet. It was like, we got radio. And then one guy was like, you know what? Radio is cool. That's a good idea. How about we just move that to the internet and see if people like it there as well? And then it worked. And then you become a billionaire. Congrats. Like it's so the simplest stuff is so powerful. And everyone wants the new shiny thing, like, oh, this new crazy tech and it does this and does that and does that. And then you're like, oh, what's all this? Attack surface or extra problems or encouraging trading and stuff like that, which isn't great. I mean, obviously Uniswap and stuff is like a breakthrough. It doesn't really encourage trading. It just kind of enabled peer-to-peer trading, which is legit. Like that's a miracle. That's new. That's new awesome tech. Like there's a lot of people in crypto on these centralized exchanges who don't even know better. They just buy the coins that people are like farming in DeFi for free, and then they sell it on the centralized exchanges on the noobs. Like those people are going in and buying a coin that everyone else got for free, and they don't even know because they're in centralized land getting wrecked. So it's so much better knowing about DeFi than not. I'm gonna try and get some more questions here. You should charge for phone calls. Please offer a call in exchange for a fee. Some of us are already millionaires and would like to pay for a call for clarity here and there. Thank you. I'll consider it, but I don't know. I just feel awkward talking to people about, like, I just feel bad taking money for stuff I just share for free, you know? And then, I don't know, that sounds like, like I've already gotten contacted many times with people asking like, hey, will you take this amount of money for a phone call or this amount of money for, and it's like, I just don't do it. But I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, if you're a millionaire and you just want extra one-on-one, I can see that. I guess usually think of like people who they're better off just like watching videos for free. But I guess if you want the expedient breakdown and you can ask like in real time questions, yeah, perhaps. Thanks for the that's a good way to frame it. Fight Science A82. Word. Sounds like a great request for financial advice. Yeah, I know. I was thinking that too. I was like, that sounds like you want some financial advice. But I guess it could just be clarity. They could just be asking like technical questions, which isn't financial advice. How I've gone this long without having to use the restroom is a miracle. Hey, what's up? Blockroni's back. Stop with the foolishness. Nice. Yeah. Oh man, he's calling them peons. All right. Hey, I kind of disagree that 5K HEX 555 is a bad idea. Any amount of T-shares staked that long will be. I don't even know. Does that get you a T-share? Isn't it like 20, almost 25,000 plus for a T-share now? So 5,000 HEX is 1/5. Oh, wait, but you get 3 times the shares. Yeah, I don't even know if that's a T-share. Yeah, you're getting less than a T-share. So we don't recommend that. So that's my quick maths. All right. Lots of game theory to go around. Are you still talking? Yes. Well, yes, like, subscribe. Thanks, guys. 5 hours. Yep. I think I'm at almost 6 hours. The OE gets diluted in HEX over time, but not in Pulsex. I don't know if they're trying to say that as a good thing or a bad thing for either one, but yeah. But it's like even Vitalik constantly, like, every cycle he just sells the price down and people love ETH still. So I mean, imagine a founder that just doesn't sell on your head. That'd be pretty cool. Nice. Did I catch up? Oh my gosh, I did. Yo, sweet. Where do you see HEX scaling to in the future? Oh, I'm saying it back there. Where do you see HEX scaling to in the future? Is this something that should be staked long term or just hold on a cold storage wallet? If you're gonna hold it in cold storage, you might as well just stake it, earn some interest. Because like if you look at the charts, like they're holding long term beats everything else. As long as the thing you have doesn't have like an inflation bug where you can mint as many as you want and then that person just constantly sells or whatever, is because like the people who delay gratification the longest, they literally can't sell during that time and then they get some of the inflation whenever that comes due. So that whole time their buy pressure cannot be sold into the market. That's the beauty of HEX. You come in, you buy up the price, you make everyone richer, and then you can't sell the price because you're waiting. And so another guy comes in, he buys up the price, boom, and then he stakes it. All right, he can't sell. Another guy comes in, buys up the price, he stakes it, he can't sell. So like, but some people come in, they just hold it, they're trading, shorter term stuff. But the general trend, if you actually do zoom out, unironically, and use the log scale. If you're not using log scale, and if I ever see anyone on Twitter using not log scale, even if you're making fun of other projects, use linear scale. It's like, no, use log. Stop this bad habit of using subpar charting skills. Knowing like looking at all the past of Bitcoin, looking like, oh, it looks like it only pumped this year and dumped to zero. It doesn't help anyone. The whole point of the chart is so that you can visually reason with it. If all you're doing is like people just post those charts because they think it makes them look good, but really the people in the know are like, you're just trolling because that's not. You're just perpetuating this idea that that's how you look at a chart, and if that's actually how people look at the chart, then no wonder they're traders because they're like, holy crap, it's crashing down, it's going to zero, and then they really, and then when it pumps, they're like, holy crap. But if you just zoom out and you're like, oh, okay, Bitcoin does this every 4 years. And it's gone up 6.9 million X. So it seems like buying and holding things like this seems to be the best strategy. And so HEX basically just pays you to do the best strategy in the best asset class in history. So you get paid to do the best thing. And it's decentralized. You're not waiting on anyone else to pay you. It's the contract. It will pay you whatever it's supposed to pay out. So there's no Ponzi here. It's literally, obviously, if everyone just decided, hey, I don't think HEX is worth anything, I'm pulling all of my money out, it'll go to zero. It's the same for everything, though. If people just stop believing the dollar has value and they won't accept it, guess what? The dollar's worthless then. So you don't need, and people were like, oh, but HEX isn't ever going to be used as like an exchange currency. Well, it's like, guess what? There's Bitcoin and it went up 6.9 million X and we didn't even get to 6.9 million X yet. So it's like, so many of these points are just immediately like, and you just see these people use them and you're like, wait, how many followers do you have? And this is what you thought would beat HEX in a conversation? Nah. All right. All right, Buster Brown. Let's see. Great stream. So much info. Thanks, man. Do you see 12 seedword wallets having an issue with No. Don't worry about quantum computing, IMO. Because the thing is like they already have ideas in place for like protection against that. If that ever is coming about, but it's really not coming about. So, yeah. My boy, I've been on the stream since 11 a.m. Nice. Oh, you've been on the stream. Nice. Thanks for watching, guys. I really appreciate everyone, sticking around. All right. Does passphrase really track all letters and symbols or own passphrase? It's everything. You can have up to like 50 characters, I'm pretty sure. For passphrase. Now maybe you were meant to ask, do seed words only track the first 4 letters? And that is true. So like if you're writing down your seed words, you really only need the first 4 because those are always unique. You won't have 2 seed words that have the same first 4. And that's all you need because you can actually look up online. There's like, it might be 2,000 of them. It's like 2,000 something. Maybe is it 2,000? There's like there's a list of the numbers or the words, I mean, that are potentially the ones used because they don't just use any word in the world for your when you generate your seed words. It's from like a set list, but since they're always mixed up in a certain way, there's like so many combinations that it is impossible to like just accidentally get someone else's seed words or whatever. And so if you know the first 4, that's actually a way you can save. Some people thought that they like couldn't get access to their wallet because they were like, oh crap, half my word is missing. Like say, maybe it got wet or burnt or something or smeared. And they're like, oh my gosh, I don't know what this word is or something. Well, you can actually go and look at that list online, and if you know like the first 2 letters, you can probably figure out what one of your words is if that's all that's missing. And so that could help somebody restore their wallet. Oh yeah, we got happy birthday for the, Hex's 3 years of perfect flawless operation is coming up in a couple of days. Dude, I totally would have gone to the London um second year birthday thing if there wasn't there like COVID was going crazy at the time, and it was uncertain if you would be able to like leave the country. At least that's how I remember it being. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought, but like I didn't want to get stuck over in London during that thing, but could have met Richard. Oh well. Epic Stream KVK, this would be cool once a month. Appreciate your knowledge. Hey, thanks, man. Yep, 3 years old of Hex, December 2nd. So that'd be cool. Maybe I'll do like a Hex birthday stream. Get all dressed up in my Hex swag. All right, well, if there's no more questions, last minute questions, I'll probably be... is there anybody else streaming right now? Maybe we'll go raid them. Yeah, T-Bird. Yeah, I just remember being like, oh, I could go, but like they had to wear a mask, and it was like, I think even at the time you had to possibly get a like if you didn't have a vaccine thing or whatever, you like wouldn't be able to get into stuff. And I was like, I don't want to like be in a place where they treat me like cattle. So I was like, no thanks. No thanks. And I didn't want to get like stuck there, and then I'm like, just didn't seem good. All right. Nate Stakes stream. ATX crypto. Come on, KBK, just do 4 more hours. I said at max I would go is 12, and I actually caught up, so I'm glad. I thought there'd be more questions. But I did go over everything, and I kind of went in depth on a lot of these questions, so maybe that answered people's questions before they asked them. I like to think, what's up, KBK? I'm so late, I'll have to watch from the beginning. Oh man, it's okay. It's just a short one, so yeah, nothing. Just to watch it on 5x speed. But yeah, I love Optimus Kevtron on Twitter. Follow him for sure. I guess I'll shout out all the things I'm a part of. So if you want high signal to noise information on Pulsechain, Pulsex, game theory ideas, we don't deal with any garbage in there for too long. Join t.me/Pulse Theory. It's free to join for now. And we got like 2,600 plus members in there. And we will kick you if you just come in there and like troll or ask, I don't know. If you just FUD and come in there and FUD, kicking you out. K4K Crypto on Twitter. Oh, well, here, I'll put well, I guess I have all my links in the description. So just check the description if you want any like good deals on stuff. K4K on Twitter, the Pulse Theory. What else? Oh, I have a Discord. Discord link is in the description. Join the Discord. There's a Reddit. There's a lot. There's a Facebook group. I built all these out, but it's hard to maintain them all. Maybe during the bull run, get more active on there on some of these. But it'd be great if some of these got to be like I don't know, fulfilling. Does that make sense? Because like I can't be in every chat room all the time, so it's good whenever there's high quality members in there, which we do have in the Pulse Theory chat, and we do have some good questions in the Discord. But like there's under 1,000 in the Discord right now, and people chat in there and ask questions, and that's the easiest way to probably get to me. If you have any questions, is either through Pulse Theory, just at me in the chat, or Discord. You know, if you want to talk in there. I just figure since some people just don't like Telegram, well then we have a Discord. If you don't like Discord, we have Telegram. So you know, just it's good to give people options. You know, so not everybody wants to download 10 apps at once. They'll just use like the ones they're comfortable with. Like I used to not like Telegram, but now I love Telegram. So. Do I know about ERC? Everything will get copied over Trifecta Maxi, like every contract. So don't worry. And I'm gonna eat a huge bowl of beef barley. When lunch? True. I want. Let me look at these streamers you guys mentioned. I hope their names are simple. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. Why am I looking it up on this channel? Oh, I made it all black. Did I? Here, we'll look them up and then we'll rate them. That'll get them excited. YouTube. Did I watch the Fed meeting? Yep, talked about it a couple times. Yeah, they're talking about slowing the rates up or slowing the rate hikes. So they're actually going. That's pretty good. You know, that's as good as we can hope for. The Fed boom is just full of word and useless hand gestures. Dude, honestly, I feel like Jerome Powell is actually kind of a. I mean, just seems like a mild-mannered guy. I don't know him deeply or anything, but from his way he talks and stuff, like he seems pretty intelligent guy, and I think he's very careful with his words. And you know, they joke around up there on stage. Like he was telling the one guy who was asking him questions. He's like, "Hey, I'm just paraphrasing, so don't take it the word." He's like, and the other guy's like, "Oh, I'm sure no one would ever take you out of context, and yeah, it would just wing it." And Jerome Powell's laughing because like he knows like people hang on his word because he has the power. And the board has power to control money. Like it's super important for people's finances, what they do. So everyone's listening to these people. So he knows like how important his job is. Like, so yeah. Where do you buy your hex from? I would say matcha.xyz, and also you can set limit orders there, or 1inch.io. But you need a VPN if you're in the US because they geo block. So another reason to get VPN. I'm gonna check out these guys that you guys recommended. Let me just look up Hex. Oh, what do I say? Just Hex, and I'll search for live. Is there a way to search for live? Live. Oh, we got Hodl Dog, ATX Crypto. Deep look into Hex takes. Are people making money? I mean, I want to make sure this guy's not like a futter, and then I just send him a bunch of videos. Oh, he's using the hexfire.io. Let's see. I always read people's descriptions because, you know, if they're like, "Oh, use my Webull referral link," I'm like, "Oh, you're trying to get people to use self or take away their self custody? No thanks." Word. Hey guys, yeah. All right, and I did watch one of his videos the other day when I was at my parents. So here I'll. Oh, how am I gonna copy this over? Because I'll send it to my Telegram. Second. I'll do it in Discord. 1 second, guys. We'll go raid this guy. Tell him K4K Crypto sent you. It'll be fun. And you don't have to stay long. Just go say hi. And I am going to post the link soon. Where's my Discord? Make his day, guys. He's got 3 viewers right now. We're gonna pump him up. All right, it'll be fun. Just gonna post it here and delete it later. It'll be really fun, guys. You'll make his day, guaranteed. Show him the Hex community's power, the power of numbers, power of belief. Where is my Discord? 1 second. Love that bug where Discord just won't open. That's trolling. I'm sending it to my Telegram then. What the heck? Because I have 2 separate computers doing this stuff, so I don't. It shouldn't take this long, but I am trolling. I'm also super hungry, so. All right, where is Telegram? Don't have it open on this PC. All right. I could just search it on the other PC and then whatever. Here, I'll post this in here. There we go. Give him a great Hexagon welcome, everybody. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm gonna peace out. 6 hours. I gotta eat something today. Really appreciate everybody coming by and asking all those great questions. Just yeah, there's a little bit more of the bear market left, and we'll be very excited when B3 comes out. I have a bunch more content breakdowns of that kind of stuff whenever we have it right in front of my eyes. So yeah, go raid ATX Crypto. He's looks like a Hexagon. I saw one of his videos and it was pretty good. But go ahead and say hello to him and let him know K4K Crypto sent you. Hit him with a big raid. Give him some love. Give him that Hexagon love you guys all have. Really appreciate you guys watching. Thanks for sticking around. Peacing out. Peace. End broadcast.